tribe also, neither would he let the people. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 1. And Yahweh called unto Moshe, and spoke unto him out of the tabernacle of the assembly, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, If any man of you bring an offering unto Yahweh, ye shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd and of the flock. If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will, at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, before Yahweh. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him, to make an atonement for him. And he shall kill the bullock before Yahweh, and the priests, Aharon's sons, shall bring the blood, and sprinkle the blood round about upon the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall flay the burnt offering, and cut it into his pieces. And the sons of Aharon the priest shall put fire upon the altar, and lay the wood in order upon the fire. And the priests, Aharon's sons, shall lay the parts, the head, the fat, in order upon the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. But his inwards and his legs shall he wash in water, and the priest shall burn all on the altar, to be a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if his offering be of the flocks, namely of the sheep, or of the goats, for a burnt sacrifice, he shall bring it a male without blemish. And he shall kill it on the side of the altar northward, before Yahweh and the priest. Aharon's sons shall sprinkle his blood round about upon the altar. And he shall cut it into his pieces, with his head and his fat, and the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. But he shall wash the inwards of the legs with water, and the priest shall bring it all, and burn it upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if the burnt sacrifice for his offering to Yahweh be of fowls, then he shall bring his offering of turtle doves, or of young pigeons. And the priest shall bring it unto the altar, and wring off his head, and burn it on the altar, and the blood thereof shall be wrung out at the side of the altar. And he shall pluck away his crop with his feathers, and cast it beside the altar on the east part, by the place of the ashes. And he shall cleave it with the wings thereof, but shall not divide it asunder. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar, upon the wood that is upon the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 2.
And when any will offer a meat offering unto Yahweh, his offering shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil upon it, and put frankincense thereon. And he shall bring it to Aharon's sons, the priests, and he shall take thereout his handful of the flour thereof, and of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. And the priest shall burn the memorial of it upon the altar, to be an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the remnant of the meat offering shall be Aharon's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of Yahweh, made by fire. And if you bring an oblation of meat offering, baken in the oven, it shall be matzah cakes of fine flour, mingled with oil, or matzah wafers anointed with oil. And if your oblation be a meat offering, baken in a pan, it shall be of fine flour, unleavened, mingled with oil. You shall part it in pieces, and pour oil thereon. It is a meat offering. And if your oblation be a meat offering baken in the frying pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil. And you shall bring the meat offering that is made of these things unto Yahuwah. And when it is presented unto the priest, he shall bring it unto the altar. And the priest shall take from the meat offering a memorial thereof, and shall burn it upon the altar. It is an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahuwah. And that which is left of the meat offering shall be Aharon's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of Yahuwah made by fire. No meat offering which ye shall bring unto Yahuwah shall be made with leaven, for ye shall burn no leaven, nor any honey, in any offering of Yahuwah made by fire. As for the oblation of the firstfruits, ye shall offer them unto Yahuwah, but they shall not be burnt on the altar for a sweet savor. And every oblation of your meat offering shall ye season with salt, neither shall ye suffer the salt of the covenant of your Elohim to be lacking from your meat offering. And all your offerings you shall offer salt. And if you offer a meat offering of your firstfruits unto Yahuwah, you shall offer the meat offering of your firstfruits, green ears of grain dried by the fire, even grain beaten out of full ears. And you shall put oil upon it, and lay frankincense thereon. It is a meat offering. And the priest shall burn the memorial of it, part of the beaten grain thereof, and part of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 3.
And if his oblation be a sacrifice of peace offering, if he offer it of the herd, whether it be a male or a female, he shall offer it without blemish before Yahuwah. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon's sons, the priests, shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. And Aharon's sons shall burn it on the altar upon the burnt sacrifice, which is upon the wood that is on the fire. It is an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahuwah. And if his offering for a sacrifice of peace offering unto Yahuwah be of the flock, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. If he offer a lamb for his offering, then shall he offer before Yahuwah. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it before the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon's sons shall sprinkle the blood thereof round about upon the altar. And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah, the fat thereof, and the whole rump. It shall he take off hard by the backbone, and the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, and the kidneys, it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. And if his offering be a goat, then he shall offer it before Yahuwah. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of it, and kill it before the tabernacle of the assembly. And the sons of Ahon shall sprinkle the blood thereof upon the altar round about. And he shall offer thereof his offering, even an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is the food of the offering, made by fire for a sweet savor. All the fat is Yahuwah's. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings, that ye eat neither fat nor blood.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 4. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If a soul shall sin through ignorance against any of the commandments of Yahuwah concerning things which ought not to be done, and shall do against any of them. If the priest that is anointed do sin according to the sin of the people, then let him bring for his sin, which he has sinned, a young bullock, without blemish unto Yahweh, for a sin offering. And he shall bring the bullock unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh, and shall lay his hands upon the bullock's head, and kill the bullock before Yahweh. And the priest that is anointed shall take of the bullock's blood, and bring it to the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle of the blood 7 times before Yahweh, before the veil of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar of sweet incense before Yahweh, which is in the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall pour all the blood of the bullock at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall take off from it all the fat of the bullock for the sin offering, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys it shall he take away. As it was taken off from the bullock of the sacrifice of peace offerings, and the priest shall burn them upon the altar of the burnt offering. And the skin of the bullock, and all his flesh, with his head, and with his legs, and his inwards, and his dung, even the whole bullock shall he carry forth without the camp, unto a clean place, where the ashes are poured out, and burn him on the wood with fire. Where the ashes are poured out shall he be burnt. And if the whole assembly of Yasharel sin through ignorance, and the thing be hid from the eyes of the assembly, and they have done somewhat against any of the commandments of Yahweh, concerning things which should not be done, and are guilty, when the sin which they have sinned against it is known, then the assembly shall offer a young bullock for the sin, and bring him before the tabernacle of the assembly. And the elders of the assembly shall lay their hands upon the head of the bullock before Yahweh, and the bullock shall be killed before Yahweh. And the priest that is anointed shall bring of the bullock's blood to the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall dip his finger in some of the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before Yahweh, even before the veil. And he shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar, which is set before Yahweh, that is in the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall pour out all the blood at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall take all his fat from him, and burn it upon the altar. And he shall do with the bullock as he did with the bullock for a sin offering, so shall he do with this. And the priest shall make an atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven them. And he shall carry forth the bullock without the camp, and burn him as he burned the first bullock. It is a sin offering for the assembly. When a ruler has sinned, and done somewhat through ignorance against any of the commandments of Yahweh, Elohiah, concerning things which should not be done, and is guilty, or if his sin, wherein he has sinned, come to his knowledge, he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a male without blemish, and he shall lay his hand upon the head of the goats, and kill it in the place where they killed the burnt offering, before Yahweh. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out his blood at the bottom of the altar of burnt offering. And he shall burn all his fat upon the altar, as the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, as concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven him. And if any one of the common people sin through ignorance, which he does somewhat against any of the commandments of Yahweh, concerning things which ought not to be done, and be guilty, or if his sin, which he has sinned, come to his knowledge, then he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a female without blemish, for his sin which he has sinned. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay the sin offering in the place of the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of the blood thereof with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat is taken away from off the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. And if he bring a lamb for a sin offering, he shall bring it a female without blemish. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and lay it for the sin offering in the place where they killed the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat of the lamb is taken away from the sacrifice of the peace offering. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar, according to the offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And the priest shall make an atonement for his sin that he has committed, and it shall be forgiven him.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 5.
And if a soul sin, and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he has seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity. Or if a soul touch any unclean thing, whether it be a carcass of an unclean beast, or a carcass of unclean cattle, or the carcass of unclean creeping things, and if it be hidden from him, he also shall be unclean and guilty. Or if he touch the uncleanness of man, whatsoever uncleanness it be, that a man shall be defiled withal, and it be hid from him, when he knows of it, then he shall be guilty. Or if a soul swear, pronouncing with his lips to do evil, or to do good, whatsoever it be that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it be hid from him, when he knows of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these. And it shall be, when he shall be guilty in one of these things, that he shall confess that he has sinned in that thing. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh, for his sin which he has sinned, a female from the flock, a lamb or a kid of the goats, for a sin offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin. And if he is not able to bring a lamb, then he shall bring for his trespass which he has committed 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons unto Yahweh, one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off his head from his neck, but shall not divide it asunder. And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering. And he shall offer the second for a burnt offering, according to the manner, and the priest shall make an atonement for him, for his sin which he has sinned, and it shall be forgiven him. But if he be not able to bring 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, then he that sinned shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He shall put no oil upon it, neither shall he put any frankincense thereon, for it is a sin offering. Then shall he bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful of it, even a memorial thereof, and burn it on the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, as touching his sin, that he has sinned in one of these, and it shall be forgiven him, and the remnant shall be the priest's, as a meat offering.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
If a soul commit a trespass, and sin through ignorance, in the holy things of Yahweh, then he shall bring for his trespass unto Yahweh a ram without blemish, out of the flocks, with your estimation by shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for a trespass offering. And he shall make the amends for the harm that he has done in the holy thing, and shall add the 5th part thereto, and give it unto the priest, and the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him. And if a soul sin, and commit any of these things which are forbidden to be done by the commandment of Yahweh, though he knew it not, yet is he guilty, and shall bear his iniquity. And he shall bring a ram without blemish out of the flock, with your estimation, for a trespass offering, unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his ignorance, wherein he erred, and knew it not, and it shall be forgiven him. It is a trespass offering. He has certainly trespassed against Yahweh.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 6. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
If a soul sin, and commit a transgression against Yahweh, and lie unto his neighbor, in that which was delivered him to keep, or in fellowship, or in a thing taken away by violence, or has deceived his neighbor, or have found that which was lost, and lies concerning it, and swears falsely, in any of these that a man does, sinning therein, then it shall be, because he has sinned and is guilty, that he shall restore that which he took violently away, or the thing which he has deceitfully gotten, or that which was delivered him to keep, or the lost thing which he found, or all that which he has sworn falsely, he shall even restore it in the principal, and shall add the fifth part more thereto, and give it unto him to whom it appertains, in the day of his trespass offering. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh, a ram without blemish out of the flock, with your estimation for a trespass offering unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahweh, and it shall be forgiven him for anything of all that he has done in trespass therein.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Command Aaron and his sons, saying, This is the Torah of the burnt offering. It is the burnt offering because of the burning upon the altar all night unto the morning, and the fire of the altar shall be burning in it. And the priest shall put on his linen garment, and his linen breeches shall he put upon his flesh, and take up the ashes which the fire has consumed with the burnt offering on the altar, and he shall put them beside the altar. And he shall put off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes without the camp unto a clean place. And the fire upon the altar shall be burning in it. It shall not be put out. And the priest shall burn wood on it every morning, and lay the burnt offering in order upon it, and he shall burn thereon the fat of the peace offerings. The fire shall ever be burning upon the altar. It shall never go out. And this is the Torah of the meat offering. The sons of Aharon shall offer it before Yahweh, before the altar. And he shall take of it his handful of the flour of the meat offering, and of the oil thereof, and all the frankincense which is upon the meat offering, and shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor, even the memorial of it unto Yahweh. And the remainder thereof shall Aharon and his sons eat, with matzah, unleavened bread, shall it be eaten in the holy place, in the court of the tabernacle of the assembly, they shall eat it. It shall not be baken with leaven. I have given it unto them for their portion of my offering made by fire. It is most holy, as is the sin offering, and as the trespass offering. All the males among the children of Aharon shall eat of it. It shall be a statute forever in your generations, concerning the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. Everyone that touches them shall be holy.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
This is the offering of Aharon and his sons, which they shall offer unto Yahweh in the day when he is anointed. The 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a meat offering perpetual, half of it in the morning, and half thereof at night. In a pan it shall be made with oil, and when it is baken, you shall bring it in, and the baken pieces of the meat offering shall you offer for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the priest of his sons, that is anointed in his stead, shall offer it. It is a statute forever unto Yahweh. It shall be wholly burnt. For every meat offering for the priest shall be wholly burnt. It shall not be eaten.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon and to his sons, saying, This is the Torah of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is killed, shall the sin offering be killed before Yahweh. It is most holy. The priest that offers it for sin shall eat it. In the holy place shall it be eaten, in the court of the tabernacle of the assembly. Whatsoever shall touch the flesh thereof shall be holy. And when there is sprinkled of the blood thereof upon any garment, you shall wash that whereon it was sprinkled in the holy place. But the earthen vessel wherein it was sodden shall be broken. And if it be sodden in a brazen pot, it shall be both scoured and rinsed in water. All the males among the priests shall eat thereof. It is most holy. And no sin offering, whereof any of the blood is brought into the tabernacle of the assembly, to reconcile withal, in the holy place, shall be eaten. It shall be burnt in the fire.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 7.
Likewise, this is the Torah of the trespass offering. It is most holy. In the place where they kill the burnt offering shall they kill the trespass offering, and the blood thereof shall he sprinkle round about upon the altar. And he shall offer it of all the fat thereof, the rump, the fat that covers the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul that is above the liver, with the kidneys it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a trespass offering. Every male among the priests shall eat thereof. It shall be eaten in the holy place. It is most holy. As the sin offering is, so is the trespass offering. There is one Torah for them. The priest that makes atonement therewith shall have it. And the priest that offers any man's burnt offering, even the priest shall have to himself the skin of the burnt offering which he has offered. And all the meat offering that is baken in the oven, and all that is dressed in the frying pan, and in the pan, shall be the priest's that offer it. And every meat offering mingled with oil, and dry, shall all the sons of Aharon have, one as much as another. And this is the Torah of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto Yahweh. If he offer it for thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving matzah, unleavened cakes, mingled with oil, and matzah wafers, anointed with oil, and cakes mingled with oil, of fine flour, fried. Besides the cakes, he shall offer for his offering hametz, leavened bread, with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offerings. And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation, for a heave offering unto Yahweh, and it shall be the priest that sprinkles the blood of the peace offerings. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow, or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offers his sacrifice. On the morrow also the remainder of it shall be eaten. But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the 3rd day shall be burnt with fire. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings be eaten at all on the 3rd day, it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be imputed unto him that offers it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul that eats of it shall bear his iniquity. And the flesh that touches any unclean thing shall not be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire. And as for the flesh, all that be clean shall eat thereof. But the soul that eats of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings that pertain unto Yahweh, having his uncleanness upon him, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, the soul that shall touch any unclean thing, as the uncleanness of man, or any unclean beast, or any abominable unclean thing, and eat of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which pertain unto Yahweh, even that soul shall be cut off from his people.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharah, saying, Ye shall eat no manner of fat, of ox, or of sheep, or of goat, and the fat of the beast that dies of itself, and the fat of that which is torn with beast, may be used in any other use, but ye shall in no wise eat of it. For whosoever eats the fat of the beast, of which men offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, even the soul that eats it shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, ye shall eat no manner of blood, whether it be of fowl or of beast, in any of your dwellings. Whatsoever soul it be that eats any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from his people.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, He that offers the sacrifice of his peace offerings unto Yahweh shall bring his oblation unto Yahweh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings. His own hand shall bring the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. The fat with the breast it shall he bring, that the breast may be waved for a wave offering before Yahweh. And the priest shall burn the fat upon the altar, but the breast shall be Aharon's and his sons'. And the right shoulder shall ye give unto the priest for a heave offering of the sacrifices of your peace offerings. He among the sons of Aharon that offers the blood of the peace offerings and the fat shall have the right shoulder for his part. For the wave breast and the heave shoulder have I taken of the children of Yasharel from off the sacrifices of their peace offerings, and and have given them unto Aharon the priest, and unto his sons by a statute forever, from among the children of Yasharel.
This is the portion of the anointing of Aharon, and of the anointing of his sons, out of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, in the day when he presented them to minister unto Yahweh in the priest's office, which Yahweh commanded to be given them of the children of Yasharel, in the day that he anointed them, by a statute forever throughout their generations. This is the Torah of the burnt offering, of the meat offering, and of the sin offering, and of the trespass offering, and of the consecrations, and of the sacrifice of the peace offerings, which Yahweh commanded Moshe in Mount Sinai, in the day that he commanded the children of Yasharel to offer their oblations unto Yahweh in the wilderness of Sinai. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take Aharon and his sons with him, and the garments, and the anointing oil, and a bullock for the sin offering, and 2 rams, and a basket of matzah, unleavened bread, and gather all the assembly together unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly.
And Moshe did as Yahweh commanded him, and the assembly was gathered together unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Moshe said unto the assembly, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded to be done. And Moshe brought Aharon and his sons, and washed them with water. And he put upon him the coat, and girded him with the belt, and clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod upon him. And he girded him with the belt of the ephod, and bound it unto him therewith. And he put the breastplate upon him. Also he put in the breastplate the Urim and the Tumim. And he put the turban upon his head. Also upon the turban, even upon his forefront, did he put the golden plate, the holy crown, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Moshe took the anointing oil, and anointed the tabernacle, and all that was therein, and sanctified them. And he sprinkled thereof upon the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all his vessels, both the laver and his foot, to sanctify them. And he poured of the anointing oil upon Aharon's head, and anointed him, to sanctify him. And Moshe brought Aharon's sons, and put coats upon them, and girded them with belts, and put bonnets upon them, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the bullock for the sin offering, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the bullock for the sin offering, and he slew it. And Moshe took the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about with his finger, and purified the altar, and poured the blood at the bottom of the altar, and sanctified it, to make reconciliation upon it. And he took all the fat that was upon the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and their fat, and Moshe burned it upon the altar. But the bullock, and his hide, and his flesh, and his dung, he burnt with fire without the camp, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the ram for the burnt offering, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he killed it. And Moshe sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he cut the ram into pieces, and Moshe burnt the head, and the pieces, and the fat. And he washed the inwards and the legs in water, and Moshe burnt the whole ram upon the altar. It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet savor, and an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the other ram, the ram of consecration, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he slew it. And Moshe took of the blood of it, and put it upon the tip of Aharon's right ear, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And he brought Aharon's sons, and Moshe put of the blood upon the tip of their right ear, and upon the thumbs of their right hands, and upon the great toes of their right feet. And Moshe sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he took the fat, and the rump, and the fat that was upon the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and their fat, and the right shoulder. And out of the basket of matzah that was before Yahweh, he took 1 matzah cake, and a cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer, and put them on the fat and upon the right shoulder. And he put all upon Aharon's hands and upon his sons' hands, and waved them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And Moshe took them from off their hands, and burnt them on the altar upon the burnt offering. They were consecrations for a sweet savor. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And Moshe took the breast, and waved it for a wave offering before Yahweh. For of the ram of consecration it was Moshe's part, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Moshe took of the anointing oil, and of the blood which was upon the altar, and sprinkled it upon Aharon and his garments, and upon his sons, and upon his sons' garments with him, and sanctified Aharon and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. And Moshe said unto Aharon and to his sons, Boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and there eat it, with the bread that is in the basket of consecrations, as I commanded, saying, Aharon and his sons shall eat it. And that which remains of the flesh and of the bread shall ye burn with fire. And ye shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle of the assembly in 7 days, until the days of your consecration be at an end. For 7 days shall he consecrate you. As he has done this day, so Yahweh has commanded to do, to make an atonement for you. Therefore shall ye abide at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly day and night 7 days, and guard the watch of Yahweh, that ye die not. For so I am commanded. So Aharon and his sons did all the things which Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 9. And it came to pass on the 8th day that Moshe called Aharon and his sons and the elders of Yisrael. And he said unto Aharon, Take a young calf for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering, without blemish, and offer them before Yahweh. And unto the children of Yisrael you shall speak, saying, Take ye a kid of the goats for a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, both of the first year, without blemish, for a burnt offering. Also a bullock and a ram for peace offerings, to sacrifice before Yahweh, and a meat offering mingled with oil. For today Yahweh will appear unto you. And they brought which Moshe commanded before the tabernacle of the assembly. And all the assembly drew near and stood before Yahweh. And Moshe said, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded that ye should do, and the glory of Yahweh shall appear unto you. And Moshe said unto Aharon, Go unto the altar, and offer your sin offering, and your burnt offering, and make an atonement for yourself and for the people, and offer the offering of the people, and make an atonement for them, as Yahweh commanded. Aharon therefore went unto the altar, and slew the calf of the sin offering, which was for himself. And the sons of Aharon brought the blood unto him, and he dipped his finger in the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar, and poured out the blood at the bottom of the altar. But the fat, and the kidneys, and the caul above the liver of the sin offering he burnt upon the altar, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the flesh and the hide he burnt with fire without the camp. And he slew the burnt offering, and Aharon's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled round about upon the altar. And they presented the burnt offering unto him, with the pieces thereof, and the head, and he burnt them upon the altar. And he did wash the inwards and the legs, and burnt them upon the burnt offering on the altar. And he brought the people's offering, and took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and slew it, and offered it for sin as the first. And he brought the burnt offering, and offered it according to the manner. And he brought the meat offering, and took a handful thereof, and burnt it upon the altar, beside the burnt sacrifice of the morning. He slew also the bullock and the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings, which was for the people. And Aharon's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled upon the altar round about. And the fat of the bullock and of the ram, the rump, and that which covers the inwards, and the kidneys, and the caul above the liver, and they put the fat upon the breasts, and he burnt the fat upon the altar. and the breasts and the right shoulder Aharon waved for a wave offering before Yahweh, as Moshe commanded. And Aharon lifted up his hand toward the people and blessed them, and came down from offering of the sin offering, and the burnt offering, and peace offerings. And Moshe and Aharon went into the tabernacle of the assembly, and came out, and blessed the people. And the glory of Yahweh appeared unto all the people. And there came a fire out from before Yahweh, and consumed upon the altar the burnt offering and the fat, which when all the people saw, they shouted and fell on their face. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 10. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aharon, took either of them his censer, and put fire therein, and put incense thereon, and offered strange fire before Yahweh, which he commanded them not. And there went out fire from Yahweh, and devoured them, and they died before Yahweh. Then Moshe said unto El Aharon, This is that Yahweh spoke, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me, and before all the people I will be glorified. And Aharon held his peace. And Moshe called Mishael and Elishaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aharon, and said unto them, Come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp. So they went near, and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moshe had said. And Moshe said unto Aharon, and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar his sons, Uncover not your heads, neither rend your clothes, lest ye die, and lest the wrath come upon all the people. But let your brethren, the whole house of Yashrael, bewail the burning which Yahweh has kindled. And ye shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, lest ye die. For the anointing oil of Yahweh is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moshe. And Yahweh spoke unto Aharon, saying,
Do not drink wine, nor strong drink, you nor your sons with you, when ye go into the tabernacle of the assembly, lest ye die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, and that ye may put difference between holy and unholy, and between unclean and clean, and that ye may teach the children of Yasharel all the statutes which Yahweh has spoken unto them by the hand of Moshe.
And Moshe spoke unto Aharon, and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar, his sons that were left, Take the meat offering that remains of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, and eat it without leaven beside the altar, for it is most holy. And ye shall eat it in the holy place, because it is your due, and your sons' due, of the sacrifices of Yahweh made by fire. For so I am commanded. And the wave breast and the heave shoulder shall ye eat in a clean place, you and your sons and your daughters with you, for they be your due, and your sons' due, which are given out of the sacrifices of peace offerings of the children of Yashrael. The heave shoulder and the wave breast shall they bring with the offerings made by fire of the fat, to wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh. And it shall be yours and your sons with you by a statute forever, as Yahweh has commanded. And Moshe diligently sought the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burnt. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aharon, which were left alive, saying, Wherefore have ye not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy? And Elohim has given it to you to bear the iniquity of the assembly, to make an atonement for them before Yahweh? Behold, the blood of it was not brought in within the holy place. Ye should indeed have eaten it in the holy place, as I commanded. And Aharon said unto Moshe,
Behold, this day have they offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before Yahweh, and such things have befallen me. And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in the sight of Yahweh?
And when Moshe heard that, he was content. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 11. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, and to El Aharon, saying unto them,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, These are the beasts which ye shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. Whatsoever parts the hoof, and is cloven-footed, and chews the cud, among the beasts, that shall ye eat. Nevertheless, these shall ye not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the hoof. As the camel, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the coney, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the hare, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the swine, though he divide the hoof, and be cloven-footed, yet he chews not the cud, he is unclean to you. Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcass shall ye not touch, they are unclean to you. These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters. Whatsoever has fins and scales in the waters, in the seas, and in the rivers, them shall you eat. And all that have not fins and scales in the seas, and in the rivers, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. They shall be even an abomination unto you. Ye shall not eat of their flesh, but ye shall have their carcasses in abomination. Whatsoever has no fins nor scales in the water, that shall be an abomination unto you. And these are they which ye shall have an abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination: the eagle, the ossifrage, and the osprey, and the vulture, and the kite after his kind, every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, and the little owl, and the cormorant, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the gier eagle, and the stork, and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat. All fowls that creep going upon all four shall be an abomination unto you. Yet these may ye eat of every flying creeping thing that goes upon all four, which have legs above their feet, to leap withal upon the earth. Even these of them ye may eat, the locust after his kind, and the bald locust after his kind, and the beetle after his kind, and the grasshopper after his kind. But all other flying creeping things, which have 4 feet, shall be an abomination unto you. And for these ye shall be unclean. Whosoever touches the carcass of them shall be unclean until the evening. And whosoever bears aught of the carcass of them shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. The carcass of every beast which divides the hoof, and is not cloven-footed, nor chews the cud, are unclean unto you. Every one that touches them shall be unclean. And whatsoever goes upon his paws, among all manner of beasts that go on all fours, those are unclean unto you. Whoso touches their carcass shall be unclean until the evening. And he that bears the carcass of them shall wash his clothes, and be unclean unto the evening. They are unclean unto you. These also shall be unclean unto you. Among the creeping things that creep upon the earth, the weasel, the mouse, and the tortoise, after his kind, and the ferret, and the chameleon, and the lizard, and the snail, and the mole, these are unclean to you among all that creep. Whosoever touches them, when they be dead, shall be unclean until the evening. And upon whatsoever any of them, when they are dead, does fall, it shall be unclean, whether it be any vessel of wood, or raiment, or skin, or sack, whatsoever vessel it be, wherein any work is done, it must be put into water, and it shall be unclean until the evening, so it shall be cleansed. And every earthen vessel, where into any of them that falls, whatsoever is in it shall be unclean, and ye shall break it. Of all meat which may be eaten, that on which such water comes shall be unclean, and all drink that may be drunk in every vessel shall be unclean. And everything whereupon any part of their carcass falls shall be unclean, whether it be oven or range for pots, they shall be broken down, for they are unclean, and shall be unclean unto you. Nevertheless, a fountain or pit, wherein there is plenty of water, shall be clean, but that which touches their carcass shall be unclean. And if any part of their carcass falls upon any sowing seed which is to be sown, it shall be clean. But if any water be put upon the seed, and any part of their carcass fall thereon, it shall be unclean unto you. And if any beast of which ye may eat die, he that touches the carcass thereof shall be unclean until the evening. And he that eats of the carcass of it shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. He also that bears the carcass of it shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. And every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth shall be an abomination. it shall not be eaten. Whatsoever goes upon the belly, and whatsoever goes upon all fours, or whatsoever has more feet among all creeping things that creep upon the earth, them shall ye not eat, for they are an abomination. Ye shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that creeps, neither shall ye make yourselves unclean with them, that ye should be defiled thereby. For I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall therefore sanctify yourselves, and ye shall be holy, for I am holy. Neither shall ye defile yourselves with any manner of creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. For I am Yahuwah, that brings you up out of the land of Mitzrayim, to be your Elohim. Ye shall therefore be holy, for I am holy. This is the Torah of the beasts, and of the fowl, and of every living creature that moves in the waters, and of every creature that creeps upon the earth, to make a difference between the unclean and the clean, and between the beast that may be eaten, and the beast that may not be eaten.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 12. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed, and born a male child, then she shall be unclean 7 days. According to the days of the separation for her infirmity, shall she be unclean. And in the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 33 days. She shall touch no hallowed thing, nor come into the sanctuary, until the days of her purifying be fulfilled. But if she bear a female child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 66 days. And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled, for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, unto the priest, who shall offer it before Yahuwah, and make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the Torah for her that has borne a male or a female. And if she be not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering, and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 13. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and El Aharon, saying,
When a man shall have in the skin of his flesh a rising, a scab, or a bright spot, and it be in the skin of his flesh, like the plague of leprosy, then he shall be brought unto El Aharon the priest, or unto one of his sons the priests. And the priest shall look on the plague in the skin of the flesh, and when the hair in the plague is turned white, and the plague in sight be deeper than the skin of his flesh, it is a plague of leprosy, and the priest shall look on him and pronounce him unclean. If the bright spot be white in the skin of his flesh, and in sight be not deeper than the skin, and the hair thereof be not turned white, then the priest shall shut up him that has the plague 7 days. And the priest shall look on him the 7th day, and behold, if the plague in his sight be at a stay, and the plague spread not in the skin, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days more. And the priest shall look on him again the 7th day, and behold, if the plague be somewhat dark, and the plague spread not in the skin, the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is but a scab, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scab spread much abroad in the skin, after that he has been seen of the priest for his cleansing, he shall be seen of the priest again. And if the priest see that, behold, the scab spreads in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprosy. When the plague of leprosy is in a man, then he shall be brought unto the priest. And the priest shall see him, and behold, if the rising be white in the skin, and it have turned the hair white, and there be quick raw flesh in the rising, it is an old leprosy in the skin of his flesh, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not shut him up, for he is unclean. And if a leprosy break out abroad in the skin, and the leprosy cover all the skin of him that has the plague from his head even to his foot, wheresoever the priest looks, then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that has the plague. It is all turned white, he is clean. But when raw flesh appears in him, he shall be unclean. And the priest shall see the raw flesh and pronounce him to be unclean. For the raw flesh is unclean. It is a leprosy. Or if the raw flesh turn again, and be changed unto white, he shall come unto the priest. And the priest shall see him, and behold, if the plague be turned unto white, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, that has the plague, he is clean. The flesh also, in which even in the skin thereof was a boil, and is healed. And in the place of the boil, where there be a white rising, or a bright spot, white, and somewhat reddish, and it be showed to the priest. And if, when the priest sees it, behold, it be in sight lower than the skin, and the hair thereof be turned white, the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy, broken out of the boil. But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hairs therein, and if it be not lower than the skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And if it spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague. But if the bright spot stay in his place and spread not, it is a burning boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or if there be any flesh in the skin whereof there is a hot burning, and the quick flesh that burns have a white bright spot, somewhat reddish or white, then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the hair in the bright spot be turned white, and it be in sight deeper than the skin, it is a leprosy broken out of the burning, wherefore the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hair in the bright spot, and it be no lower than the other skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And the priest shall look upon him the 7th day, and if it be spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. And if the bright spot stay in his place, and spread not in the skin, but it be somewhat dark, it is a rising of the burning, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is an inflammation of the burning. If a man or woman have a plague upon the head or the beard, then the priest shall see the plague, and behold, if it be in sight deeper than the skin, and there be in it a yellow thin hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a dry skull, even a leprosy upon the head or beard. And if the priest shall look on the plague of the skull, and behold, it be not in sight deeper than the skin, and that there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut up him that has the plague of the skull 7 days. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the plague, and behold, if the skull spread not, and there be in it no yellow hair, and the skull be not in sight deeper than the skin, he shall be shaven, and the skull shall he not shave, and the priest shall shut him up that has the skull 7 days more. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the skull, and behold, if the skull be not spread in the skin, nor be in sight deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the skull spread much in the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall look on him, and behold, if the skull be spread in the skin, the priest shall not seek for yellow hair, he is unclean. But if the skull be in his sight at a stay, and that there is a black hair grown up therein, the skull is healed, he is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. If a man also or a woman have in the skin of their flesh bright spots, even white bright spots, then the priest shall look, and behold, if the bright spot in the skin of their flesh be darkish white, it is a freckled spot that grows in the skin, he is clean. And the man whose hair is fallen off his head, he is bald, yet is he clean. And he that has his hair fallen off from the part of his head towards his face, he is forehead bald, yet he is clean. And if there be in the bald head or bald forehead a white reddish sore, it is a leprosy sprung up in his bald head or his bald forehead. Then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the rising of the sore be white reddish in the bald head or in his bald forehead, as the leprosy appears in the skin of the flesh, he is a leprous man, he is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him utterly unclean. His plague is in his head. And the leper in whom the plague is, his clothes shall be rent, and his head bare, and he shall put a covering upon his upper lip, and shall cry, unclean, unclean. All the days wherein the plague shall be in him shall he be defiled. He is unclean. He shall dwell alone. Without the camp shall his habitation be. The garment also that the plague of leprosy is in, whether it be a woolen garment or a linen garment, whether it be in the warp, the woof of linen, or of woolen, whether in a skin or anything made of skin. And if the plague be greenish or reddish in the garment or in the skin, either in the warp or in the woof or in anything of skin, it is a plague of leprosy, and shall be showed unto the priest. And the priest shall look upon the plague, and shut up it that has the plague 7 days. And he shall look on the plague on the 7th day. If the plague be spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof or in a skin, or in any work that is made of skin, the plague is a fretting leprosy, it is unclean. He shall therefore burn that garment, whether warp or woof, in woolen or in linen, anything of skin wherein the plague is, for it is a fretting leprosy, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if the priest shall look, and behold, the plague be not spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, then the priest shall command that they wash the thing wherein the plague is, and he shall shut it up 7 days more. And the priest shall look on the plague after that it is washed, and behold, if the plague have not changed his color, and the plague be not spread, it is unclean. You shall burn it in the fire. It is a fret inward, whether it be bare within or without. And if the priest look, and behold the plague be somewhat dark after the washing of it, then he shall rend it out of the garment, or out of the skin, or out of the warp, or out of the woof. And if it appear still in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, it is a spreading plague. You shall burn that wherein the plague is with fire. And the garment, either warp or woof, or whatsoever thing of skin it be, which you shall wash, if the plague be departed from them, then it shall be washed the 2nd time, and shall be clean. This is the Torah of the plague of leprosy, in a garment of woolen or linen, either in warp or woof, or in anything of skins, to pronounce it clean, or to pronounce it unclean.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 14. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
This shall be the Torah of the leper in the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought unto the priest, and the priest shall go forth out of the camp. And the priest shall look, and behold, if the plague of leprosy be healed in the leper, then shall the priest command to take for him that is to be cleansed 2 birds alive and clean, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And the priest shall command that one of the birds be killed in an earthen vessel over running water. As for the living bird, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and shall dip them, and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. And he shall sprinkle upon him that is to be cleansed from the leprosy 7 times, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the living bird loose into the open field. And he that is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes, and shave off all his hair, and wash himself in water, that he may be clean. And after that he shall come into the camp, and shall tarry abroad out of his tent 7 days. But it shall be on the 7th day that he shall shave all his hair off his head, and his beard, and his eyebrows, even all his hair he shall shave off, and shall wash his clothes. Also shall he wash his flesh in water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 he-lambs without blemish, and 1 ewe-lamb of the 1st year without blemish, and 3/10 deal of fine flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, and 1 log of oil. And the priest that makes him clean shall present the man that is to be made clean, and those things before Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall take 1 he-lamb, and offer him for a trespass offering, and the log of oil, and wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And he shall slay the lamb in the place where he shall kill the sin offering and the burnt offering in the holy place. For as the sin offering is the priest's, so is the trespass offering. It is most holy. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and the priest shall put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall take some of the log of oil, and pour it into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that is in his left hand, and shall sprinkle of the oil with his finger 7 times before Yahweh. And of the rest of the oil that is in his hand shall the priest put upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the blood of the trespass offering. And the remnant of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall pour upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, and the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahweh. And the priest shall offer the sin offering, and make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed from his uncleanness. And afterwards he shall kill the burnt offering. And the priest shall offer the burnt offering and the meat offering upon the altar. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and he shall be clean. And if he be poor, and cannot get so much, then he shall take 1 lamb for a trespass offering to be waved, to make an atonement for him, and 1/10 deal of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering, and a log of oil, and 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, such as he is able to get, and the one shall be a sin offering, and the other a burnt offering. And he shall bring them on the 8th day for his cleansing unto the priest, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh. And the priest shall take the lamb of the trespass offering, and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And he shall kill the lamb of the trespass offering, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall pour of the oil into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before Yahweh. And the priest shall put of that oil that is in his hand upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the place of the blood of the trespass offering. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall put upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, to make an atonement for him before Yahweh. And he shall offer the one of the turtle doves, or of the young pigeons, such as he can get, even such as he is able to get, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, with the meat offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed before Yahweh. This is the Torah of him, in whom is the plague of leprosy, whose hand is not able to get that which pertains to his cleansing.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, and unto El Aharon, saying,
When ye are come into the land of Canaan, which I give to you for a possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house of the land of your possession, and he that owns the house shall come and tell the priest, saying, It seems to me there is, as it were, a plague in the house. Then the priest shall command that they empty the house before the priest go into it, to see the plague, that all that is in the house be not made unclean. And afterward the priest shall go in to see the house. And he shall look on the plague, and behold, if the plague be in the walls of the house, with hollow strakes, greenish or reddish, which in sight are lower than the wall, then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house, and shut up the house 7 days. And the priest shall come again the 7th day, and shall look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the walls of the house, then the priest shall command that they take away the stones in which the plague is, and they shall cast them into an unclean place without the city. And he shall cause the house to be scraped within round about, and they shall pour out the dust that they scrape off without the city into an unclean place. And they shall take other stones, and put them in the place of those stones, and he shall take other mortar, and shall plaster the house. And if the plague come again, and break out in the house, after that he has taken away the stones, and after he has scraped the house, and after it is plastered, then the priest shall come and look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the house, it is a fretting leprosy in the house, it is unclean. And he shall break down the house, the stones of it, and the timber thereof, and all the mortar of the house, and he shall carry them forth out of the city into an unclean place. Moreover, he that goes into the house all the while that it is shut up shall be unclean until the evening. And he that lies in the house shall wash his clothes, and he that eats in the house shall wash his clothes. And if the priest shall come in and look upon it, and behold, the plague has not spread in the house, after the house was plastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, because the plague is healed. And he shall take to cleanse the house 2 birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And he shall kill the one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. And he shall take the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet, and the living bird, and dip them in the blood of the slain bird, and in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. And he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and with the running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop, and with the scarlet. But he shall let go of the living bird out of the city into the open field, and make an atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the Torah for all manner of plague, of leprosy and scald, and for the leprosy of a garment and of a house, and for a rising, and for a scab, and for a bright spot, to teach when it is unclean, and when it is clean. This is the Torah of leprosy.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 15. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, and to El Aharon, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, when any man has a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue he is unclean. And this shall be his uncleanness in his issue, whether his flesh run with his issue, or his flesh be stopped from his issue. It is his uncleanness. Every bed whereon he lies that has the issue is unclean, and everything whereon he sits shall be unclean. And whosoever touches his bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he that sits on anything whereon he sat that has the issue shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he that touches the flesh of him that has the issue shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if he that has the issue spit upon him that is clean, then he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And what saddle soever he rides upon that has the issue shall be unclean. And whosoever touches anything that was under him shall be unclean until the evening. And he that bears any of those things shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whomsoever he touches that has the issue, and has not rinsed his hands in water, he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And the vessel of earth that he touches which has the issue shall be broken, and every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water. And when he that has an issue is cleansed of his issue, then he shall number to himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in running water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take to him 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, and come before Yahweh unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and give them unto the priest. And the priest shall offer them, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahweh for his issue. And if any man's seed of copulation go out from him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water, and be unclean until the evening. And every garment and every skin whereon is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water, and be unclean until the evening. The woman also with whom the man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart 7 days, and whosoever touches her shall be unclean until the evening. And everything that she lies upon in her separation shall be unclean. Everything also that she sits upon shall be unclean. And whosoever touches her bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whosoever touches anything that she sat upon shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if it be on her bed, or on anything whereon she sits, when he touches it, he shall be unclean until the evening. And if any man lie with her at all, and her flower be upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and all the bed whereon he lies shall be unclean. And if a woman have an issue of her blood many days out of the time of her separation, or if it run beyond the time of her separation, all the days of the issue of her uncleanness shall be as the days of her separation. She shall be unclean. Every bed whereon she lies, all the days of her issue shall be unto her as the bed of her separation, and whatsoever she sits upon shall be unclean. as the uncleanness of her separation. And whosoever touches those things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day she shall take unto her 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, and bring them unto the priest to the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her before Yahweh for the issue of her uncleanness. Thus shall ye separate the children of Yasharel from their uncleanness, that they die not in their uncleanness, when they defile my tabernacle that is among them. This is the Torah of him that has an issue, and of him whose seed goes from him, and is defiled therewith, and of her that is sick of her flowers, and of him that has an issue, of the man and of the woman, and of him that lies with her that is unclean.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 16. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe after the death of the 2 sons of Aharon, when they offered before Yahweh and died. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Speak unto Aharon your brother, that he come not at all times into the holy place within the veil before the mercy seat, which is upon the ark, that he die not. For I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. Thus shall Aharon come into the holy place, with a young bullock for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, and he shall have the linen breeches upon his flesh, and shall be girded with a linen belt, and with the linen turban shall he be attired. These are holy garments. Therefore shall he wash his flesh in water, and so put them on. And he shall take of the assembly of the children of Yasharel 2 kids of the goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. And Aharon shall offer his bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make an atonement for himself and for his house. And he shall take the 2 goats, and present them before Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for Yahweh, and the other lot for Azazel. And Aharon shall bring the goat upon which Yahweh's lot fell, and offer him for a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell to be for Azazel shall be presented alive before Yahweh, to make an atonement with him, and to let him go for Azazel into the wilderness. And Aharon shall bring the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself. And he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar before Yahweh, and his hands full of sweet incense beaten small, and bring it within the veil. And he shall put the incense upon the fire before Yahweh, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is upon the testimony, that he die not. And he shall take of the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it with his finger upon the mercy seat eastward. And before the mercy seat shall he sprinkle of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then shall he kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it upon the mercy seat, and before the mercy seat. And he shall make an atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Yasharel, and because of their transgressions, in all their sins. And so shall he do for the tabernacle of the assembly, that remains among them in the midst of their uncleanness. And there shall be no man in the tabernacle of the assembly, when he goes to make an atonement in the holy place, until he comes out, and have made an atonement for himself, and for his household, and for all the assembly of Yasharel. And he shall go out unto the altar that is before Yahweh, and make an atonement for it, and shall take of the blood of the bullock, and of the blood of the goat, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about. And he shall sprinkle the blood upon it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it, and hallow it from the uncleanness of the children of Yasharel. And when he has made an end of reconciling the holy place, and the tabernacle of the assembly, and the altar, he shall bring the live goat. And Aharon shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Yasharel, and all their transgression in all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. And the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquities, unto a land not inhabited, and he shall let go the goat in the wilderness. And Aharon shall come into the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall put off the linen garments which he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. And he shall wash his flesh with water in the holy place, and put on his garments, and come forth, and offer his burnt offering, and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself and for the people. And the fat of the sin offering shall he burn upon the altar. And he that let go the goat for Azazel shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterwards come into the camp. And the bullock for the sin offering, and the goat for the sin offering, and whose blood was brought in to make an atonement in the holy place, shall one carry forth without the camp, and they shall burn in the fire their skins, and their flesh, and their dung. And he that burns them shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterwards he shall come into the camp. And this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, ye shall afflict your souls, and do no work at all, whether it be one of your own country, or a stranger that sojourns among you. For on that day shall the priest make an atonement for you, to cleanse you, that ye may be clean from all your sins before Yahweh. It shall be a Sabbath of rest unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls by a statute forever. And the priest, whom he shall anoint, and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office in his father's stead, shall make the atonement, and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. And he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make an atonement for the tabernacle of the assembly, and for the altar, and he shall make an atonement for the priests, and for all the people of the assembly. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Yasharel for all their sins once a year.
And he did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 17. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon, and unto his sons, and unto all the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded, saying, What man soever there be of the house of Yasharel, that kills an ox, or lamb, or goat, in the camp, or that kills it out of the camp, and brings it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, to offer an offering unto Yahweh before the tabernacle of Yahweh, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. To the end that the children of Yasharel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto Yahweh, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto Yahweh. And priests shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and burn the fat for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a-whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. And ye shall say unto them, Whatsoever man there be of the house of Yasharel, or of the strangers, which sojourn among you, that offers a burnt offering or sacrifice, and brings it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, to offer it unto Yahweh, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Yasharel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eats any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eats the blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the soul of the flesh is in the blood. He and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls. For it is the blood of him that makes an atonement in the soul. Therefore I said unto the children of Yasharel, No soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourns among you eat blood. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Yasharel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunts and catches a beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof, and cover it with dust. For it is the life of all flesh, the blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I said unto the children of Yasharel, Ye shall eat the blood of no manner of flesh, for the life of all flesh is the blood thereof. Whosoever eats it shall be cut off. And every soul that eats that which died of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. then shall he be clean. But if he wash them not, nor bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 18. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, I am Yahweh Elohim. After the doings of the land of Mitzrayim, where ye dwell, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. Ye shall do my judgments, and guard my ordinances, to walk therein. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall therefore guard my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am Yahuwah. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him, to uncover their nakedness. I am Yahuwah. The nakedness of your father, or the nakedness of your mother, shall you not uncover. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of your father's woman shall you not uncover. It is your father's nakedness. The nakedness of your sister, the daughter of your father, the daughter of your mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness you shall not uncover. The nakedness of your son's daughter, or of your daughter's daughter, even their nakedness you shall not uncover, for theirs is your own nakedness. The nakedness of your father's woman's daughter, begotten of your father, she is your sister, you shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister, she is your father's near kinswoman. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's near kinswoman. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother. You shall not approach to his woman, she is your aunt. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law, she is your son's woman. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's woman, it is your brother's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter, neither shall you take her son's daughter, or her daughter's daughter, to uncover her nakedness, for they are your near kinswoman. It is wickedness. Neither shall you take a woman to her sister, to vex her, to uncover her nakedness, beside the other in her lifetime. Also you shall not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness. Moreover, you shall not lie carnally with your neighbor's woman, to defile yourself with her. And you shall not let any of your seed pass through the fire to Molech, neither shall you profane the name of your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. You shall not lie with mankind, as with womankind. It is an abomination. Neither shall you lie with any beast, to defile yourself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomits out her inhabitants. Ye shall therefore guard my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourns among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled. That the land spew not you out also, when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the souls that commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye guard my ordinance, that ye commit not any of these abominable customs, which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am Yahuwah Elohim.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 19. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, Yahuwah Elohim, am holy. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and guard my Shabbathot. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten Elohim. I am Yahuwah Elohim. And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahuwah, ye shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow. And if aught remain unto the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted. Therefore everyone that eats it shall bear his iniquity, because he has profaned the hallowed thing of Yahweh, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, ye shall not wholly reap the corners of your field, neither shall you gather the gleanings of your harvest. And you shall not glean your vineyard, neither shall you gather every grape of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the poor and stranger. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shall you profane the name of your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. You shall not defraud your neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with you all night until the morning. You shall not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. You shall not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shall you judge your neighbor. You shall not go up and down as a talebearer among your people, neither shall you stand against the blood of your neighbor. I am Yahuwah. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You shall in any wise rebuke your neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him. You shall not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am Yahuwah. Ye shall guard my statutes. You shall not let your cattle gender with a diverse kind. You shall not sow your field with mingled seed, neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon you. And whosoever lies carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to a man, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death, because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahuwah, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before Yahuwah, for his sin which he has done, and the sin which he has done shall be forgiven him. And when ye come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you. It shall not be eaten of. But in the 4th year all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise Yahuwah withal. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantment, nor practice sorcery. You shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shall you mar the corners of your beard. You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am Yahuwah. Do not prostitute your daughter, to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. Ye shall guard my Shabbatot, and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahuwah. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am Yahuwah Elohim. You shall rise up before the gray head, and honor the face of the old man, and fear your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. And if a stranger sojourn with you in your land, ye shall not vex him. But the stranger that dwells with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and you shall love him as yourself. For ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in meat yard, in weight, or in measure. Just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin shall ye have. I am Yahuwah Elohim, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore shall ye guard all my statutes, and all my judgments, and do them. I am Yahuwah.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 20. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Again you shall say to the children of Yasharel, whosoever he be of the children of Yasharel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Yasharel, that gives any of his seed unto Molech, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. And I will set my face against that man, and I will cut him off from among his people, because he has given of his seed unto Molech, to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my holy name. And if the people of the land do any ways hide their eyes from the man, when he gives of his seed unto Molech, and kill him not, then I will set my face against that man, and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a-whoring after him, to commit whoredom with Molech, from among their people. And the soul that turns after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, to go a-whoring after them, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Sanctify yourselves, therefore, and be ye holy, for I am Yahuwah Elohaikum, and ye shall guard my statutes, and do them. I am Yahuwah Mekodishkim. For everyone that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. He has cursed his father or his mother, his blood shall be upon him. And the man that breaks wedlock with another man's woman, even he that breaks wedlock with his neighbor's woman, the man and the woman that breaks wedlock shall surely be put to death. And the man that lies with his father's woman has uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have wrought confusion. Their blood shall be upon them. If a man also lie with mankind, as he lies with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man take a woman and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall be burnt with fire, both he and they, that there be no wickedness among you. And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and ye shall slay the beast. And if a woman approach unto any beast, and lie down thereto, you shall kill the woman and the beast. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, and they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness. He shall bear his iniquity. And if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, he has discovered her fountain, and she has uncovered the fountain of her blood, and both of them shall be cut off from among their people. And you shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, nor of your father's sister, for he uncovers his near kin. They shall bear their iniquity. And if a man shall lie with his uncle's woman, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin. They shall die childless. And if a man shall take his brother's woman, it is an unclean thing. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless. Ye shall therefore guard all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them, that the land whither I bring you to dwell therein spew you not out. And ye shall not walk in the manner of the nation which I cast out before you, for they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land, and I will give unto you to possess it, a land that flows with milk and honey. I am Yahuwah Elohaikum, which have separated you from other people. Ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowls and clean. And ye shall not make your souls abominable by beast, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creeps on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And ye shall be holy unto me, for I, Yahuwah, am holy, and have severed you from other people, that ye should be mine. A man also, or a woman that has a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be upon them.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 21. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Speak unto the priests, the sons of Aharon, and say unto them, There shall none be defiled for the dead among his people, but for his kin that is near unto him, that is, for his mother, and for his father, and for his son, and for his daughter, and for his brother, and for his sister a virgin, that is nigh unto him, which has had no man, for her may he be defiled. But he shall not defile himself, being a chief among his people, to profane himself. They shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave off the corners of their beard, nor make any cuttings in their flesh. They shall be holy unto their Elohim, and not profane the name of their Elohim. for the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, and the bread of their Elohim they do offer. Therefore they shall be holy. They shall not take a woman that is a whore, or profane, neither shall they take a woman put away from her man, for he is holy unto his Elohim. You shall sanctify him therefore, for he offers the bread of your Elohim. He shall be holy unto you, for I, Yahweh, which sanctify you, am holy. And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profanes her father, she shall be burnt with fire. And he that is high priest among his brethren, upon whose head the anointing oil was poured, and that is consecrated to put on the garments, shall not uncover his head, nor rend his clothes. Neither shall he go in to any dead body, nor defile himself for his father, or for his mother. Neither shall he go out of the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his Elohim, for the crown of the anointing oil of his Elohim is upon him. I am Yahweh. And he shall take a woman in her virginity, a widow or a divorced woman, or profane, or a harlot, these shall he not take, but he shall take a virgin of his own people to be his woman. Neither shall he profane his seed among his people, for I, Yahweh, do sanctify him.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon, saying, Whosoever he be of your seed in their generations, that has any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his Elohim. For whosoever man he be that has a blemish, he shall not approach, a blind man or a lame, or he that has a flat nose, or anything superfluous, or a man that is broken-footed, or broken-handed, or crook-backed, or a dwarf, or that has a blemish in his eye, or be scurvy, or scabbed, or has his stones broken. No man that has a blemish of the seed of Aharon the priest shall come nigh to offer the offerings of Yahweh, made by fire. He has a blemish. He shall not come nigh to offer the bread of his Elohim. He shall not eat the bread of his Elohim, both of the most holy and of the holy. Only he shall not go in unto the veil, nor come nigh unto the altar, because he has a blemish, that he profane not my sanctuaries, for I, Yahweh, do sanctify them.
And Moshe told it unto Aharon, and to his sons, and to all the children of Yashrael. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 22. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon and to his sons, that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Yasharel, and that they profane not my holy name in those things, which they hallow unto me. I am Yahweh. Say unto them, Whosoever he be of all your seed among your generations, that goes unto the holy things, which the children of Yasharel hallow unto Yahweh, having his uncleanness upon him, that soul shall be cut off from my presence. I am Yahweh. What man soever of the seed of Aharon is a leper, or has a running issue, he shall not eat of the holy things until he be clean. And whoso touches anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goes from him, or whosoever touches any creeping thing whereby he may be made unclean, or a man of whom he may take uncleanness, whatsoever uncleanness he has, the soul which has touched any such thing shall be unclean until evening, and shall not eat of the holy things, unless he wash his flesh with water. And when the sun is down, he shall be clean, and shall afterward eat of the holy things, because it is his food. That which dies of itself, or is torn with beasts, he shall not eat, to defile himself therewith. I am Yahweh. They shall therefore guard my ordinance, lest they bear sin for it, and die therefore. If they profane it, I, Yahweh, do sanctify them. There shall no stranger eat of the holy thing. A sojourner of the priest, or a hired servant, shall not eat of the holy thing. But if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it. And he that is born in his house, they shall eat of his meat. If the priest's daughter also be married unto a stranger, she may not eat of an offering of the holy things. But if the priest's daughter be a widow or divorced, and have no child, and is returned unto her father's house, as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's meat, but there shall no stranger eat thereof. And if a man eat of the holy thing unwittingly, then he shall put the fifth part thereof unto it, and shall give it unto the priest with the holy thing. And they shall not profane the holy things of the children of Yasharel, which they offer unto Yahweh, or suffer them to bear the iniquity of trespass when they eat their holy things. For I, Yahweh, do sanctify them.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Speak unto El Aharon, and to his sons, and unto all the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, Whatsoever he be of the house of Yasharel, or of the strangers in Yasharel, that will offer his oblation for all his vows, and for all his freewill offerings, which they will offer unto Yahweh for a burnt offering, ye shall offer at your own will a male without blemish, of the cattle, of the sheep, or of the goats. But whatsoever has a blemish, that shall ye not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you. And whosoever offers a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahweh to accomplish his vow, or a freewill offering in cattle or sheep, it shall be perfect to be accepted. There shall be no blemish therein. Blind or broken, or maimed, or having a running sore, or scurvy, or scabbed, ye shall not offer these unto Yahweh, nor make an offering by fire of them upon the altar unto Yahweh. Either a bullock or a lamb that has anything superfluous or lacking in his parts, that may you offer for a freewill offering, but for a vow it shall not be accepted. Ye shall not offer unto Yahweh that which is bruised, or crushed, or broken, or cut, neither shall ye make any offerings thereof in your land. Neither from a stranger's hand shall ye offer the bread of your Elohim, of any of these, because their corruption is in them, and blemishes be in them. They shall not be accepted for you.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
When a bullock or a sheep or a goat is brought forth, then it shall be 7 days under the dam, and from the 8th day and thenceforth it shall be accepted for an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And whether it be cow or ewe, ye shall not kill it, and her young, both in 1 day. And when ye offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving unto Yahweh, offer it at your own will. On the same day it shall be eaten up. Ye shall leave none of it until the morrow. I am Yahweh. Therefore shall ye guard my commandments, and do them. I am Yahweh. Neither shall ye profane my holy name, but I will be hallowed among the children of Yasharel. I am Yahweh, which hallow you, that brought you out of the land of Mizraim, to be your Elohim. I am Yahweh.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 23. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them concerning the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy assemblies. Even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest, a holy assembly. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. These are the feasts of Yahweh, even holy assemblies, which ye shall proclaim in their appointed times. In the 14th day of the 1st month, at evening, is Yahweh's Pesach. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of Matzah unto Yahweh. 7 days ye must eat matzah, unleavened bread. In the 1st day ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh 7 days. In the 7th day is a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest. And he shall wave the sheaf before Yahweh, to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. And ye shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf a he-lamb without blemish of the first year for a burnt offering unto Yahuwah. And the meat offering thereof shall be 2/10 deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah for a sweet savor. And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the 4th part of a hin. And ye shall eat neither bread nor parched grain, nor green ears, until the selfsame day that ye have brought an offering unto your Elohim. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering, 7 Shavuot. Sabbaths shall be complete. Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall offer a new meat offering unto Yahuwah. Ye shall bring out of your habitations 2 wave loaves of 2/10 deals. They shall be of fine flour. They shall be baken with leaven. They are the first fruits unto Yahuwah. And ye shall offer with the bread 7 lambs without blemish of the first year, and 1 bullock, and 2 rams. They shall be for a burnt offering unto Yahuwah, with their meat offering and their drink offerings, even an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yahuwah. Then ye shall sacrifice 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of the first year for a sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering before Yahuwah. With the 2 lambs, they shall be holy to Yahuwah for the priest. And ye shall proclaim on the selfsame day that it may be a holy assembly unto you. Ye shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute forever in your dwellings throughout your generations. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, you shall not make clean riddance of the corners of your field when you reap. Neither shall you gather any gleanings of your harvest. You shall leave them unto the poor and to the stranger. I am Yahuwah Elohim.
And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, In the 7th month, on the first day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of shofarot, Yom Teruah, the feast of trumpets, the day of the awakening blast, a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah.
And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Also on the 10th day of this 7th month is Yom Kippurim, the day of atonement. It shall be a holy assembly unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is Yom Kippurim, to make an atonement for you before Yahuwah Elohim. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that does any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, in all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at evening. From evening unto evening shall ye celebrate your Sabbath.
And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, The 15th day of this 7th month shall be the feast of Sukkot, tabernacles, for 7 days unto Yahuwah. On the first day shall be a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. On the 8th day shall be a holy assembly unto you, and ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein. These are the feasts of Yahuwah, which ye shall proclaim to be holy assemblies, to offer an offering made by fire unto Yahuwah, a burnt offering and a meat offering, a sacrifice and drink offerings, everything upon his day. Besides the Shavuot, Sabbaths of Yahuwah, and beside your gifts, and beside all your vows, and beside all your freewill offerings, which ye give unto Yahuwah. Also in the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto Yahuwah 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, And on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. And ye shall take you on the first day the boughs of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, and the boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh Elohim 7 days. And ye shall keep it a feast unto Yahweh 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th month. Ye shall dwell in sukkahs, booths, 7 days. All that are Yasharel born shall dwell in sukkahs, that your generations may know that I made the children of Yasharel to dwell in sukkahs, when I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahweh Elohim.
And Moshe declared unto the children of Yasharel the feasts of Yahweh. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 24. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Command the children of Yasharel that they bring unto you pure olive oil, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually, without the veil of the testimony. In the tabernacle of the assembly shall Aharon order it from the evening unto the morning before Yahweh continually. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. He shall order the lamps upon the pure menorah, 7-branched candlestick, before Yahweh continually. And you shall take fine flour, and bake 12 cakes thereof. 2/10 deals shall be in 1 cake. And you shall set them in 2 rows, 6 on a row, upon the pure table before Yahweh. And you shall put pure frankincense upon each row, that it may be on the bread for a memorial, even a memorial made by fire unto Yahweh. Every Sabbath he shall set it in order before Yahweh continually, being taken from the children of Yasharel by an everlasting covenant. And it shall be Aharon and his sons, and they shall eat it in the holy place, for it is most holy unto him of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, by a perpetual statute.
And the son of a Yashareliteth woman, whose father was a Mitzri, went out among the children of Yasharel. And this son of the Yashareliteth woman and a man of Yasharel strove together in the camp. And the Yashareliteth woman's son blasphemed the name of Yahweh, and cursed. And they brought him unto Moshe, and his mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Divri, of the tribe of Dan. And they put him in ward, that the mind of Yahweh might be showed them. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Bring forth him that has cursed without the camp, and let all that heard him lay their hands upon his head, and let all the assembly stone him. And you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, Whosoever curses his Elohim shall bear his sin. And he that blasphemes the name of Yahweh, he shall surely be put to death. And all the assembly shall certainly stone him, as well the stranger, as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemes the name of Yahweh, shall be put to death. And he that kills any man shall surely be put to death. And he that kills a beast shall make it good, beast for beast. And if a man cause a blemish in his neighbor, as he has done, so shall it be done to him. Breach for breach, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. As he has caused a blemish in a man, so shall it be done to him again. And he that kills a beast, he shall restore it. And he that kills a man, he shall be put to death. Ye shall have one manner of law, as well for the stranger, as for one of your own country. For I am Yahweh Elohim.
And Moshe spoke to the children of Yasharel, that they should bring forth him that had cursed out of the camp, and stone him with stones. And the children of Yasharel did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 25. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in Mount Sinai, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath unto Yahweh. 6 years you shall sow your field, and 6 years you shall prune your vineyard, and gather in the fruit thereof. But in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for Yahuwah. You shall neither sow your field, nor prune your vineyard. That which grows of its own accord of your harvest you shall not reap, neither gather the grapes of your vine undressed, for it is a year of rest unto the land. And the Sabbath of the land shall be food for you and for your servant, and for your maid, and for your hired servant, and for your stranger that sojourns with you, and for your cattle, and for the beasts that are in your land, shall all the increase thereof be meat. And you shall number 7 Shabbathot, Sabbaths of years unto you, 7 times 7 years, and the space of the 7 Shabbathot of years shall be unto you 49 years. Then shall you cause the shofar of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month, in Yom Kippurim, the Day of Atonement, shall ye make the shofar sound throughout all your land. And ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. A jubilee shall that 50th year be unto you. You shall not sow, neither reap that which grows of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in it of your vine undressed. For it is the Jubilee, it shall be holy unto you. Ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. In the year of this Jubilee, ye shall return every man unto his possession. And if ye sell aught unto your neighbor, or buy aught of your neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. According to the number of years after the Jubilee, you shall buy of your neighbor, and according unto the number of years of the fruits, he shall sell unto you. According to the multitude of years, you shall increase the price thereof, and according to the fewness of years, you shall diminish the price of it. For according to the number of the years of the fruits, he sells unto you. Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but you shall fear your Elohim, for I am Yahuwah Elohaikum. Wherefore ye shall do my statutes, and guard my judgments, and do them, and ye shall dwell in the land in safety. And the land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your fill, and dwell therein in safety. And if ye say, what shall we eat the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow, nor gather in our increase. Then I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth fruit for 3 years. And ye shall sow the 8th year, and eat yet of old fruit until the 9th year. Until her fruits come in, ye shall eat of the old store. The land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. And in all the land of your possession ye shall grant a redemption for the land. If your brother be waxen poor, and has sold away some of his possession, and if any of his kin come to redeem it, then shall he redeem that which his brother sold. And if the man have not to redeem it, and himself be able to redeem it, then let him count the years of the sale thereof, and restore the overplus unto the man whom he sold it, that he may return unto his possession. But if he be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the hand of him that has bought it until the year of Jubilee. And in the Jubilee it shall go out, and he shall return unto his possession. And if a man sell a dwelling house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it is sold. Within a full year may he redeem it. And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him, that brought it throughout his generations. It shall not go out in the Jubilee. But the houses of the villages which have no wall round about them shall be counted as the fields of the country. They may be redeemed, and they shall go out in the Jubilee. Notwithstanding, the cities of the Leviim, of the houses of the cities of their possession, may the Leviim redeem at any time. And if a man purchases of the Leviim, then the house that was sold and the city of his possession shall go out in the year of Jubilee. For the houses of the cities of the Leviim are their possession among the children of Yasharel. But the field of the suburbs of their cities may not be sold, for it is their perpetual possession. And if your brother be waxen poor and fallen in decay with you, then you shall relieve him, yea, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with you. Take no usury of him, or increase, but fear your Elohim, that your brother may live with you. You shall not give him your money upon usury, nor lend him your victuals for increase. I am Yahuwah Elohaikum, which brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your Elohim. And if your brother that dwells by you be waxen poor, and be sold unto you, you shall not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as a hired servant, and as a sojourner. He shall be with you, and shall serve you unto the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from you, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. They shall not be sold as bondmen. You shall not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear your Elohim. Both your bondmen and your bondmaids, which you shall have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Yasharel, you shall not rule one over another with rigor. And if a sojourner or a stranger wax rich by you, and your brother that dwells by him wax poor, and sell himself unto the stranger or sojourner by you, or to the stock of the stranger's family, after that he is sold, he may be redeemed again. One of his brethren may redeem him. Either his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or any that is nigh of kin unto him of his family may redeem him, or if he be able, he may redeem himself. And he shall reckon with him that bought him from the year that he was sold unto him, unto the year of Jubilee. And the price of his sale shall be according to the number of years, according to the time of a hired servant shall it be with him. If there be yet many years behind, according unto them he shall give again the price of his redemption, out of the money that he was bought for. And if there remain but few years unto the year of Jubilee, then he shall count with him, and according unto his years shall he give him again the price of his redemption. And as a yearly hired servant shall be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him in your sight. And if he be not redeemed in these years, then he shall go out in the year of Jubilee, both he and his children with him. For unto me the children of Yasharel are servants. They are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahuwah Elohaikum.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 26.
Ye shall make you no idols, nor graven image, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land, to bow down unto it. For I am Yahuwah Elohaikum. Ye shall guard my Sabbaths, and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahuwah. If ye walk in my statutes, and guard my commandments, and do them, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. And your threshing shall reach unto the vintage, and the vintage shall reach unto the sowing time, and ye shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land safely. And I will give peace in the land, lying down with nothing to fear, and the Sabbath of life. Though evil be part of the land, there is no sword to bring in the land. And ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. For I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish my covenant with you. And ye shall eat old store, and bring forth the old because of the new. And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and will be your Elohim, and ye shall be my people. I am Yahuwah Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, that ye should not be their bondmen. And I have broken the bands of your yoke, and made you go upright. But if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all these commandments, and if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant, I also will do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning on, that shall consume the eyes, and cause sorrow of heart, and ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursues you. And if ye will not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. And I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your heaven as iron, and your earth as brass. And your strength shall be spent in vain, for your land shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land yield their fruits. And if ye walk contrary unto me, and will not hearken unto me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your sins. I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. And if ye will not be reformed by me by these things, but will walk contrary unto me, then will I walk contrary unto you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your sins. And I will bring a sword upon you, that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. And when ye are gathered together within your cities, I will send the pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. And when I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver you your bread again by weight, and ye shall eat, and not be satisfied. And if ye will not for all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then I will walk contrary unto you also in fury, and I, even I, will chastise you 7 times for your sins. And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. And I will destroy your high places, and cut down your images, and cast your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols, and my soul shall abhor you. And I will make your cities waste, and bring your sanctuaries unto desolation. And I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. And I will bring the land unto desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. And I will scatter you among the heathen, and will draw out my sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then shall the land enjoy her Shabbathot, as long as it lies desolate, and ye be in your enemy's land. Even then shall the land rest, and enjoy her Shabbathot. As long as it lies desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Shabbathot, when ye dwelt upon it. And upon them that are left alive of you, I will send a faintness into their hearts, in the land of their enemies, and the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when none pursues. And they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword, when none pursues, and ye have no power to stand before your enemies. And ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. And they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity, in your enemies' lands, and also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. If they shall confess their iniquity, and the iniquity of their fathers, with their transgressions which they transgressed against me, and that also they have walked contrary unto me, and that I also have walked contrary unto them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies, if then their uncircumcised heart be humbled, and they then accept of the punishment of their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Yaakov, and also my covenant with Yitzhak, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land. The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbathot, while she lies desolate without them. And they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, because they despised my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. And yet, for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I abhor them, to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them. For I am Yahweh Elohim. But I will for their sakes remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, in the sight of the heathen, that I might be their Elohim. I am Yahweh.
These are the commandments and judgments and Torah, which Yahweh made between him and the children of Yisrael in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moshe. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 27. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, when a man shall make a singular vow, the persons shall be for Yahuwah by your estimation. And your estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old, even unto 60 years old. Even your estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And if it be a female, then your estimation shall be 30 shekels. And if it be from 5 years old, even unto 20 years old, then your estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. And if it be from a month old, even unto 5 years old, then your estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver, and for the female your estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then your estimation shall be 15 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. But if he be poorer than your estimation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall value him according to his ability. That vowed shall the priest value him. And if it be a beast, whereof men bring an offering unto Yahuwah, all that any man gives of such unto Yahuwah shall be holy. He shall not alter it, nor change it, a good for a bad, or a bad for a good. And if he shall at all change beast for beast, then it and the exchange thereof shall be holy. And if it be any unclean beast, of which they do not offer a sacrifice unto Yahuwah, then he shall present the beast before the priest. And the priest shall value it, whether it be good or bad, as you value it. Who are the priest, so shall it be. But if he will at all redeem it, then he shall add a 5th part thereof unto your estimation. And when a man shall sanctify his house to be holy unto Yahuwah, then the priest shall estimate it, whether it be good or bad. As the priest shall estimate it, so shall it stand. And if he that sanctified it will redeem his house, then he shall add the 5th part of the money of your estimation unto it, and it shall be his. And if a man shall sanctify unto Yahuwah some part of a field of his possession, then your estimation shall be according to the seed thereof. A omer of barley seed shall be valued at 50 shekels of silver. If he sanctify his field from the year of Jubilee, according to your estimation, it shall stand. But if he sanctify his field after the Jubilee, then the priest shall reckon unto him the money according to the years that remain, even unto the year of Jubilee, and it shall be abated from your estimation. And if he that sanctified the field will in any wise redeem it, then he shall add the 5th part of the money of your estimation unto it, and it shall be assured to him. And if he will not redeem the field, or if he have sold the field to another man, it shall not be redeemed any more. But the field, when it goes out in the Jubilee, shall be holy unto Yahuwah. As a field devoted, the possession thereof shall be the priest's. And if a man sanctify unto Yahuwah a field which he has bought, which is not of the fields of his possession, Then the priest shall reckon unto him the worth of your estimation, even unto the year of the Jubilee. And he shall give your estimation in that day as a holy thing unto Yahweh. In the year of the Jubilee the field shall return unto him of whom it was bought, even to him to whom the possession of the land did belong. And all your estimation shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary. 20 gerahs shall be the shekel. Only the firstling of the beasts, which should be Yahuwah's firstling. No man shall sanctify it, whether it be ox or sheep. It is Yahuwah's. And if it be of an unclean beast, and he shall redeem it according to your estimation, and shall add a fifth part of it thereto, or if it be not redeemed, then it shall be sold according to your estimation. Notwithstanding, no devoted thing that a man shall devote unto Yahweh of all that he has, both of man and beast, and of the field of his possession, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy unto Yahweh. None devoted which shall be devoted of men shall be redeemed, but shall surely be put to death. And all the tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land, or of the fruit of the tree, is Yahuwah's. It is holy unto Yahuwah. And if a man shall at all redeem aught of his tithes, he shall add thereto the fifth part thereof. And concerning the tithe of the herd, or of the flock, even of whatsoever passes under the rod, the 10th shall be holy unto Yahweh. He shall not search whether it be good or bad, neither shall he change it. And if he change it at all, then both it and the change thereof shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed.
These are the commandments which Yahweh commanded Moshe for the children of Yisrael in Mount Sinai. Mick Roberts, who's with me now. Justin Best from Christian Truthers will be joining us in a little bit, and Jeremy Fox. So 2 Adams, 2 Justins, and a Jeremy. So I'm going to do a screen share, and we will get started. Oops. Okay. Genesis. Bereshit. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Ruach Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good, and Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. And Elohim said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And Elohim made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And Elohim said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and gathering together of the waters called he seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth." And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and a tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And Elohim said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for appointed feasts, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And Elohim made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And Elohim said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and the fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And Elohim created great sea monsters, and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And Elohim said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle, and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created he them. And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said unto them, be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. And Elohim said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree which is in the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for food. And it was so. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Genesis 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day Elohim ended his work which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth, when they were created, in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh Elohim formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into four heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is, which compasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good, and there is Delim and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon, the same it is that compasseth the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is, which goes toward the east of Ashur. And the fourth river is Perath. And Yahweh Elohim took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to guard it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded man, saying, of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it. From the day that you eat thereof you shall surely die. Yahweh Elohim said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him. And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto the man to see what he would call them. And whatsoever the man called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And the man gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for the man there is not found a helpmeet for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And the man said, This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his woman, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, and the man and his woman were not ashamed. Genesis 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, as Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For Elohim knows that in the day that you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her man with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them were both were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden of the cool of the day, and the man and his woman hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim amongst the trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him, Where are you? And he said, I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree whereof I commanded you that you should not eat? And the man said, The woman who you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said unto the woman, What is this that you have done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent, Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field, and upon your belly shall you go, and dust shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow shall you bring forth children, and your desire shall be to your man, and he shall rule over you. But unto Adam he said, Because you have hearkened unto the voice of your woman, and have eaten of the tree which I commanded you, saying, Ye shall not eat of it, cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow shall you eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and ye shall eat the herb of the field. And the sweat of your face shall you eat bread, till you return unto the ground. For out of it you were taken, for dust you are, and unto dust shall you return. And Adam called his woman's name Hua, because she was the mother of all living. And unto Adam also and to his woman did Yahweh Elohim make coats of skins, and clothe them. And Yahweh Elohim said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim, and a flaming sword with which turned every way to guard the way of the tree of life. Genesis 4. And Adam knew Hua his woman, and she conceived and bore Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from Yahweh. And she again bore his brother Havel, and Havel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto Yahweh. And Havel also brought of the firstlings of his flock and the fat thereof. Yahweh had respect unto Havel and to his offering. But unto Cain and his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Why are you wroth? And why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall you not be accepted? And if you do not well, sin lies at the door, and unto you shall be his desire, and you shall rule over him. And Cain talked with Havel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Havel his brother, and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain, Where is Havel your brother? And he said, I know not. Am I to guard my brother? And he said, What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries unto me from the ground. And now you are cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto you her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall you be in the earth. And Cain said unto Yahweh, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from your face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that finds me shall slay me. And Yahweh said unto him, therefore, whosoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his woman, and she conceived and bore Hanok. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Hanok. And unto Hanok was born Irad, and Irad begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methusael, and Methusael begat Lamech. And Lamech took unto him 2 women. The name of one was Ada, and the name of the other was Silla. And Ada bore Yabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Yuval. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Silla, she also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and in iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his woman, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, you woman of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold. And Adam knew his woman again, and she bore a son, and called his name Seth. For Elohim said she, has appointed me another seed instead of Havel, whom Cain slew. And to Seth, to him also there was born a son, and he called his name Enosh. Then began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. Genesis 5. This is the Sefer of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, and the day where they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begat a son in his own likeness after his image, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begat Enosh. And Seth lived after he begat Enosh 807 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years, and begat Canaan. And Enosh lived after he begat Canaan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begot Mahalalel 840 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begot Yared. And Mahalalel lived after he begot Yared 830 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Yared lived 162 years, and begot Hanok. And Yared lived after he begot Hanok 800 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Yared were 962 years, and he died. And Hanok lived 65 years, and begot Methuselah. And Hanok walked with Elohim after he begot Methuselah 300 years, and begot sons and daughters. All the days of Hanok were 365 years. And Hanok walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And Methuselah lived 807 years, and begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begot a son. And he called his name Noach, saying, the same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahweh has cursed. And Lamech lived after he begot Noach 595 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noach was 500 years old, and Noach begot Shem, Ham, and Japheth. All right, Genesis 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them women of all which they chose. And Yahweh said, my ruach shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were Nephilim in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the same became warriors and tyrants, which were of ancient times, men of infamy. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And Yahweh repented that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for I repent that I have made them. But Noach found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noach. Noach was a just man and perfect in his generations, and Noach walked with Elohim. And Noach begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noach, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make you an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shall you make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without pitch. Within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which you shall make of it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shall you make to the ark, and in a cubit shall you finish it above. And the door of the ark you shall set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shall you make it. And behold, even I do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life, from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with you will I establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, you, and your sons, and your woman, and your sons' women with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. Of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every sort shall come unto you, to keep them alive. And take unto you of all the food that is eaten, and ye shall gather it to you, and it shall be for food for you and for them. Thus did Noach according to all that Elohim commanded him, so did he. Genesis 7. And Yahweh said unto Noach, come you and all your house into the ark, for you have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast ye shall take to you by 7s, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by 7s, the male and female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days I will cause it to rain upon the earth, 40 days and 40 nights. Every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noach did according unto all that Yahweh commanded him. And Noach was 600 years old when the flood of the waters was upon the earth. And Noach went in, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creeps upon the earth. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noach into the ark, the male and the female, as Elohim had commanded Noach. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noach's life, in the 2nd month, in the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and the selfsame day entered Noach, and Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, the the sons of Noah, Noah's woman, and the 3 women of his sons with them into the ark. They, and every beast after his kind, and all cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as Elohim had commanded him, and Yahweh shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased and bore up the ark, and it was lift up above the earth. And the waters prevailed and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle, and of beasts, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the heavens, and they were destroyed from the earth, and Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Genesis 8. And Elohim remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from the heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of the 150 days the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven which went to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the earth, face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came in to him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 7 and 20th day of the month, the earth dried. And Elohim spoke unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, you and your woman, and your sons women with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you, of all flesh, both of fowl and of the cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creeps upon the earth after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah built an altar unto Yahweh, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahweh smelled a sweet savor. And Yahweh said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fish of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. At the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply, and bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And Elohim spoke unto Noah and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out from the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And Elohim said, This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all the earth, all the flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah, This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be Yahweh Elohai of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Genesis 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gimmer, and Magog, and Madai, and Yavan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tirach. And the sons of Gimmer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarma. And the sons of Yavan, Elisha, Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the other nations divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mitzrayim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Heva, Havilah, Kavta, and Raama, Kavteka. And the sons of Raama, Sheva, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod, and he began to be a warrior and hunter in the earth. He was a warrior and a hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the warrior hunter before Yahweh. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Kelach. And Resen, between Nineveh and Kelach, the same is a great city. And Mitzrayim begat Ludim, and Anamim, and Lehavim, and Naphtuchim, and Pathrusim and Kalusim, out of whom came Pelishtim, and Kaphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Yebusi, and the Emori, and the Girgashi, and the Chevi, and the Arki, and the Chini, and the Arvadi, and the Tsemari, and the Hamathi, and afterward were the families of the Canaanim spread abroad. And the border of Canaanim was from Sidon as you come unto Gerar, unto Gaza as you go unto Sodom and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Sevim, and even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. And unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. And the children of Shem, Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begat Shelach, and Shelach begat Eber. And unto Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days the earth was divided. And his brother's name was Yoktan. Yoktan begat Almodad, and Shelef, and Chatzar Maveth, and Yerach, and Hadoram, and Uzal, and Dikla, and Oval, and Avimael, and Shiva, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Yovav. All these were the sons of Yoktan. And their dwelling was from Mesha as you go unto Sephar, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noach, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Genesis 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick, and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto the heavens, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And Yahweh came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men built. And Yahweh said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad 500 years and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years and begat Shelach. Arphaxad lived after he begat Shelach 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Shelach lived 30 years and begat Eber. And Shelach lived after he begat Eber 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 430 years and begat Peleg. And Eber lived after he begat Peleg 430 years and begat sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begat Reu 209 years and begat sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years and begat Serug. And Reu lived after he begat Serug 207 years and begat sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and begat Nahor. And Serug lived after he begat Nahor 200 years and begat sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 920 years and begat Terach. And Nahor lived after he begat Terach 119 years and begat sons and daughters. And Terach lived 70 years and begat Avram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terach. Terach begat Avram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begat Lot. And Haran died before his father Terach in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Kasdim. And Avram and Nahor took them women. The name of Avram's woman was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's woman Milcah. In the name of Nahor's woman Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah and the father of Yechan. But Sarai was barren, she had no child. And Terach took Avram's son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Avram's woman, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Kasdim, to go into the land of Canaan, and they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terach were 205 years, and Terach died in Haran. Genesis 12. Now Yahweh had said unto Avram, Get you out of your country, and from your kindred, and from your father's house, unto a land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you, and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless you, and curse him that curses you. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Avram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Avram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Avram took Sarai his woman, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. They went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. And Avram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Avram, and said, Unto your seed will I give this land. And there built he an altar unto Yahweh, who had appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh, and called upon the name of Yahweh. And Avram journeyed, going on still towards the Negev. And there was a famine in the land, and Avram went down into Mitzrayim to sojourn there, and for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Mitzrayim, that he said unto Sarai his woman, Behold now, I know that you are a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass, when the Mitzrayim shall see you, that they shall say, This is his woman, and they will kill me, but they will save you alive. Say, I pray you, you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and my soul shall live because of you. And it came to pass, that when Avram was come into Mitzrayim, that Mitzrayim beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh, and the woman was taken to Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Avram well for her sake, and he had sheep and oxen, and he asses, and men servants, and maidservants, and she asses, and camels. And Yahweh plagued Pharaoh, and his house was with great plagues because of Sarai, Avram's woman. And Pharaoh called Avram and said, What is this that you have done unto me? Why did you not tell me that she was your woman? Why said you, She is my sister, so I might have taken to her to be my woman? Now therefore, behold, your woman, take her and go your way. And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his woman, and all that he had. And Avram went up out of Mitzrayim, he and his woman, and all that he had, and Lot with him into the Negev. And Avram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journey from the Negev even to Bethel, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And there Avram called on the name of Yahweh. And Lot also, which went with Avram, had flocks and herds and tents. And the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for the substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Avram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Avram said unto Lot, Let there be no strife, I pray you, between me and you, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself, I pray you, from me. And if you will take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes and beheld all the circle of the Yarden, that it was well watered everywhere, before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Mitzrayim, as you come unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the circle of the Yarden, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves the one from the other. Avram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the circle of the Yarden, and pitched his tent towards Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before Yahweh exceedingly. Yahweh said unto Avram, after that Lot was separated from him, lift up your eyes now, and look from the place where you are northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which you see, to you will I give it, and to your seed forever. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall your seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it, and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto you. Then Avram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto Yahweh. Genesis 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elakar, and Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinav, king of Admah, and Shem-Eber, king of Zebaim, and the king of Bela, which is Soar. All these were joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Chedorlaomer. In the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Emim in Shave Kirathim, and the Horim in Mount Seir unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to Ain Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of Amalekim, and also the Amorim that dwelt in Chatzon Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zevim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the valley of Siddim, with Chedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elakar, 4 kings with 5. And the valley of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountains. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Avram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Avram the Ivri, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre the Emori, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Avram. And when Avram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, and he and his servants by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hova, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him at the valley of Shaveh, which is the king's valley. And Melchizedek, king of Shalem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of El Elyon. And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Avram of El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be El Elyon, which has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto El Avram, Give me the persons, and take the goods to yourselves. And Avram said to the king of Sodom, I have lifted up my hand unto El Yahweh, El Elyon, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread, even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Avram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. Genesis 15. After these things, the word of Yahweh came unto El Avram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Avram, I am your shield and your exceeding great reward. And Avram said, Adonai Yahweh, what will you give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus. And Avram said, behold, to me you have given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my heir. And behold, the word of Yahweh came unto him, saying, this shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own generation shall be your heir. And he brought him forth abroad and said, look now toward the heavens, and count the stars, if you be able to number them. And he said unto him, so shall your seed be. And he believed in Yahweh, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him, I am Yahweh that brought you out of Ur of the Kasdim to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, Adonai Yahweh, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against the other, but the birds he divided not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Avram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Avram, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Avram, know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance. And ye shall go to your fathers in peace, ye shall be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorim is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace, and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In the same day Yahweh cut a covenant with Avram, saying, unto your seed have I given this land, from the river of Mitzrayim unto the great river, the river Pereth. The Cananim, and the Kenizim, and the Kadmonim, and the Hittim, and the Perizim, and the Rephaim, and the Amorim, and the Cananim, and the Girgashim, and the Yebusim. And here we will stop and change over. And I see Justin Best is with us. So Justin McRoberts, Justin is going to take the next portion because he's got a limited time. Welcome, brother Justin. Muted, I think, maybe. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry about that. Shalom.
There you are. Welcome, brother.
Thank you.
So we just left off at the end of 15. So do you want to pick it up? You can have a screen share and pick it up at 16.
Yep, absolutely. Genesis chapter 16, Sarai and Hagar. Now Sarai, Abram's woman, bore him no children, and she had a handmaid, a Mitzri, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, behold now, Yahweh has restrained me from bearing. I pray you, go in unto my maid, that I obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's woman, took Hagar, her maid, the Mitzrayim, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her man Abram to be his woman. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram, my wrong be upon you. I have given my maid into your bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. Yahweh judge between me and you. But Abram said unto Sarai, behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of Yahweh found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by a fountain in the way of Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence came you, and whither will you go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, return to your mistress, and submit yourself under her hands. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, I will multiply your seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, behold, you are with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Yishmael, because Yahweh has heard your affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him, and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. And she called the name of Yahweh that spoke unto her, You, El, see me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him that sees me? Wherefore the well was called Ber Lachoroi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bore, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Genesis 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said unto him, I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be perfect, and I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. Neither shall your name any more be called Abram, but your name shall be called Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made you. And I will make you exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you and your seed after you in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be Elohim unto you and to your seed after you. And I will give unto you and to your seed after you the land wherein you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim. And Elohim said unto Abraham, You shall guard my covenant, therefore, you and your seed after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall guard, between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a sign of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every male child in your generations. He that is born in the house or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of your seed. He that is born in your house, and he that is bought with your money, must need to be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. And Elohim said unto Abraham, As for Sarai your woman, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. And I will bless her, and give you a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, bear? And Abraham said unto Elohim, Oh, that Ishmael might live before you. And Elohim said, Sarah your woman shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall call his name Yitzchak, and I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him fruitful, and I will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Yitzchak, which Sarah shall bear unto you at the set time in the next year. And he left off talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as Elohim had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. And Yahweh appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat at the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself towards the ground, and said, My Adonai, if now I have found favor in your sight, pass not away, I pray you, from your servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye in your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are you come to your servant. And he said, So do as you have said. And Abraham hastened it to the tent of Sarah and said, "Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth." And Abraham ran to the herd and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hastened to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, "Where is Sarah your woman?" And he said, "Behold, in the tent." And he said, "I will certainly return unto you according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah your woman shall have a son." And Sarah heard it in the tent door which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, "After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also?" And Yahuwah said unto Abraham, "Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for Yahuwah? At the time appointed I will return unto you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son." Then Sarah denied, saying, "I laughed not," for she was afraid. And he said, "Nay, but you did laugh." And the men rose up from thence and looked towards Sedom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And Yahuwah said, "Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children, his household after him, and they shall guard the way of Yahuwah, to do justice and judgment, that Yahuwah may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him." And Yahuwah said, "Because the cry of Sodom and Amorah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know." And the men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before Yahuwah. And Abraham drew near and said, "Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perchance there be 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from you. Shall not judge of all the earth do right?" And Yahuwah said, "If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes." And Abraham answered and said, "Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai, which am but dust and ashes. Perchance there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will you destroy all the city for a lack of 5? And he said, "If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it." And he spoke unto him yet again and said, "Perchance there shall be 40 found there." And he said, "I will not do it for 40's sake." And he said unto him, "Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak. Perchance there shall be 30 found there." And he said, "I will not do it if I find 30 there." And he said, "Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai. Perchance there shall be found 20 there." And he said, "I will not destroy it for 20's sake." And he said, "Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Perchance 10 shall be found there." And he said, "I will not destroy it for 10's sake." And Yahweh went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned unto his place. Genesis 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face towards the ground. And he said, "Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early and go on your ways." And they said, "Nay, but we will abide in the street all night." And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake matzah, unleavened bread, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him, "Where are the men which came in to you this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will need to be a judge. Now will we deal worse with you than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, Have you here any besides? Son-in-law, and your sons, and your daughters, and whatsoever you have in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahweh, and Yahweh has sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spoke unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take your woman and your 2 daughters, which are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his woman, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, Yahweh being merciful unto him, and they brought him forth and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said, Escape for your life, look not behind you, neither stay in all the circle of the Yarden. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed. And Lot said unto them, Oh, not so, my Adonai. Behold now, your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Make haste, escape thither, for I cannot do anything until you are come thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Soar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Soar. Then Yahweh rained upon Sodom and upon Amorah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of the heavens. And he overthrew those cities, and all the circle of the Yarden, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his woman looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yahweh. And he looked toward Sodom and Amorah, and toward all the land of the circle of the Yarden, and behold, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the circle of the Yarden, that Elohim remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Soar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Soar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in, and lay with her father, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go in, and lie with him, that we may preserve seed for our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also, and the younger arose, and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of Moabim unto this day. And the younger, she also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ami. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Genesis 20. Let's get a sip of water. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the country of the Negev, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of El-Sarah, his woman, She is my sister. And Avimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Avimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, you are but a dead man, for the woman which you have taken, for she is a man's woman. But Avimelech had not come near her, and he said, Adonai, will you slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself, said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocence of my hands have I done this. And Elohim said unto him in a dream, Yea, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I you not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his woman, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for you, and you shall live. And if you restore her not, know that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours. Therefore Avimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all things in their ears, and the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What have you done unto us? And what have I offended you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What saw you that you have done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought, surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they will slay me for my woman's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my woman. And it came to pass, when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is your kindness which you shall show unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, He is my brother. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his woman. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before you, dwell where it pleases you. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to you a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with you. And with all other, thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech and his woman, and his maidservants, and they bore children. For Yahweh had fast closed up the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sarah, Abraham's woman. Genesis 21. And Yahweh visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahweh did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which Elohim had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bore to him, Yitzchak. And Abraham circumcised his son Yitzchak, being 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Yitzchak was born unto him. And Sarah said, Elohim has made me to laugh, so that all here will laugh with me. And she said, Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. And the children grew and was weaned. And Abraham made a great feast the same day that Yitzchak was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Mitzrayim, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Yitzchak. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And Elohim said unto Abraham, Let it not be grievous in your sight because of the lad, and because of your bondwoman. And all that Sarah has said unto you, hearken unto her voice, for in Yitzchak shall your seed be called. And also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is your seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went and sat down over against him a good way off, as it were a bowshot. For she said, Let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him and lifted up her voice and wept. And Elohim heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of Elohim called to Hagar out of the heavens and said unto her, What ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for Elohim has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation. And Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And Elohim was with the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took him a woman out of the land of Mitzrayim. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Pekol, the chief captain of his host, spoke unto Abraham, saying, Elohim is with you in all that you do. Now therefore swear unto me here by Elohim that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto you, you shall do unto me, and to the land wherein you have sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I know not who has done this thing, neither did you tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them to Abimelech, and both of them cut a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What mean these 7 ewe lambs which you have set by themselves? And he said, For these 7 ewe lambs shall you take of my hand, and they may be a witness unto me that I have dug this well. Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swore, both of them. Thus they cut a covenant of Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Pekol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Pelishtim. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called there on the name of Yahweh El Olam. And Abraham sojourned in the Pelishtim's land many days. Genesis 22. And it came to pass after these things that Elohim did try Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now your son, your Yakid, Yitzchak, whom you love, and get you into the land of the Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell you of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Yitzchak his son, and clave wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place which Elohim has told him. Then on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Yitzchak his son. And he took the wood fire in his hand, and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Yitzchak spoke unto Abraham his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here I am, my son. And he said, Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, Elohim will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which Elohim had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Yitzchak his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of Yahweh called unto him out of the heavens, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here I am. And he said, Lay not your hand upon the lad, neither do you anything unto him. For now I know that you fear Elohim, seeing you have not withheld your son, your Yakid, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Yahweh Yireh, as it is said to this day, in the mount of Yahweh it shall be seen. And the angel of Yahweh called unto Abraham out of the heavens the second time, and said, By myself have I sworn, says Yahweh, for because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your Yachid, that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your seed as the stars of the heavens, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and your seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice. So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things, that it was told Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she has also borne children unto your brother Nachor, Huz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Kesed, and Chazo, and Pildash, and Yidlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel begat Rivkah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nachor, Abraham's brother. And his concubine, whose name was Reumah, she bore also Teva, and Gama, and Thahash, and Ma'akah. Genesis chapter 23. And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kiriath Arba. The name is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead and spoke unto the sons of Heth, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him, Hear us, my lord. You are a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury your dead. None of us shall withhold from you his sepulchre, but that you may bury your dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Sochar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of this field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place among you. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered, and Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gate of the city, saying, Nay, my lord, hear me. The field I give you, and the cave that is therein, I give it to you. In the presence of the sons of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead. And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spoke unto Ephron in the audience of the people and of the land, saying, But if you will give it, I pray you hear me. I will give you money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him, My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and you? Bury therefore your dead. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field, and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of the city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his woman in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. Genesis 24. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and Yahweh had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had, Put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by Yahuwah, the Elohai of heaven and the Elohai of the earth, that you shall not take a woman unto my son of the daughters of Canaanim, among whom I dwell. But you shall go unto my country and unto my kindred, and take a woman unto my son Yitzchak. And the servant said unto him, Perchance the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring your son again unto the land from whence you came? And Abraham said unto him, Beware that you bring not my son thither again. Yahuwah Elohai of heaven, which took me from my father's house and from the land of my kindred, and which spoke unto me, and that swore unto me, saying, Unto your seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before you, and you shall take a woman unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow you, then you shall be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose, and went to Aram Naharaim, unto the city of Nachor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said, O Yahuwah Elohai of my master, Abraham, I pray you, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master, Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down your pitcher, I pray you that I may drink. And she shall say, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. Let this same be she that you have appointed for your servant Yitzchak, and thereby shall I know that you have showed kindness unto my master. And it came to pass before he had done speaking, that behold, Rivkah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the woman of Nachor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well, and filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her, and said, Let me, I pray you, drink a little water of your pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord. And she hasted, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for your camels also, until they have done drinking. And she hasted, and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man wondering at her held his peace, to wit whether Yahweh had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekel weights of gold. And he said, Whose daughter are you? Tell me, I pray you, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge in? And she said unto him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, which she bore unto Nachor. She said moreover unto him, We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahuwah. And he said, Blessed be Yahuwah Elohai of my master Abraham, who has not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, Yahuwah led me to the house of my master's brethren. And the damsel ran, and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rivkah had a brother, and his name was Lavan. And Lavan ran out unto the man unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and the bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Rivkah his sister, saying, Thus spoke the man unto me, that he came unto the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, Come in, you blessed of Yahuwah, wherefore stand you without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels. And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told my errand. And he said, Speak on. And he said, I am Abraham's servant, and Yahweh has blessed my master greatly, and he has become great. And he has given him flocks and herds and silver and gold, and men servants and maidservants and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's woman, bore a son to my master when she was old, and unto him he has given all that he has. And my master made me swear, saying, You shall not take a woman to my son of the daughters of the Canaanim, in whose land I dwell. But you shall go to my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a woman unto my son. And I said unto my master, Perchance the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, Yahweh, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you, and prosper your way. And you shall take a woman for my son of the kindred and of my father's house. Then shall you be clear from this my oath, when you come to my kindred. And if they give not you one, you shall be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Yahweh Elohai of my master Abraham, if now you do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass that when the virgin comes forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray you, a little water of your pitcher to drink. And she say to me, Both drink you, and also I will draw for your camels. Let the same be the woman whom Yahweh has appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rivkah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down unto the well and drew water. And I said unto her, Let me drink, I pray you. And she made haste and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels to drink also. And I asked her and said, Whose daughter are you? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nachor's son, whom Milcah bore unto him. And I put the earring upon her face and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshipped Yahweh, and blessed Yahweh Elohai of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now, if ye will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, The thing proceeds from Yahweh. We cannot speak unto you bad or good. Behold, Rivkah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's woman, as Yahweh has spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped Yahweh, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold, and raiment, and gave them to Rivkah. And he also gave to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said, Send me away unto my master. And her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at the least 10. After that she shall go. And he said unto them, Hinder me not, seeing Yahweh has prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to my master. And they said, We will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth. And they called Rivkah and said unto her, Will you go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rivkah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rivkah and said unto her, You are our sister. Be the mother of thousands of millions, and let your seed possess the gate of those which hate them. And Rivkah arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels and followed the man. And the servant took Rivkah and went his way. And Yitzchak came from the way of the well of Beer-Lachoi-Roi, for he dwelt in the country of the Negev. And Yitzchak went out to meditate in the field in the evening, and he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Rivkah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw Yitzchak, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant, What man is this that walks in the field to meet us? And the servant had said, It is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Yitzchak all things that he had done. And Yitzchak brought her into his mother Sarai's tent, and took Rivkah, and she became his woman, and he loved her. And Yitzchak was comforted after his mother's death. In Genesis chapter 25. Abraham took a woman, and her name was Keturah, and she bore him Zimran, and Yokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Yishbak, and Shuach. And Yokshan begot Shiva, and Dedan, and the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, Letushim, and Leumim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Hanok, and Avida, and Eldaah, and these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Yitzchak. But unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Yitzchak his son, while he yet lived, eastward unto the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 160 years. Then Abraham gave up his ruach, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons Yitzchak and Yishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Sochar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his woman. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham, that Elohim blessed his son Yitzchak, and Yitzchak dwelt by the well of Be'er Lachai-roi. Now these are the generations of Yishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Mitzrayim, Sarah's handmaid, bore unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Yishmael, by their names according to their generations: the firstborn of Yishmael, Nevayoth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, Hadar, and Tema, Yetur, Naphish, and Kedama. These are the sons of Yishmael, and these are their names, by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Yishmael, 137 years. And he gave up his ruach and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Mitzrayim, as you go towards Asherah. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Yitzchak, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Yitzchak, and Yitzchak was 40 years old when he took Rivkah to be his woman, the daughter of Bethuel, the Arami of Paddan Aram, the sister to Lavan, the Arami. And Yitzchak entreated Yahweh for his woman, because she was barren. And Yahweh was entreated of him, and Rivkah his woman conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, If it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto her, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from your generation. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Yaakov. And Yitzchak was 80 years old when she bore them. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Yaakov was an upright man, dwelling in tents. And Yitzchak loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, but Rivkah loved Yaakov. And Yaakov sowed pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Yaakov, Feed me, I pray you, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore his name was called Edom. And Yaakov said, Sell me this day your birthright. And Esau said, Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? And Yaakov said, Swear to me this day. And he swore unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Yaakov. Then Yaakov gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Genesis chapter 26. And there was a famine in the land beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Yitzchak went unto Abimelech, king of the Pelishtim, unto Gerar. And Yahweh appeared unto him and said, Go not down into Mitzrayim, dwell in the land which I shall tell you of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you, and I will bless you. For unto you and unto your seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swore unto Abraham your father. And I will make your seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and I will give unto your seed all these countries, and in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice and did guard my watch, my commandments, my statutes, and my Torah. And Yitzchak dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his woman, and he said, She is my sister. For he feared to say, She is my woman, lest, said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rivkah, because she was fair to look upon. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Pelishtim, looked out a window and saw, and behold, Yitzchak was sporting with Rivkah his woman. And Abimelech called Yitzchak and said, Behold, of a surety she is your woman. And how said you, She is my sister? And Yitzchak said unto him, Because I said, Lest I die for her. And Abimelech said, What is this you have done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lain with your woman, and you should have brought guiltiness upon us. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, He that touches this man or his woman shall surely be put to death. Then Yitzchak sowed in that land, and received in the same year 100-fold, and Yahweh blessed him. And the man waxed great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great. For he had possession of flocks, and possession of herds, and great store of servants, and the Pelishtim envied him. For all the wells which his father's servants had dug in the days of Abraham his father, the Pelishtim had stopped them, and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto Yitzchak, Go from us, for you are much mightier than we. And Yitzchak departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Yitzchak dug the wells of water, which they had dug in the days of Abraham his father, for the Pelishtim had stopped them after the death of Abraham, and he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Yitzchak's servants dug in the valley, and found there a well of springing water. And the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with Yitzchak's herdsmen, saying, The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they dug another well, and strove for that also, and he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from thence, and dug another well, for that they strove not, and he called the name of it Rechovoth. And he said, For now Yahweh has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. And he went up from thence to Beersheba. And Yahweh appeared unto him the same night, and said, I am Elohai of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you, and I will bless you, and multiply your seed for my servant Abraham's sake. And he built an altar there, and called upon the name of Yahweh, and pitched his tent there, and there Yitzchak's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Akuzoth, one of his friends, and Pekol, the chief captain of his army. And Yitzchak said unto them, Wherefore come ye to me, seeing you hate me, and have sent me away from you? And they said, We saw certainly that Yahweh was with you. And we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and you, and let us cut a covenant with you, that ye will do us no hurt, as we have not touched you, and as we have done unto you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of Yahweh. And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up early in the morning, and swore to one another. And Yitzchak sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Yitzchak's servants came, and told him concerning the well which they had dug, and said unto him, We have found water. And he called it Shavah. Therefore the name of the city is Beer Shavah unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old when he took to be his woman Yehudith, the daughter of Beri the Hittite, and Basmath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, which were a grief of mind unto Yitzchak and to Rivkah. Genesis 27. And it came to pass that when Yitzchak was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son, and said unto him, My son. And he said unto him, Behold, here I am. And he said, Behold now, I am old, I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray you, your weapons, your quiver, and your bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison, and make me savory meat, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat it, that my soul may bless you before I die. And Rivkah heard when Yitzchak spoke to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring it. And Rivkah spoke unto Yaakov her son, saying, Behold, I heard your father speak unto Esau your brother, saying, Bring me some venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat and bless you before Yahweh, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command you. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father, that he may eat, and that he may bless you before his death. And Yaakov said to Rivkah his mother, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father perchance will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, Upon me be your curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them. And he went, and he fetched, and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rivkah took goodly raiment from her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Yaakov her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat, the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Yaakov. And he came unto his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here I am. Who are you, my son? And Yaakov said unto his father, I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done according as you bade me. Arise, I pray you, sit and eat of my venison, that your soul may bless me. And Yitzchak said unto his son, How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because Yahweh Elohika brought it to me. And Yitzchak said unto Yaakov, Come near, I pray you, that I may feel you, my son, whether you be my very son Esau or not. And Yaakov went near unto Yitzchak his father, and he felt him, and said, The voice is Yaakov's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said, Are you my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless you. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Yitzchak said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and he blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which Yahweh has blessed. Therefore Elohim give you the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brethren, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone that curses you, and blessed be he that blesses you. And it came to pass, as soon as Yitzchak had made an end of blessing Yaakov, and Yaakov was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Yitzchak his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also made a savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise, and eat of his son's venison, that your soul may bless me. And Yitzchak his father said unto him, Who are you? And he said, I am your son, your firstborn Esau. And Yitzchak trembled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that has taken venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before you came, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, Bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, Your brother came with subtlety, and has taken away your blessing. And he said, Is not he rightly named Yaakov? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing. And he said, Have you not reserved a blessing for me? And Yitzchak answered and said unto Esau, Behold, I have made him your lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with grain and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto you, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Yitzchak his father answered and said unto him, Behold, your dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by your sword shall you live, and you shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when you shall have the dominion, that you shall break his yoke from off your neck. And Esau hated Yaakov because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Yaakov. And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rivkah. And she sent and called Yaakov, her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, your brother Esau, as touching you, comforts himself, purposing to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice and arise. Flee to Lavan, my brother, to Haran, and tarry with him a few days until your brother's fury turns away, until your brother's anger turn away from you, and he forget that which you have done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day? And Rivkah said to Yitzchak, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Yaakov take a woman of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do to me? Genesis 28. And Yitzchak called Yaakov and blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him, You shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Paddan Aram, to the house of Bethuel your mother's father, and take you a woman from thence of the daughters of Lavan your mother's brother. And El Shaddai bless you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, that you may be a multitude of people, and give you the blessing of Abraham to you, and to your seed with you, that you may inherit the land wherein you are a stranger, which Elohim gave unto Abraham. And Yitzchak sent away Yaakov, and went to Paddan Aram unto Lavan, son of Bethuel the Arami, the brother of Rivkah, Yaakov and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Yitzchak had blessed Yaakov, and sent him away to Paddan Aram, to take him a woman from thence, and that as he blessed him he gave him a charge, saying, You shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan, and that Yaakov obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Paddan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Yitzchak his father, then went Esau unto Yishmael, and took unto the women which he had Machalath, the daughter of Yishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nevaioth, to be his woman. And Yaakov went out from Beersheba, and went towards Haran. And he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took the stones out of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of Elohim ascending and descending on it. And behold, Yahweh stood above it, and said, I am Yahweh Elohai of Abraham your father, and the Elohai of Yitzchak, the land whereon you lie. To you will I give it, and to your seed. And your seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south, and in you and in your seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with you, and will guard you in all places whither you go, and will bring you again into this land, for I will not leave you until I have done that which I have spoken to you of. And Yaakov awoke out of his sleep, and he said, Surely Yahweh is in this place, and I knew it not. And he was afraid and said, How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of heaven. And Yaakov rose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Beit El, but the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Yaakov vowed a vow, saying, If Elohim will be with me, and will guard me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall Yahweh be my Elohim. And this stone, which I have set for a pillar, shall be Elohim's house. And of all that you shall give me, I will surely give the 10th unto you. Genesis 29. Then Yaakov went on his journey and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field, and lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And thither there were all the flocks gathered. And they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in its place. And Yaakov said unto them, My brethren, whence be ye? And they said, Of Haran are we. And he said unto them, Know ye Lavan the son of Nachor? And they said, We know him. And he said unto them, Is he well? And they said, He is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter comes with the sheep. And he said, Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep, and go and feed them. And they said, We cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep. And while he yet spoke with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Yaakov saw Rachel, the daughter of Lavan his mother's brother, and the sheep of Lavan his mother's brother, that Yaakov went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Lavan his mother's brother. And Yaakov kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice, and wept. And Yaakov told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rivkah's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Lavan heard the tidings of Yaakov his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Lavan all these things. And Laban said to him, Surely you are a bone in my flesh. And he abode with him in the space of a month. And Laban said to Yaakov, Because you are my brother, should you therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall your wages be? And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Yaakov loved Rachel, and said, I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter. And Laban said, It is better that I give her to you, than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me. And Yaakov served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love that he had to her. And Yaakov said unto Laban, Give me my woman, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And Laban gathered together all the men of the place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for a handmaid. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, What is this you have done unto me? Did I not serve you for Rachel? Wherefore then have you beguiled me? And Laban said, It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give you this also for the service which you shall serve me yet 7 other years. And Yaakov did so and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter to be his woman also. And Laban gave Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. And when Yahweh saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said, Surely Yahweh has looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my man will love me. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, Because Yahweh has heard that I was hated, he has therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Shimon. And she conceived again and bore a son, and said, Now this time my man will be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again and bore a son. And she said, Now will I praise Yahweh. Therefore she called his name Yehuda, and left bearing. Genesis chapter 30. And when Rachel saw that she bore Yaakov no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Yaakov, Give me children, or else I die. And Yaakov's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, Am I in Elohim's stead, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? And she said, Behold, my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her. And she gave him Bilhah her handmaid to be his woman, and Yaakov went in unto her. And Bilhah conceived and bore Yaakov a son. And Rachel said, Elohim has judged me, and has also heard my voice, and has given me a son. Therefore called she his name Dan. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bore Yaakov a second son. And Rachel said, With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed. And she called his name Naphtali. And when Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah, her maid, and gave her to Yaakov to be his woman. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Yaakov a son. And Leah said, A troop comes, and she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Yaakov a second son. And Leah said, Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed. And she called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the days of wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother Leah. Then Rachel said unto Leah, Give me, I pray you, of your son's mandrakes. And she said unto her, Is it a small matter to you that you have taken my man? And would you take away my son's mandrakes also? And Rachel said, Therefore he shall lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes. And Yaakov came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him, and said, You must come in unto me, for surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes. And he lay with her that night. And Elohim hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived and bore Yaakov the 5th son. And Leah said, Elohim has given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my man. And she called his name Yishakar. And Leah conceived again, and bore Yaakov the 6th son. And Leah said, Elohim has endued me with good dowry. Now will my man dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons. And she called his name Zebulun. And afterwards she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim hearkened to her, and opened her womb. And she conceived and bore a son, and said, Elohim has taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, and said, Yahweh shall add to me another son. And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Yaakov said unto Laban, Send me away, that I may go unto my own place, and to my own country. Give me my woman and my children, for whom I have served you, and let me go, for you know my service which I have done to you. And Laban said unto him, I pray you, if I have found favor in your eyes, tarry, for I have learned by experience that Yahweh has blessed me for your sake. And he said, Appoint me your wages, and I will give it. And he said unto him, You know how I have served you, and how your cattle was with me. For it was little which you had before I came, and it is now increased unto a multitude. And Yahweh has blessed you since my coming. And now when shall I provide for my own house also? And he said, What shall I give you? And Yaakov said, You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will again feed and guard your flock. I will pass through all your flock today, removing from thence all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and of such shall be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come for my hire before your face. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me. And Laban said, Behold, I would it might be according to your word. And he removed that day the he goats that were ring-straked and spotted, and all the she goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hands of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Yaakov, and Yaakov fed the rest of Laban's flock. And Yaakov took him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and piled white strakes in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had pilled before the flocks, in the gutters and the watering troughs, when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. And the flock conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle ring-straked, speckled, and spotted. And Yaakov did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks towards the ring-straked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not unto Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Yaakov laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Yaakov's. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maidservants, and manservants, and camels, and asses.
Thank you, brother.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Brother Justin McRoberts, pick up at chapter 31.
I apologize for that. Genesis 31. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying, Yaakov has taken away all was our father's, and of that which was our father's has he gotten in of all his glory. And Yaakov beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not toward him as before. And Yahweh said unto Yaakov, Return unto the land of your fathers, and to your kindred, and will be with you. And Yaakov sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field unto his flock, and said unto them, I seeth your father's countenance, that it is not toward me as before, but the Elohim of my father has been with me. And ye know that with all my power I have served it to your father. And your father has deceived me, and changeth my wages 10 times, but Elohim suffered him not to hurt me. And if he said thus, the speckle shall be your wages, then all the cattle bore speckled. And if he said thus, the ring-straked shall be your hire, then bore all the cattle ring-straked. Thus Elohim has taken away the cattle of your father and given them to me. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up my eyes, and I saw in a dream. And behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. And the angel of Elohim spoke unto me in a dream, saying, Yaakov. And I said, Here am I. And he said, Lift up now your eyes, and see, all the rams which leap upon the cattle are ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. For I have seen all that Laban does unto you. And he said, and I am the Elohim of Bedel, which you anointed the pillar and were vowed a vow unto me. Or now arise, get you out from this land, and return unto the land of your kindred. And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him, Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in your father's house? Are we not counted of him strangers? For he has told us, and has quite devoured also our money. For all the riches which Elohim has taken from our father, that is ours, and our children's. Now then, whatsoever Elohim has said unto you, do. Then Yaakov rose up and set at his sons, at his women's upon camels, and he carried away all his cattle and all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting, which he had gotten in Paddan Aram, for to go to Yitzhak his father in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear at the sheep, and Rachel had stolen at the teraphim that were her father's. And Yaakov stole away unawares to Laban the Arami, in that he had told him not that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up and passed over the river, and setteth his face toward Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the third day that Yaakov was fled. And he tooketh his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey, and they overtook him in Mount Gilead. And Elohim came to Laban the Arami in the dream by night, and said unto him, Take heed that you speak not to Yaakov, neither good or bad. Then Laban overtooketh Yaakov. Now Yaakov had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched the mount of Gilead. And Laban said to Yaakov, What have you done that you have stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters and captives, taken with the sword? Wherefore did you flee away secretly and steal away from me, and did not tell me, that I might have sent you away with mirth and with songs, with tabret and harp, and have not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters? You have now done foolishly in so doing. Is it in the power of my hand to do you hurt? But the Elohim of your father spoke unto me yesternight, saying, Take heed that you speak not to Yaakov, either good or bad. And now, though you would needs be gone, because you sore longed after your father's house, yet wherefore have you stolen my Elohim? And Yaakov answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid, for I said, Perchance you would take by force your daughters from me. With whomsoever you findeth your Elohim, let him not live. Before our brethren discern what is yours with me, and take it to you. For Yaakov knew not that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Yaakov's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the two maiden servants' tents, but he found them not. Then went he out of Laban's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken at the teraphim, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but he found them not. And she said to her father, Let it not displease my lord, that I cannot rise up before you, for the custom of women is upon me. And he searched, but found not the teraphim. And Yaakov was wroth, and showed with Laban. And Yaakov answered and said to Laban, What is my transgression? What is my sin, that you have hotly pursued after me? Whereas you have searched all my stuff, what have you found of all your household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and your brethren, that they may be judged betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with you. Your ewes and your she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of your flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto you. I bore the loss of it. Of my hand did you require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. And thus I was in the day that the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your cattle, and you have changed my wages 10 times. Except the Elohai of my father, the Elohai of Abraham, and the fear of Yitzhak had been with me, surely you had sent me away now empty. Elohim has seen of my affliction, at the labor of my hands, and rebuked you yesternight. And Laban answered and said unto Yaakov, These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that you see is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto these children which they have borne? Now therefore, let us cut a covenant, I and you, and let it be for a witness between me and you. And Yaakov took a stone and set it up for a pillar, and Yaakov set it unto his brethren Gasher stones, and they took stones and made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Yegar Sahudotha, but Yaakov called it Gal-Aid. And Laban said, This heap is a witness between me and you this day. Therefore was the name of it called Gali. And Mitzpah, for he said, Yahweh watch between me and you when we are absent one from another. If you shall afflicteth my daughters, or if you shall take other women besides my daughters, no man is with us. See, Elohim is witness betwixt me and you. And Laban said to Yaakov, Behold this heap, and behold this pillar which I have cast betwixt me and you. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over at this heap to you, and ye shall not pass over at this heap and at this pillar unto me for harm. The Elohai of Abraham and the Elohai of Nachor and the Elohai of their father judged betwixt us. And Yaakov swore by the fear of his father Yitzhak. Then Yaakov offered sacrifice upon the mountain, called his brethren to eat bread, and they did eat bread and tarried all night in the mount. And early in the morning Laban rose up and kissed his sons and his daughters and blessed them, and Laban departed and returned unto his place. Genesis chapter 32. And Yaakov went on his way, and the angels of Elohim met him. And when Yaakov saw them, he said, This is Elohim's host. And he called the name of that place Machanaim. And Yaakov sent messengers before him to Esau his brother unto the land of Seir in the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall you speak unto my lord Esau, your servant Yaakov, says thus, I have sojourned with Laban and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord that I may find grace in your sight. And the messengers returned to Yaakov, saying, We came to your brother Esau, and also he comes to you, and 400 men with him. Then Yaakov was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided of his people that was with him, and of his flocks, and of his herds, and his camels, in 2 bands, and said, If Esau come to the one company and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape. And Yaakov said, O Elohai of my father Abraham, and Elohai of my father Yitzhak, Yahweh, which said unto me, Return unto your country and to your kindred, and I will deal with you. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which you have showed unto your servant. For with my staff I passed over this Yarden, and now I am become 2 bands. Deliver me, I pray you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me and the mother with the children. And you said, I will surely do you good, and maketh your seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hand of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants, Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove. And he commanded the foremost, saying, When Esau my brother meets you and asks you, saying, Whose are you, and where go you, and whose are these before you? Then you shall say, They be your servant Yaakov's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau, and behold, also he is behind us. And so command he at the second and the third, and of all that follow the drove, saying, On this manner shall you speak unto Esau when you find him. And say ye moreover, Behold, your servant Yaakov is behind us. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face. Perchance he will accept of me. So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took of his 2 women, and of his 2 women servants, and of his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Yabok. And he took them and sent them over at the brook, and sent over as he had, and Yaakov was left alone. And there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of day. And when he had saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Yaakov's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And he said, Let me go, for the day breaks. And he said, I will not let you go, except you bless me. And he said unto him, What is your name? And he said, Yaakov. And he said, Your name shall be called no more Yaakov, but Yashrael. For as a prince have you power with Elohim and with men, and have prevailed. And Yaakov asked him and said, Tell me, I pray you, your name. And he said, Wherefore is it that you do ask after my name? And he blessed him there. And Yaakov called the name of that place Penuel, for I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved. And as he passed over Penuel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Yashrael eat not of the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day, but because he touched the hollow of Yaakov's thigh and the sinew that shrank. Genesis 33. And Yaakov lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. And he putteth the handmaids and of their children foremost, and of Leah and her children after, and of Rachel and of Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes and saw at the woman and at the children, and said, Who are those with you? And he said, The children which Elohim has graciously given to your servant. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near and bowed themselves. After came Joseph near and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said, What do you mean by all this drove which I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that you have unto yourself. And Yaakov said, Nay, I pray you, if now I have found grace in your sight, then receive my present at my hand, for therefore I have seen your face, as though I had seen the face of Elohim, and you are pleased with me. Take, I pray you, if my blessing that is brought to you, because Elohim has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it, and let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you. And he said unto him, My Lord knows that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with you young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I pray you, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goes before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord, unto Seir. And Esau said, Let me now leave with you some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What need it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way into Seir, and Yaakov journeyed to Succoth, and he built him a house and made Succoth for his cattle. Therefore the name of that place is called Succoth. And Yaakov came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Paddan Aram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he brought the parcel of the field which he had spread his tent, and at the hand of the children of Shemor, Shechem's father, 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar and called it El Elohai Yashrael. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bore unto Yaakov, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Shemor, the Shivi, prince of the country, saw her, he took her and lay with her and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Yaakov, and he loved the damsel, and spoke kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spoke unto his father Hamor, saying, Get me at this damsel to be my woman. And Yaakov heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Yaakov held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Yaakov to commune with him. And the sons of Yaakov came out of the field when they had heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because they had wrought folly in Yashrael and lying with Yaakov's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I pray you give him to be his woman. And make ye marriages with us, and giveth your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get your possessions therein. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what shall ye say unto me, I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me, but give me at the damsel to be my woman. And the sons of Yaakov answered as Shechem and as Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, Because he has defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them, We cannot do this thing, to giveth our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were reproach unto us. But in this will we consent unto you, if you will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised, then will we give our daughter unto you, and we will take your daughter to us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then will we taketh our daughter, and we will be gone. And the words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do this thing, because he had delight in Yaakov's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came into the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, These men are peaceable with us, therefore let them dwell in the land and trade therein, for the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for women, and let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people. If every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us. And unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that two of the sons of Yaakov, Shimon and Levi, Dinah's brethren took each man his sword and came upon the city boldly and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and went out. The sons of Yaakov came upon the slain and spoiled the city because they had defiled their sister. They took at their sheep and at their oxen and at their asses and at that which was in the city, at that which was in the field, and at all their wealth and at all their little ones and all their women took they captive and spoiled at even all that was in the house. And Yaakov said to Simon and Levi, Yet have troubled me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanim and the Perizim, and I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, Should he deal with our sister as with a harlot? Genesis 35. And Elohim said unto Yaakov, Arise, and go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto Elohim that appeared unto you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother. Then Yaakov said unto his household and to all that were with him, Put away the strange Elohai there among you, and be clean, and change your garments. And let us arise, and go up to Bethel, and will make there an altar unto Elohim, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. And they gave unto Yaakov all the strange Elohai which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Yaakov hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of Elohim was upon the cities which were round about them, and they did not pursue after the sons of Yaakov. So Yaakov came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar and called the place El Bethel, because there Elohim appeared unto him when he had fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rivkah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak, and the name of it was called Alon Bakuth. And Elohim appeared unto Yaakov again when he came out of Paddan Aram, and blessed him. And Elohim said unto him, Your name is Yaakov. Your name shall not be called any more Yaakov, but Yashrael shall be your name. And he calleth his name Yashrael. And Elohim said unto him, I am El Shaddai. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of you, and kings shall come out of your loins. And that the land which I gave Abraham and Yitzhak, to you I will give it, and to your seed after you will I give it the land. And Elohim went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Yaakov set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Yaakov called at the name of the place where Elohim spoke with him, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, you shall have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and she was buried in the way of Ephrath, which is in Bethlehem. And Yaakov set a pillar upon her grave, and that is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day. And Yashrael journeyed and spread his tent beyond Migdal Eder. And it came to pass, when Yashrael dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Yashrael heard it. Now the sons of Yaakov were 12. The sons of Leah, Reuben, Yaakov's firstborn, and Shimon, and Levi, and Yehudah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, and Rachel's handmaid, Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad, and Asher. These are the sons of Yaakov, which were born to him in Paddan Aram. And Yaakov came unto Yitzhak his father, unto Mamre, unto Kiart Arba, which is Chevron, where Abraham and Yitzhak sojourned. And the days of Yitzhak were 180 years. And Yitzhak gave up his ruach and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. And his sons Esau and Yaakov buried him. Genesis 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau tooketh his woman of the daughters of Canaan, Eth Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Eth Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Tiz on the Hivi, and Eth Basmath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Naboth. And Adah bore to Esau Eth Eliphaz, and Basmath bore Eth Reuel, and Oholibamah bore Eth Yeish, and Eth Ya'alam, and Eth Korach. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau tooketh his woman, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brothers Jacob. For their riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them both because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir, and Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edom in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the woman of Esau; Reuel, the son of Basmath, the woman of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Taman, Omar, Sapho, and Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore to Eliphaz Amalek. And these were the sons of Adah, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nakath, and Zerach, Shema, and Mizah. These were the sons of Basmath, Esau's woman. And these were the sons of Olivamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Tizivon, Esau's woman. And she bore to Esau Eish, and Ya'alam, and Korah. And these were dukes of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau: Duke Taman, Duke Omar, Duke Sapho, Duke Kenaz, Duke Korah, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that come of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adah. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Duke Nakath, Duke Zerach, Duke Shema, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basmath, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Oholibamah, Esau's woman: Duke Yeish, Duke Ya'alam, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came of Olivamah, daughter of Anah, Esau's woman. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir, the Hori, who inhabited the land: Lotan, and Shoval, and Tizibon, and Anah, and Dishon, and Etzer, and Dishon. These are the dukes of Horium, and the children of Seir in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Harai and Haman, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shoval were these: Elion, Menakath, and Ebal, Shephi, and Onam. And these are the children of Tevion, both Ayah and Anah. And this was Anah that founded the mules in the wilderness, and he fed the asses of Tiziv on his father. And the children of Anah were these: Dishon and Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah. And these are the children of Dishon: Himdan, and Eshban, and Yithran, and Haran. The children of Etzer are these: Bilhan, and Zabon, and Akon. The children of Dishon are these: Uts and Aran. These are the dukes that came of the Chorim: Duke Lotan, Duke Shoval, Duke Sivan, Duke Anah, Duke Dishon, Duke Etzer, Duke Dishon. These are the dukes that came of Hori among their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before they reigned any king over the children of Yashrael. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. And Bela died, and Jovab, the son of Zerach of Botzrah, reigned in his stead. And Jovab died, and Shusham of the land of Taimani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad, son of Badad, who smoteth Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Aviath. And Hadad died, and Sumla of Mesrekah reigned in his stead. And Samla died, and Shaul of Rechaboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Shaul died, and Baal Shanan, the son of Achbor, reigned in his stead. And Baal Hanan, the son of Achbor, died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pau, and his woman's name was Mehetabel, and the daughter of Metred, the daughter of Mezahav. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Dukes Timnah, Duke Eliah, Duke Yetheth, Duke Olihavamah, Duke Elah, Duke Peon, Duke Kenaz, Duke Taman, Duke Mithitzer, Duke Magdiel, Duke Eram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations in the land of their possessions. He is Esau, the father of the Edomim. Genesis chapter 37. And Yaakov dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Yaakov. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding a flock with his brethren, and the lad was with his sons of Bilhah, and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's woman. And Joseph broughteth unto his father their evil report. Now Yashrael loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaf stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheaf. And his brethren said to him, Shall you indeed reign over us, or shall you indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And they dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more, and behold, the sun and the moon and 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren, and his father rebuked him, and said unto him, What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brethren indeed come bow down ourselves to you, to the earth? And his brethren envied him, but his father observed this saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Yashrael said unto Joseph, Do not your brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you unto them. And he said to him, Here am I. And he said unto him, Go, I pray you, seeth whether it will be well with your brethren, and if well with your flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the valley of Chevron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What do you seek? And he said, I seeketh my brethren. Tell me, I pray you, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, They departed hence, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Behold, this dreamer comes. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we will say, Some evil beast has devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat, and the coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelim came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Mizraim. And Yehudah said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slayeth our brother and concealeth his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelim, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianim merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and soldeth Joseph to the Ishmaelim for 20 pieces of silver, and they broughteth Joseph into Mizraim. And Reuben returned into the pit, and beheld Joseph was not in the pit, and he returneth his clothes, and he returned unto his brethren, and said, The child is not, and I, whither shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, This have we found. Know now whether it be your son's coat or no. And he knew it, and said, It is my son's coat. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. And Yaakov rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, For I will go down into Sheol unto my son mourning. Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianim sold him into Mitzrayim unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's and captain of the guard. Genesis 38. And it came to pass at that time that Yehudah went down from his brethren, and turned into a certain Adulami, whose name was Hiriah. And Yehudah saweth their daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shuach, and he tooketh her, and went in unto her, and she conceived, and bore a son. And he called his name And she conceived again, and bore a son, and she called his name Onan. And yet she again conceived, and bore a son, and called his name Shelach. And he was at Keziv, and when she bore him. And Yehudah took a woman from his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Yehudah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of Yahweh, and Yahweh slew him. And Yehuda said unto Onan, Go in unto your brother's woman, and marry her, and raise up seed to your brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's woman, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased Yahweh, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Yehuda to Tamar, to his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at your father's house, till Shelach my son be grown. For he said, Lest perchance he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in the process of time, the daughter of Shuach, Yehuda's woman, died, and Yehuda was comforted, and went up into his sheep shears to Timnath, and he and his friend Hiriah the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, your father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place which is by the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelach was grown, and she was not given unto him to be his woman. When Yehuda saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said, Go to, I pray you, let me come in unto you. For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What will you give me, that you may come in unto me? And he said, I will send you a kid from the flock. And she said, Will you give me a pledge till you send it? And he said, What pledge shall I give you? And she said, Your signet and your bracelets, your staff that is in your hand. And he gave it to her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehuda senteth the kid by the hand of his friend, the Adullamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asketh the men of the place, saying, Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, There was no harlot in this place. And he returned to Yehuda and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Yehuda said, Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and you have not found her. And it came to pass about 3 months after that she was told Yehuda, saying, Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom. And Yehuda said, Bring her forth, and let her be burned. When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, By the man whose these are, am I with child. And she said, Discern, I pray you, whose are these? The signet, and bracelets, and staff. And Yehuda acknowledged them, and said, She has been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelach my son, and he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of her travail, that behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed, that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, This came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, the brother came out, and she said, Have you broken forth? This breach be upon you. Therefore his name is called Peretz. And afterward came out his brother, that had a scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah. Genesis chapter 39. And Joseph was brought down to Mitzrayim, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, a Mitzri, brought him of the hands of the Yishmaelim, which had brought him down thither. And Yahweh was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Mitzri. And his master saweth that Yahweh was with him, and that Yahweh made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had put in his hand. And it came to pass from the time that he had made him overseer in the house, and over all that he had, the Yahweh blessed at the Mitzri's house, for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of Yahweh was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored. And it came to pass after these things that his master's woman casteth her eyes upon Joseph, and she said, Lie with me. But he refused, and said unto his master's woman, Behold, my master knows not which is with me in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither has he kept anything from me but you. Because you are his woman, how then can I do this great wickedness and sin against Elohim? And it came to pass, as she spoke to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time, that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there arose none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by the garment, saying, Lie with me. And he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and got him out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of the house and spoke unto them, saying, See, he has brought in an Ivri unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he had heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled and got him out. And she laid up his garment by her until his Lord came home. And she spoke unto him according to these words, saying, The Ivri servant which you have brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out. And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his woman, which she spoke unto him, saying, After this manner did your servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him in the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. And he was there in prison. But Yahweh was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison, and that whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked as not to anything that was under his hand, because Yahweh was with him, and that which he did, Yahweh made him to prosper. Genesis chapter 40. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Mitzrayim and his baker had offended the Lord, the king of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh was wroth against two of his officers, against the chief of his butlers, and against the chief of his bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard was charged at Joseph with him, and he served them, and they continued a season in a ward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretation of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Mitzrayim, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked of Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of the Lord's house, saying, Wherefore look ye so sadly today? And they said unto him, We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto them, Do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Tell me them, I pray you. And the chief butler tooketh his dream to Joseph, and said to him, In my dream, behold, a vine was before me. And in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded. And her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took it the grapes, and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and gave it the cup into Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head, and restore unto your place, and you shall deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, after the former manner when you were his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with you, and show kindness, I pray you, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Ivrim, and here also I have done nothing, that they should put me in this dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head. And in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head. And Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head from off you, and shall hang you on a tree, and the birds shall eat your flesh from off you. And it came to pass the 3rd day, which was at Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants, and he lifted up his head off the chief butler and the chief baker among the servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him. Genesis chapter 41. And it came to pass at the end of the 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and beheld, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine come up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the bank of the river. And the ill-favored and the lean-fleshed kine did eat up at the 7 well-favored and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke. And he slept and dreamed the 2nd time, and behold, 7 ears of grain came upon one stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And 7 thin ears devoured at the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his ruach was troubled, and he sent and called for the magicians of Mitzrayim, and at the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dream. but there was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Then spoke the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, I do remembereth my faults this day. Pharaoh was wroth with the servants, and put me in ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, and every a servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams, to each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored into my office, and him he hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon, and shaped himself, and changed his raiment, and came in unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. I have heard say of you that you can understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered the Pharaoh, saying, It is not in me. Elohim shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and very ill-favored and lean-fleshed, such as I had never saw in the land of Mitzrayim for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored as at the beginning. So I awoke. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up in one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered thin, and blasted with the east wind sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this unto the magicians, but there was none that could declare it unto me. And Joseph said unto Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh it is one. Elohim has showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 kine are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kine that come up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty ears blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. Oh, what Elohim is about to do, he shows it unto Pharaoh. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, and there shall rise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Mitzrayim. And the famine shall consume the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land by the reason of the famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by Elohim, and Elohim will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Mitzrayim. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land to take up a 5th part of the land of Mitzrayim in the 7 plenteous years. And let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them guard food in the cities. And that food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Mitzrayim, that the land perish not through the famine. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants, Can we find such a one as this, a man in whom the Ruach Elohim is? And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, For as much as Elohim has showed you with all this, there is none so discreet and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and according to your word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than you. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, See, I have set over you all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand, and put it upon Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the 2nd chariot which he had, and they cried before him, bowed the knee. And he made him ruler over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without you shall no man lift up this hand, at this foot in all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Sophath Panach, and he gave him to be his woman, Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar's priest of On. And Joseph went out over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim. And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Mitzrayim, and laid up the food in the cities, and the food of the field which was round about every city laid he up in the same. And Joseph gathered grain as the sand of the sea, very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, which Asenath, the daughter Potiphar, priest of On, bore unto him. And Joseph called up the name of the firstborn Manasseh, for Elohim said, He has made me forget my toil in all my father's house. And at the name of the second he called Ephraim, for Elohim has called me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. And the 7 years of plenteous that was in the land of Mitzrayim were ended, and the 7 years of famine began to come, according as Joseph had said. And the famine was in all the lands, but in all the land of Mitzrayim there was bread. And when all the land of Mitzrayim was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Mitzrayim, Go unto El Joseph, what he says to you do. And the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold unto the Mitzrayim. And the famine was waxed sore in the land of Mitzrayim. And all the countries came into Mitzrayim to El Joseph to buy grain, because that the famine was so sore in all the lands. Genesis 42. Now when Yaakov saw that there was grain in Mitzrayim, Yaakov said unto his sons, Why do you look one upon another? And he said, Behold, I have heard that there is grain in Mitzrayim. Get ye down thither, and buy it for us from thence, that we may live and not die. And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy grain in Mitzrayim. But if Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Yaakov sent not with his brethren, for he said, Lest perchance mischief befall him. And the sons of Yashriel came to buy grain among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land, and he it was that sold all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saweth his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them, and spoke roughly unto them. And he said unto them, Whence come ye? And they said, From the land of Canaan to buy food. And Joseph knew his brethren, and they knew him not. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them. And he said unto them, Ye are spies, to see if the nakedness of the land ye are come. And they said unto him, Nay, my lord, but to buy food are your servants come. We are all one man's sons. We are true men. Your servants are no spies. And he said unto them, Nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come. And they said, Your servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man, in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not. And Joseph said unto them, This is that I spoke unto you, saying, Ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh ye shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither. Send one of you, and let him fetcheth your brother, and ye shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved, whether there be any truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh surely ye are spies. And he put them all together into work 3 days. And Joseph said unto them the third day, This do and live, for I feareth Elohim. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be found in the house of your prison. Go ye carry grain for the famine of your houses. But bringeth your youngest brother unto me, so shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die. And they did so. And they said one to another, We are truly guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, and we could not hear. Therefore is this distress come upon us. And Reuben answered them, saying, Spoke I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child, and you would not hear? Therefore, behold, all this blood is required. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spoke unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them, and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Ithsheman, and bound him before their eyes. And Joseph commanded to fill up their sacks with grain, and restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provision for the way. And thus did he unto them. And they laded their asses with the grain, and departed thence. And as one of them openeth his sack to give his ass provender in the inn, he espied his money, for behold, it was in his sack's mouth. And he said unto his brethren, My money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them, and they were afraid, saying one to another, What is this that Elohim has done unto us? And they came unto Yaakov their father unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befall unto them, saying, The man who is the Lord of the land spoke roughly unto us, and took us for spies of the country. And we said unto him, We are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brethren, the sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and taketh food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bringeth your youngest brother unto me, then I shall know that ye are no spies, but ye are true men, and so will I deliver you with your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land. And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack, and when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Yaakov saw their father and said unto them, Me have ye bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Shimon is not, and you will taketh Benjamin away. All these things are against me. And Reuben spoke unto his father, saying, Slayeth my two sons, if I bring him not to you, deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to you again. And he said, My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief shall befall him by the way in which ye go, then shall you bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol. Genesis chapter 43. And the famine was sore in the land, and it came to pass, when they had eaten up at the grain which they had brought out of Mitzrayim, their father said unto them, Go again, buy us a little food. And Yehudah spoke unto him, saying, The man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. If you will sendeth our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the man said unto us, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. And Yashrael said, Wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother? And they said, The man asked us strangely of our state and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? And we told him according to the tenor of these words. Could we certainly know that he would say, Bringeth your brother down? And Yehudah said unto Yashrael his father, Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and you, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him. Of my hand shall you require him, if I bring him not unto you, and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For if we had lingered, surely now we had returned the second time. And their father Yashrael said unto them, It must be so now. Do this. Take of the best fruits in the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm, a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. And take a double money in your hand, and the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks. Carry it again in your hand, and perchance it was an oversight. Taketh your brother, and arise, go again unto the man. And El Shaddai give you mercy before the man, that he may send away to your other brother, and of Benjamin, if I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin and rose up and went down to Mitzrayim and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of the house, Bring these men home and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the men did as Joseph bade, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Joseph's house. And they said, Because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen and with our asses. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said, O sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food. And it came to pass, when we came to the inn, that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, and our money is full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. And other money have we brought down in our hand to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks. And he said, Peace be to you. Fear not. Your Elohim and the Elohim of your father has given you the treasure in your sacks. I had your money, and he brought it Shimon out unto them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their asses provender. And they made ready at the present against Joseph, came at noon, for they had heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought of him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him in the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, Is your father well? The old man of whom you spoke, is he yet alive? And they answered, Your servant our father is in good health. He is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother, Benjamin, and his mother, and said, Is this your younger brother of whom you spoke unto me? And he said, Elohim be gracious unto you, my son. And Joseph made haste, for his heart did yearn upon his brother, and he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber and wept there. And he washed his face and went out and refrained himself, and said, Set on bread. And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Mitzrayim which did eat with him by themselves, because the Mitzrayim might not eat bread with the Ephraim, for that is an abomination unto the Mitzrayim. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one at another. And he took and sent messes unto them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs. And they drank and were merry with him. Genesis 44. And he commanded at the steward of the house, saying, Fill up the men's sacks with food, and as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth. And putteth my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his grain money, and he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their asses. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet afar off, Joseph said unto his stewards, Follow after the men, and when you do overtake them, say unto them, Wherefore have you rewarded evil for good? Is not this it which my Lord drinks, and whereby indeed he divines? Ye have done evil in so doing. And he overtook them, and he spoke unto them at these same words. And they said unto him, Wherefore says my Lord these words? Far be it that your servants should do according to this thing. Behold the money which we found in our sacks' mouths, we brought again unto you out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of your Lord's house silver or gold? With whomsoever of your servants it be found, both let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen. And he said, Now also let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and ye shall be blameless. Then they speedily took down every man at his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack, and he searched and began at the eldest, and left at the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes, and laded every man his asses, and returned to the city. And Yehudah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there, and they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them, What deed is this that ye have done? Know ye not that such a man as I can certainly divine? And Yehudah said, What shall we say unto my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? Elohim has found out the iniquity of your servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he also with whom the cup is found. And he said, Far be it that I should do so. But the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get up in peace unto your father. Then Yehudah came near unto him and said, O my Lord, let your servant, I pray you, speak a word in my Lord's ears, and let not your anger burn against your servant, for you are even as Pharaoh. My Lord asked his servant, saying, Have ye a father or a brother? And we said unto my Lord, We have a father, and an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one, and his brother is dead, and he is alone, left of his mother, and his father loves him. And you said unto your servants, Bring down unto me, that I may set my eyes upon him. And we said unto my Lord, The lad cannot leave with his father, for if he should leave with his father would die. And you said unto your servants, Except your youngest brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more. And it came to pass, when we came up unto your servant my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, Go again, and buy us a little food. And we said, We cannot go down. If our youngest brother be with us, then we will go down, for we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. And your servant my father said unto us, Ye know that my woman bore me 2 sons, and the one went out from me, and I said, Surely he is torn in pieces, and I saw him not since. If ye take this also from me, and mischief befall him, ye shall bring down with my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol. Now therefore, when I come to your servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass, when he sees that the lad is not with us, he will die, and your servant shall bring down at the gray hairs of your servant our father with sorrow to Sheol. For your servant became surety for the lad unto my father, saying, If I bring him not unto you, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore I pray you, let your servant abide instead of the lad in a bondman to my Lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me, lest perchance I see the evil that should come on my father? Genesis 45. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him, and he cried, caused every man to go out from me. And there stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren. And he wept at the loud, and the Mitzrayim in the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Joseph said unto his brethren, Come near to me, I pray you. And they came near. And he said, I am Joseph your brother, whom ye sold into Mitzrayim. Now therefore be not grieved nor angry with yourselves that ye sold me hither. For Elohim did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years has the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in the which that there shall neither be earing nor harvest. And Elohim sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your life by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but Elohim, and he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and the Lord of all his house, and the ruler throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Haste ye, and go up to my father, and say to him, Thus says your son Joseph, Elohim has made me the Lord of Mitzrayim. Come down unto me, tarry not. And ye shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and ye shall be near unto me, you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks, and your herds, and all that you have. And there will I nourish you, for yet there are 5 years of famine, lest you and your household and all that you have come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin that is in my mouth that speaks unto you. And ye shall tell my father all my glory in Mitzrayim, and all that ye have seen, and ye shall haste and bring down my father hither. And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren and wept upon them, and after that his brethren talked with him. And the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brethren are come, and it pleased Pharaoh well and his servants. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, Say unto your brethren, This do ye, ladeth your beasts, and go get you unto the land of Canaan, and taketh your father and your households, and come unto me, and I will give you the good of the land of Mitzrayim, and ye shall eat the fat of the land. Now you are commanded, this do ye, take your wagons out of the land of Mitzrayim for your little ones and for your women, and bringeth your father, and come. Also regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Mitzrayim is yours. And the children of Yashriel did so, and Joseph gave them wagons according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. To all of them he gave each man changes of raiment, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father he sent after this manner 10 asses laden with good things of Mitzrayim, and 10 she-asses laden with grain and bread and meat for his father by the way. So he sent his brethren away, and they departed, and he said unto them, See that ye fall not out by the way. And they went up out of Mitzrayim, and came into the land of Canaan, unto Yaakov their father, and told him, saying, Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Yaakov's heart fainted, for he believed them not. And they told him all the words of Joseph, which he had said unto them. And when he had saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the ruach of Yaakov their father revived. And Yashriel said, It is enough. Joseph, my son, is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die.
Thank you, brother. Genesis 46. And Yashrael took his journey with all he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices unto the Elohim of his father Yitzchak. And Elohim spoke unto Yashrael in the visions of the night, and said, Yaakov, Yaakov. And he said, Here am I. And he said, I am El, the Elohai of your father. Fear not to go down into Mitzrayim, for I will there make of you a great nation. And I will go down with you into Mitzrayim, and I will also surely bring you up again, and Joseph shall put his hand upon your eyes. And Yaakov rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Yashrael carried Yaakov their father, and their little ones, and their women, in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they took their cattle and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came into Mitzrayim, Yaakov and all his seed with him. His sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into Mitzrayim. And these are the names of the children of Yashrael, which came into Mitzrayim, Yaakov and his sons, Reuben, Yaakov's firstborn. And the sons of Reuben, Hanok, and Palu, and Chetzron, and Carmi. And the sons of Shimon, Yemuel, Yamin, Ohad, and Yakin, and Sochar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. And the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. And the sons of Yehuda, and Onan, and Shelach, and Peretz, and Zerach. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Peretz were Chetzron and Hamul. The sons of Yisachar, Tola, Pua, and Yov, and Shimron. The sons of Zebulun, Sered, and Elyon, and Yachael. These be the sons of Leah, which she bore unto Yaakov in Padan Aram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and daughters were 33. And the sons of Gad, Siphon, Haggai, Shunai, and Etzbon, and Eri, and Arodai, and Arelai. The sons of Asher, Yimna, Yitzchav, and Yishvai, and Berai, and Serach, their sister. The sons of Beriah, Hever, and Malkiel. These are sons of Zilpah, whom Laban to Leah his daughter, who gave to Leah his daughter. And these she bore unto Yaakov, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Yaakov's woman, Joseph and Benjamin. And unto Joseph in the land of Mitzrayim were born Manasseh and Ephraim, with Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On, bore unto him. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Echai, Rosh, Mupim, and Shupim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, which were born unto Yaakov. All the souls were 14. And the sons of Dan, Cushim. And the sons of Naphtali, Yachzeel, and Gunai, and Yetzer, and Shilem. These are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave unto Rachel his daughter, and she bore these unto Yaakov. All the souls were 7. All the souls that came with Yaakov into Mitzrayim were, which came out of his loins, besides Yaakov's women, all the souls were 66. And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Mitzrayim, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Yaakov, which came into Mitzrayim, were 70. And he sent Yehuda before him unto Elioseph to direct his face unto Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. And Joseph made ready his chariot, and went up to meet Yashrael his father to Goshen, and presented himself unto him. And he fell on his neck, and he wept on his neck a good while. And Yashrael said unto Elioseph, Now let me die, since I have seen your face, because you are yet alive. And Joseph said unto his brethren and unto his father's house, I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say unto him, My brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me. And the men are shepherds, for their trade has been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds, and all that they have. And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and shall say, What is your occupation? That you shall say, Your servants' trade has been about cattle from our youth even until now, both we and also our fathers, that you may dwell in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd is an abomination unto the Mitzrayim. Genesis 47. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh, and said, My father and my brethren, and their flocks and their herds, and all that they have, are come out of the land of Canaan, and behold, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his brethren, What is your occupation? And they said unto Pharaoh, Your servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. They said moreover unto Pharaoh, For to sojourn in the land are we come, for your servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore, we pray you, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen. And Pharaoh spoke unto Elioseph, saying, Your father and your brethren are come unto you. The land of Mitzrayim is before you. In the best of the land make your father and your brethren to do well. In the land of Goshen let them dwell. And if you know any men of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle. And Joseph brought in Yaakov his father, and set him before Pharaoh, and Yaakov blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Yaakov, How old are you? And Yaakov said unto Pharaoh, The days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained unto the days of the years of the life of my fathers, and the days of their pilgrimage. And Yaakov blessed Pharaoh, and went out from before Pharaoh. And Joseph placed his father and his brethren, and gave them a possession in the land of Mitzrayim, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph nourished his father and his brethren, and all his father's household, with bread according to their families. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Mitzrayim and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. And Joseph gathered all the money that was found in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan for the grain which they bought. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. And when money failed in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, all the Mitzrayim came unto El Yosef and said, Give us bread, for why should we die in your presence? For the money fails. And Yosef said, Give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle if money fail. And they brought their cattle unto El Yosef, and Yosef gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for the flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for asses. And he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. When that year was ended, they came unto him a second year, and said unto him, We will not hide it from my lord, how that our money is spent. My lord also has our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my lord, but our bodies and our lands. Wherefore shall we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants to Pharaoh, and give us seed that we may live and not die, that the land be not desolate. And Joseph bought all the land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh, and the Mitzrayim sold every man his field, because of the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from one end of the borders of Mitzrayim even to the other end thereof. Only the land of the priests bought he not, for the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion which Pharaoh gave them, wherefore they sold not their lands. Then Joseph said unto the people, Behold, I have bought you this day and your land for Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed for you, and ye shall sow the land. It shall come to pass in the increase that you will give the fifth part unto Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own, for seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your household, and for food for your little ones. And they said, You have saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my Lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants. And Joseph made it a law over the land of Mitzrayim unto this day, that Pharaoh should have a 5th part, except the land of the priests only, which became not Pharaoh's. And Yashrael dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions therein, and grew and multiplied exceedingly. And Yaakov lived in the land of Mitzrayim 17 years. So the whole age of Yaakov was 147 years. And the time drew nigh that Yashrael must die. And he called his son Joseph, and said unto him, If now I have found grace in your sight, put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Bury me not, I pray you, in Mitzrayim. But I will lie with my fathers, and ye shall carry me out of Mitzrayim, and bury me in their burying place. And he said, I will do as you have said. And he said, Swear unto me. And he swore unto him. And Yashrael bowed himself upon the bed's head. Genesis 48. And it came to pass after these things, that one told Joseph, Behold, your father is sick. And he took him with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Yaakov, and said, Behold, your son Joseph comes unto you. And Yashrael strengthened himself, and sat upon the bed. And Yaakov said unto El Yosef, El Shaddai appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said unto me, Behold, I will make you fruitful, and multiply you, and I will make of you a multitude of people, and will give this land to your seed after you for an everlasting possession. And now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto you in the land of Mitzrayim, before I came unto you in Mitzrayim, are mine. As Reuben and Shimeon, they shall be mine. And your issue, which you beget after them, shall be yours, and shall be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance. And as for me, when I came from Padan Aram, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephratah. And I buried her there in the way of Ephratah, the same as Bethlehem. And Yashrael beheld Joseph's sons, and said, Who are these? And Joseph said unto his father, These are my sons, whom Elohim has given me in this place. And he said, Bring them, I pray you, unto me, and I will bless them. Now the eyes of Yashrael were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them, and embraced them. And Yashrael said unto El Yosef, I had not thought to see your face, and lo, Elohim has showed me also your seed. And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Yashrael's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Yashrael's right hand, and brought them near unto him.
And Yashrael stretched out his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand on Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph and said, Elohim, before whom my fathers Abraham and Yitzchak did walk, the Elohim which fed me all my life long until this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Yitzchak, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. And when Joseph saw that his father had laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. And he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. And Joseph said unto his father, Not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put your right hand upon his head. And his father refused and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He shall also become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. And he blessed them that day, saying, And you shall Yashrael bless, saying, Elohim make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. And Yashrael said unto Elioseph, Behold, I die, but Elohim shall be with you, and bring you again into the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to you one portion above your brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Emori with my sword and with my bow. Genesis 49. And Yaakov called unto his sons and said, Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together and hear, ye sons of Yaakov, and hearken unto Yashrael your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, in the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, you shall not excel, because you went up to your father's bed, then defiled it. He went up to my couch. Shimon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not into their secret, unto their assembly. My honor, be not united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dug down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov, and scatter them in Yashrael. Yehuda, you are he whom your brethren shall praise. Your hand shall be in the necks of your enemies. Your father's children shall bow down before you. Yehuda is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, you are gone up. He stooped down. He couched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a Torah giver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Binding his foal unto the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine, he washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea. He shall be a haven for ships, and his border shall be unto Sidon. Issachar is a strong asses couching down between two burdens. And he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute. Dan shall judge his people, as one of the tribes of Yashrael. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that bites the horse's heels, so that his rider shall fall backwards. I have waited for your Yeshua, O Yahweh. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat. He shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He gives goodly words. Joseph is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have sorely grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him. But his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty Elohim of Yaakov. From thence the shepherd, the stone of Yashrael. Even by the Elohim of your father, who shall help you, and by El Shaddai, who shall bless you with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies under, blessings of the breasts and the womb. The blessings of your father have prevailed above the blessings of my progenitors unto the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him that was separate from his brethren. Benjamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Yashrael, and this is it that their father spoke unto them and blessed them, every one according to his blessing he blessed them. And he charged them and said unto them, I am to be gathered unto my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite for possession of a burying place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his woman. There they buried Yitzchak and Rivka his woman, and there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and of the cave that is therein was from the children of Heth. And when Yaakov had made an end of commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed and yielded up his ruach and was gathered unto his people. Genesis 50. And Joseph fell upon his father's face and wept upon him and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Yashrael. And 40 days were fulfilled for him. For so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed, and the Mitzrayim mourned for him 60 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spoke unto the house of Pharaoh, saying, If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Lo, I die. In my grave which I have dug for me in the land of Canaan, there shall you bury me. Now therefore, let me go up, I pray you, and bury my father, and I will come again. And Pharaoh said, Go up, bury your father, according as he made you swear. And Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Mitzrayim. And all the house of Joseph and his brethren and his father's house, only their little ones and their flocks and their herds they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Yarden, and there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanim, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said, This is a grievous mourning to the Mitzrayim. Wherefore the name of it was called Avel Mitzrayim, which is beyond the Yarden. And his sons did unto him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burying place of Ephron the Hittite before Mamre. And Joseph returned into Mitzrayim, he and his brethren, and all that went up with him to bury his father after he had buried his father. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, they said, Joseph will perchance hate us, and will certainly requite us all the evil which we did unto him. They sent a messenger unto Joseph, saying, Your father did command before he died, saying, So shall you say unto Joseph, Forgive, I pray you now, the transgression of your brethren and their sin, for they did unto you evil, and now we pray you, forgive the transgression of the servants of the Elohai of your father. And Joseph wept when they spoke unto him. And his brethren also went and fell down before his face. And they said, Behold, we be your servants. And Joseph said unto them, Fear not, for am I in the place of Elohim? But as for you, you thought evil against me, but Elohim meant it unto good, to bring to pass as it is this day, to save much people alive. Now therefore, fear ye not, I will nourish you and your little ones. And he comforted them and spoke kindly to them. And Joseph dwelt in Mitzrayim, he and his father's house, and Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation. The children also of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were brought up upon Joseph's knees. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I die, and Elohim will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land unto the land which he swore unto Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov. And Joseph took an oath of the children of Yashrael, saying, Elohim will surely visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from hence. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Mitzrayim. And there is the end of the book of Bereshit, Genesis. Now we will go into Shemot, Exodus. Exodus 1:1. Now these are the names of the children of Yashar'el, which came into Mitzrayim. Every man in his household came with Yaakov: Reuben, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Yaakov were 70 souls. For Joseph was in Mitzrayim already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Yashar'el were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Mitzrayim, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, Behold, the people of the children of Yashar'el are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, and lest they multiply. And it come to pass that, when there falls out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. Therefore they did set over them taskmasters, to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of Yashar'el. And the Mitzrayim made the children of Yashar'el to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they made them serve was with rigor. And the king of Mitzrayim spoke to the Ivri midwives, of which the name of the one was Shifra, and the name of the other was Pua. And he said, When ye do the office of a midwife to the Ivrith women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared Elohim, and did not as the king of Mitzrayim commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Mitzrayim called for the midwives, and said unto them, Why have ye done this thing, and have saved the men children alive? And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, Because the Ivrith women are not as the Mitzri women, for they are lively, and are delivered before the midwives come in unto them. Therefore Elohim dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared Elohim, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, Every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive. Exodus 2. There went a man of the house of Levi, and took to be his woman a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived, and bore a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein, and she laid it in the reeds by the river's brink. And his sister stood afar off, to wit what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along the river's side. When she saw the ark among the reeds, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said, This is one of the Ephraim children. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, Shall I go and call to you a nurse of the Evrith woman, that she may nurse the child for you? And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, Take this child away, and nurse it for me, and I will give you your wages. And the woman took the child, and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and became her son. And she called his name Moshe. And she said, Because I drew him out of the water. And it came to pass in those days, when Moshe was grown, that he went out unto his brethren, and looked on their burdens. And he spied a Mitzri smiting an Ivri, one of his brethren. And he looked this way and that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Mitzri, and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Ephraim strove together. And he said unto him that did wrong, Wherefore smite you your fellow? And he said, Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Intend you to kill me as you did the Mitzri? And Moshe feared, and said, Surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian. And he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away, but Moshe stood up and helped them, and watered the flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, How is it that you are come so soon today? And they said, A Mitzri delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. And he said to his daughters, Where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread. And Moshe was content to dwell with the man, and he gave Moshe Zipporah his daughter. And she bore him a son, and he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Mitzrayim died, and the children of Yashrael sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried, and their cry came up unto Elohim by reason of the bondage. And Elohim heard their groaning, and Elohim remembered his covenant with Abraham, and with Yitzchak, and with Yaakov. And Elohim looked upon the children of Yashrael, and Elohim had respect unto them. Now, Exodus chapter 3. Now, Moshe kept the flock of Yithro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountains of Elohim, even to Horeb. And the angel of Yahweh appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a thorn bush. And he looked, and behold, the thorn bush burned with fire, and the thorn bush was not consumed. And Moshe said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, for why the thorn bush is not burnt? And Yahweh saw that he had turned aside to see. Elohim called to him out of the midst of the thorn bush and said, Moshe, Moshe. He said, Here am I. He said, Draw not nigh hither, put off your shoes from off your feet, for the place whereon you stand is holy ground. Moreover, he said, I am the Elohai of your father, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzchak, the Elohai of Yaakov. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. And Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Mitzrayim, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrows. And I come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and to bring them up out of the land unto a good land, and a large, and unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanim, and the Chittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizim, and the Chivim, and the Yebusim. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Yashrael is come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Mitzrayim oppress them. Come now therefore, and I will send you unto Pharaoh, that you may bring forth my people, the children of Yashrael, out of Mitzrayim. And Moshe said unto Elohim, Who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, that I should bring forth the children of Yashrael out of Mitzrayim? He said, Certainly, I will be with you, and this shall be a sign unto you that I have sent you. When you have brought forth the people out of Mitzrayim, you shall serve Elohim upon this mountain. And Moshe said unto Elohim, Behold, when I come unto the children of Yashrael, and shall say unto them, The Elohai of your fathers has sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And Elohim said unto Moshe, Echaya, Asher Echaya, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shall you say unto the children of Yashrael, Ahaya, I am, has sent me unto you. And Elohim said moreover unto Moshe, Thus shall you say unto the children of Yashrael, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzchak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, has sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my mention unto all generations. Go and gather the elders of Yashrael together, and say unto them, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, of Yitzchak, and Yaakov appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done unto you in Mitzrayim. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of the Mitzrayim unto the land of the Canaanim, and the Chittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizim, and the Chivim, and the Yebusim, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall hearken to your voice, and ye shall come, you and the elders of Yashrael, unto the king of Mitzrayim, and ye shall say unto him, Yahuwah Elohai of the Ivrim has met with us. And now, let us go, we beseech you, 3 days' journey into the wilderness. That we may sacrifice to Yahuwah Eloheinu. And I am sure that the king of Mitzrayim will not let you go. No, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand and smite the Mitzrayim with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that, he will let you go. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim, and it shall come to pass that when you go, you shall not go empty. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourns in her house, jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment, and ye shall put them upon your sons, and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Mitzrayim. Exodus 4. And Moshe answered and said, But behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, for they will say, Yahweh has not appeared unto you. And Yahweh said unto him, What is that in your hand? And he said, A rod. And he said, Cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moshe fled from before it. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Put forth your hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand, that they may believe that Yahweh Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzchak, and the Elohai of Yaakov has appeared unto you. And Yahweh said furthermore unto him, Put now your hand into your bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom. And when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said, Put your hand into your bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom. And behold, it was turned again after his other flesh. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe you, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken unto your voice, that you should take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land, and the water which you take out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. And Moshe said unto El Yahweh, O my Adonai, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since you have spoken unto your servant, but I am of slow speech, and of a slow tongue. And Yahweh said unto him, Who has made man's mouth? Or who makes the dumb, or the deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I, Yahweh? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth, and teach you what to say, what you shall say. And he said, O my Adonai, send, I pray you, by the hand of him whom you will send. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Moshe, and he said, Is not Aharon the Levi your brother? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, he comes forth to meet you, and when he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. And you shall speak unto him, and put the words in his mouth, and I will be with your mouth, and with his mouth, and I will teach you what you shall do. And he shall be your spokesman unto the people, and he shall be even as he shall be to you instead of a mouth, and ye shall be to him instead of Elohim. And ye shall take this rod in your hand, wherewith you shall do signs. And Moshe went and returned to Yithro his father-in-law, and said unto him, Let me go, I pray you, and return unto my brethren which are in Mitzrayim, and see whether they yet be alive. And Yithro said to Moshe, Go in peace. And Yahweh said unto Moshe in Midian, Go, return into Mitzrayim, for all the men are dead which sought your life. And Moshe took his woman and his sons, and set them upon an ass, and returned to the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the rod of Elohim in his hand. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, When you go to return into Mitzrayim, say that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh which I have put in your hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. And ye shall say unto Pharaoh, Thus says Yahweh, Yashrael is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto you, Let my son go, that he may serve me. And if you refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay your son, even your firstborn. And it came to pass by the way in the inn, that Yahweh met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone, and cut off the foreskin of her son, and cast it at his feet, and said, Surely a bloody man you are to me. So he let him go. Then she said, A bloody man you are, because of the circumcision. And Yahweh said unto El Aharon, Go into the wilderness to meet Moshe. And he went, and he met him in the mount of Elohim, and kissed him. And Moshe told Aharon all the words of Yahweh who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. And Moshe and Aharon went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Yisrael. And Aharon spoke all the words which Yahweh had spoken unto Moshe, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed. And when they heard that Yahweh had visited the children of Yisrael, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped. Exodus 5. And afterward Moshe and Aharon went in and told Pharaoh, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of Yisrael, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said, Who is Yahweh, that I should obey his voice and let Yisrael go? I know not Yahweh, neither will I let Yisrael go. And they said, The Elohai of the Ivrim has met with us. Let us go, we pray you, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto Yahweh Eloheinu, lest he fall upon us with pestilence, or with the sword. And the king of Mitzrayim said unto them, Wherefore do ye, Moshe and Aharon, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens? And Pharaoh said, Behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burdens. And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying, Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick, as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And the tale of the bricks which they did make heretofore ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our Elohim. Let their more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words. And their taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spoke to the people, saying, Thus says Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get you straw where you can find it, yet not aught of your work shall be diminished. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Mitzrayim to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hasted them, saying, Fulfill your works, your daily tasks, as when there was straw. And the officers of the children of Yisrael, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten and demanded, Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday and today as heretofore? Then the officers of the children of Yisrael came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, Wherefore deal you thus with your servants? There is no straw given unto your servants. And they say to us, Make brick, and behold, your servants are beaten, but the fault is in your own people. And he said, Ye are idle. Therefore ye say, Let us go and do sacrifice to Yahweh. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet ye shall deliver the tale of bricks. And the officers of the children of Yisrael did see that they were in evil case after it was said, Ye shall not diminish aught from your bricks of your daily tasks. And they met Moshe and Aharon, who stood in the way, as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto him, Yahweh look upon you and judge, because you have made our savor to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us. And Moshe returned unto El Yahweh and said, Adonai, wherefore have you so evil entreated this people? Why is it that you have sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to this people, neither have you delivered your people at all. Exodus chapter 6. Then Yahweh said unto Moshe, Now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. And Elohim spoke unto Moshe and said unto him, I am Yahweh. And I appeared unto El Avraham, unto El Yitzchak, and unto El Yaakov by El Shaddai, but by the name of Yahweh was I not known to them. And I have also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Yisrael, whom the Mitzrayim keep in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Yisrael, I am Yahweh, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrayim, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm with great judgments. And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you Elohim, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh Elohim, which brings you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrayim. And I will bring you in unto the land concerning the which I did swear to give it to Avraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov, and I will give it to you for a heritage. I am Yahweh. And Moshe spoke so unto the children of Yisrael, but they hearkened not unto Moshe for anguish of the Ruach, and for cruel bondage. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, that he let the children of Yisrael go out of his land. And Moshe spoke before Yahweh, saying, Behold, the children of Yisrael have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? And And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and El Aharon, and gave them a charge unto the children of Yisrael, and unto Pharaoh king of Mitzrayim, to bring the children of Yisrael out of the land of Mitzrayim. These be the heads of their fathers' houses, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Yisrael, Chanok and Palu, Chetzron and Carmi. These be the families of Reuben. And the sons of Shimon, Yemuel and Yamin, and Ochad and Yakin and Sochar and Shaul, and the son of a Canaanite woman. These are the families of Shimon. And these are the names of the sons of Levi, according to their generations: Gershon, Kohath, Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Livni and Shimi, according to their families. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, Yitzchar, Hebron, and Uziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Machlai, and Mushai. These are the families of Levi, according to their generations. Hang on, give me just a moment. And Amram took him Jochebed, his father's sister, to be his woman, and she bore him Aharon and Moshe. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the sons of Yitzchar, Korach, and Nepheg, and Zikri. And the sons of Uziel, Mishael, and Elishaphan, and Chithrai. And Aharon took him Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, sister of Nachshon, to be his woman. And she bore him Nadab, and Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar. And the sons of Korach, Achir, Elkanah, Avisachaf. These are the families of Korchai. And Eleazar, Aharon's son, took him one of the daughters of Petuel to be his woman, and she bore him Pinechach. These are the heads of the fathers of the Leviim, according to their families. These are that Aharon and Moshe, to whom Yahweh said, bring out the children of Yisrael from the land of Mitzrayim, according to their armies. These are they which spoke to Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, to bring out the children of Yisrael from Mitzrayim. These are that Moshe and Aharon. And it came to pass on that day, when Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the land of Mitzrayim, that Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, I am Yahweh. Speak you unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, all that I say unto you. And Moshe said before Yahweh, behold, I am of circumcised lips. How shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? Exodus chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, see, I have made you an Elohim to Pharaoh, and Aharon your brother shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and Aharon your brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Yisrael out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's hearts, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Mitzrayim. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Mitzrayim, and bring forth my armies and my people, the children of Yisrael, out of the land of Mitzrayim by great judgments. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahweh, when I stretch forth my hand upon Mitzrayim, and bring out the children of Yisrael from among them. And Moshe and Aharon did as Yahweh commanded them, so did they. And Moshe was 80 years old, and Aharon 83 years old, when they spoke unto Pharaoh. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon, saying, when Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, show a miracle for you, and then you shall say unto El Aharon, take your rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moshe and Aharon went unto Pharaoh, and they did so as Yahweh had commanded. And Aharon cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Mitzrayim. They also did in like manner with their enchantments, for they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aharon's rod swallowed up their rods. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Get you unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goes out into the water, and you shall stand by the river's brink against he come. And the rod which was turned to a serpent shall you take in your hand. And you shall say unto him, Yahweh Elohai of the Ivrim has sent me unto you, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto you would not hear. Thus says Yahweh, and this you shall know that I am Yahweh. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in my hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Mitzrayim shall loathe to drink of the water of the river. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Moshe, say unto Aharon, take your rod, and stretch out your hand upon the waters of Mitzrayim, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and all that here may be blood throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. And Moshe and Aharon did so, and Yahweh commanded, and he lifted up the rod, and smote the waters that were in the river in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants, and all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that was in the river died, and the river stank, and the Mitzrayim could not drink of the water of the river, and there was blood throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians of Mitzrayim did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Mitzrayim dug round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water. And 7 days were fulfilled after that Yahweh had smitten the river. Exodus chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, Go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says Yahweh, Let my people go, that they may serve me. And if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all your borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house, and into your bedchamber, and upon your bed, and into the house of your servants, and upon your people, and into your ovens, and in your kneading troughs. And the frogs shall come up both on you, and upon your people, and upon all your servants. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, Say unto Aharon, Stretch forth your hand with your rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Mitzrayim. And Aharon stretched out his hand over the waters of Mitzrayim, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up the frogs upon the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon, and said, Entreat Yahweh, that he may take away the frogs from me and my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto Yahweh. And Moshe said unto Pharaoh, Glory over me. When shall I entreat for you, and for your servants, and for your people, to destroy the frogs from you and from your houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said, Tomorrow. And he said, Be it according to your word, that you may know that there is none like unto Yahweh Eloheinu. And the frogs shall depart from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people, they shall remain in the river only. And Moshe and Aharon went out from Pharaoh, and Moshe cried unto Yahweh because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe, and the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and upon the land, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Say unto Aharon, Stretch out your rod, and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. They did so. For Aharon stretched out his hand with his rod, and he smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast, and all the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth lice, but they could not, because so there were lice upon man and upon beast. Then the magician said unto Pharaoh, This is the finger of Elohim. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he comes forth to the water, and say unto him, Thus says Yahweh, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, If you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon you, and upon your servants, and upon your people, and into your houses, and the houses of the Mitzrayim shall be full of the swarm of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end you may know that I am Yahweh in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow this shall this sign be. And Yahweh did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Mitzrayim. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of the flies. And Pharaoh called for Moshe and for Aharon, and said, Go ye, sacrifice to your Elohim in the land. And Moshe said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Mitzrayim to Yahweh Eloheinu. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Mitzrayim before their eyes, and will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice to Yahweh Eloheinu as he commanded us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that you may sacrifice to Yahweh Elohika in the wilderness. Only you shall not go very far away. Entreat for me. And Moshe said, Behold, I go out from you, and I will entreat El Yahweh that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more in letting the people go to sacrifice, and not letting the people go to sacrifice to Yahweh. And Moshe went out from Pharaoh and entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe. And he removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servant, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. Exodus chapter 9. Then Yahweh said unto El Moshe, Go in unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of the Ivrim, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go, and will hold them still, behold, the hand of Yahweh is upon your cattle which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, and upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous pestilence. And Yahweh shall sever between the cattle of Yashrael and the cattle of Mitzrayim, and there shall nothing die of all that is the children of Yashrael. And Yahweh appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow Yahweh shall do this thing in the land. And Yahweh did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Mitzrayim died, but the cattle of the children of Yashrael died not one. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of Yashrael's dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon, Take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moshe sprinkle it toward the heavens in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in the land of Mitzrayim, and shall be a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And they took ashes of the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moshe sprinkled it up towards the heavens, and it became a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moshe because of the boils, for the boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Mitzrayim. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had spoken unto El Moshe. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of the Ivrim, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon your heart, and upon your servants, and upon your people, that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out my hand, that I may smite you and your people with pestilence, and you shall be cut off from the earth. And in very deed for this cause have I raised you up, for to show in you my power, and that my name be declared throughout all the earth. Yet, as yet, exalt you yourself against my people, that you will not let them go? Behold, tomorrow, about this time, I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as has not been in Mitzrayim since the foundation thereof, even until now. Send therefore now, and gather your cattle, and all that you have in the field, upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home. The hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die. He that feared the word of Yahweh among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of Yahweh left his servants and his cattle in the field. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Stretch forth your hand towards the heavens, that there may be a hail in all the land of Mitzrayim, upon man, and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field throughout the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe stretched forth his rod toward the heavens, and Yahweh sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and Yahweh rained hail upon the land of Mitzrayim. So there was hail, and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Mitzrayim, since it became a nation. And the hail smote through all the land of Mitzrayim, and all that was in the field, both man and beast, and the hail smote every herb of the field, and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Yasharel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moshe and Aharon, and said unto them, I have sinned this time. Yahweh is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat El Yahweh, for it is enough, that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail, and I will let you go, and ye shall stay no longer. And Moshe said unto him, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto El Yahweh, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that you may know how that the earth is Yahweh's. But as for you and your servants, I know that you will not yet fear Yahweh Elohim. And the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was bold. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. And Moshe went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto El Yahweh. And the thunders and the hails ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more, and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Yasharel go, as Yahweh had spoken by Moshe. Exodus chapter 10. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe, Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart, and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that you may tell in the ears of your son, and of your son's son, that what things I have wrought in Mitzrayim, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know how that I am Yahweh. And Moshe and Aharon came in unto Pharaoh, and said unto him, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of the Ivrim, How long will you refuse to humble yourselves before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locust into your coasts, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth, and they shall eat eat the remnant of that which is escaped, which remains of you from the hail, and ye shall eat every tree which grows for you out of the field. And they shall fill your houses, and the houses of all your servants, and the houses of all the Mitzrayim, which neither your fathers nor your fathers' fathers have seen since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servant said to him, How long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let the men go, that they may serve Yahweh Elohim. Know you not that Mitzrayim is destroyed? And Moshe and Aharon were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, Go, serve Yahweh Elohim. But who are they that shall go? And Moshe said, We will go with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds will we go, for we must hold a feast unto Yahweh. And he said unto them, Let Yahweh be so with you, as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now ye, that ye are men, and serve Yahweh, for that ye did desire. And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Stretch out your hand over the land of Mitzrayim for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Mitzrayim, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail has left. And Moshe stretched forth his rod over the land of Mitzrayim, and Yahweh brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locust. And the locust went up over all the land of Mitzrayim, and rested in the coasts of Mitzrayim. Very grievous were they. Before them there were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall there be any such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened. They did eat of every herb of the land, and fruit of the trees which the hail had left, and there remained not any green thing in the trees or in the herbs of the field through all the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon in haste, and he said, I have sinned against Yahweh Elohim and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray you, my sin only this once, and entreat Yahweh Elohim that he may take away from me this death only. And he went out from Pharaoh and entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coast of Mitzrayim. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he would not let the children of Yisrael go. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, stretch out your hand toward the heavens, that there may be a darkness over the land of Mitzrayim, even darkness which may be felt. And Moshe stretched forth his hand toward the heavens, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Mitzrayim 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days, but all the children of Yisrael had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moshe and said, Go ye, serve Yahweh, only let your flocks and your hearts be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you. And Moshe said, You must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto Yahweh Eloheinu. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not a hoof be left behind, for thereof must we take to serve Yahweh Eloheinu. And we know not whether what we must serve Yahweh until we have come hither. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, Get you from me, take heed to yourselves, see my face no more, for in that day you shall see my face, you shall die. And Moshe said, You have spoken well. I will see your face again no more. Oops. Okay. And Brother Jeremy?
Yes,
you
sir.
Please? Okay. I'm going to pick it back up at chapter 11, verse 1.
Yep. The final plague, 11. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh and upon Mitzrayim. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim. Moreover, the man Moshe was very great in the land of Mitzrayim, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants and in the sight of the people. And Moshe said, Thus says Yahweh, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Mitzrayim, and all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Yasharel shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast, that ye may know how that Yahweh put a difference between the Mitzrayim and Yasharel. And all these your servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get you out, and all the people that follow you. After that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in great anger. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe and Aharon did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Yasharel go out of his land. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and El Haron in the land of Mitzrayim, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak ye unto all the assembly of Yasharel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house. And if a household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or the goat, or from the goats. Ye shall take it up until the 14th day of the same month, and the whole multitude of the assembly of Yasharel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take the blood and shall strike it on the 2 side posts and on the upper doorpost of the houses wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in the night, roast with fire, and matzah, unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw, nor sodden it at all with water, but roast with fire his head with his legs, and the purtenance thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. That which remains of it until the morning shall ye burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, your staff in your hand, and ye shall eat it in haste. It is Yahuwah's Pesach. For I will pass through the land of Mitzrayim this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both man and beast, and against all the Elohai of Mitzrayim will I execute judgment. I am Yahuwah. The blood shall be to you for a mark upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I smite the land of Mitzrayim. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and you shall keep it a feast to Yahuwah throughout your generations, and ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days shall ye eat matzah. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eats chametz from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Yasharel. And in the first day there shall be a holy assembly, and in the 7th day there shall be a holy assembly to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done for you. And ye shall guard the feast of matzah. For in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore shall ye guard this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first day, on the 14th, in the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at evening, shall ye eat matzah until the 21st day of the month at evening. 7 days shall there be no chametz found in your houses. For whosoever eats that which is with chametz, even that soul shall be cut off from the assembly of Yasharel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Ye shall eat nothing with chametz. In all your habitations shall ye eat matzah. Then Moshe called for all the elders of Yasharel, and said unto them, Draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Pesach. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and 2 side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of your house until the morning. For Yahweh shall pass through to smite the Mitzrayim when he sees the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 side posts. Yahweh will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you. And ye shall guard this thing for an ordinance to you and your sons forever. And it shall come to pass when ye are come to the land which Yahweh will give you according as he has promised, that ye shall guard this service. And it shall come to pass when your children shall say unto you, What mean ye by this service? That ye shall say, This is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Pesach, who passed over the houses of the children of Yasharel in Mitzrayim, when he smote the Mitzrayim and delivered our houses, and the people bowed the head and worshipped. And the children of Yasharel went away and did as Yahweh commanded Moshe and Aharon, so did they. Exodus 12:20. And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne, unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, and he and all his servants, and all the Mitzrayim. There was a great cry in Mitzrayim, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. And he called for Moshe and Aharon by night, and said, Rise up and get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Yasharel, and go and serve Yahweh, as ye have said. Also take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Mitzrayim were urgent upon the people, that they might send them out of the land in haste, for they said, We be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Yasharel did according to the word of Moshe, and they borrowed of the Mitzrayim jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of Mitzrayim, so that they lent unto them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Mitzrayim. And the children of Yasharel journeyed from Ra'amech to Sukkot, about 6,000 on foot, that were men beside children. A mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, very much cattle. And they baked matzah cakes, the dough which they brought forth out of Mitzrayim, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Mitzrayim and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victuals. Now the sojourning of the children of Yasharel, who dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, and in the land of Canaan, they and their fathers, was 430 years. And it came to pass, at the end of 430 years, even the self same day, it came to pass that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Mitzrayim. It was a night to be much observed unto Yahweh for bringing them out of the land of Mitzrayim. This is that night of Yahweh to be observed for all the children of Yasharel in their generations. And Yahweh said unto Moshe and Aharon, This is the ordinance of the Pesach. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every man's servant that is bought for money, when ye have circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. You shall not carry forth aught the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. And all the assembly of Yasharel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with you, and will keep the Pesach of Yahuwah, let all his males be circumcised. Then let him come near and keep it, and he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. One Torah shall there be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourns among you. Thus did all the children of Yasharel, as Yahweh commanded Moshe and Aharon, so did they. And it came to pass the selfsame day that Yahweh did bring the children of Yasharel out of the land of Mitzrayim by their armies. Exodus 13. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever opens the womb among the children of Yasharel, both man and of beast, it is mine. And Moshe said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came from Mitzrayim out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought you out of this place. There shall no chametz be eaten. This day came ye out of in the month of Aviv. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring you into the land of the Canaanim, and the Chittim, and the Amorim, and the Chivaim, and the Yevusim, which he swore unto your father, to give you a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days you shall eat matzah, and in the seventh day there shall be a feast to Yahweh. Matzah shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall be no chametz be seen with you, neither shall there be leaven seen with you in all your quarters. And you shall show your son in that day, saying, This is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me when I came forth out of Mitzrayim. And it shall be as a sign upon your hand, and for a memorial between your eyes, that Yahweh's Torah may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand has Yahweh brought you out of Mitzrayim. You shall therefore guard this ordinance in his appointed time from year to year. And it shall be when Yahweh shall bring you into the land of the Canaanim, as he swore unto you and to your fathers, shall give it to you, that you shall set apart unto Yahweh all that open the womb, and every firstling that comes of a beast which you have. The males shall be Yahweh's. And every firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb. And if you will not redeem it, then you shall break his neck. And all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. It shall be when your son asks you in time to come, saying, What is this? That you shall say unto him, By strength of hand Yahweh brought us out of Mitzrayim from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to Yahweh all that opens the womb, being males. But all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a mark upon your hand, and for frontlets between your eyes, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought us forth out of Mitzrayim. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let the people go, that Elohim led them not through the way of the land of the Pelishtim, although it was near. For Elohim said, Lest perchance the people repent when they see war, and they return to Mitzrayim. But Elohim led the people about through the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea. And the children of Yasharel went up harnessed out of the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the bones of Yosef with him, for he had straitly sworn the children of Yasharel, saying, Elohim will surely visit you, and shall carry you, and ye shall carry up my bones away hence with you. And they took their journey from Sukkot, and encamped in Ethem, in the edge of the wilderness. And Yahweh went before them by day in a pillar of a cloud, and led them the way. To lead them the way. And by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night from before the people. And Yahweh spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel that they turn and encamp before Hikroth, between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal Zephon. Before it shall ye encamp by the sea. And Pharaoh will say to the children of Yasharel, They are entangled in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that he shall follow after them, and I will be honored upon Pharaoh and upon all his hosts, that the Mitzrayim may know that I am Yahweh. And they did so. And it was told the king of Mitzrayim that the people fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and his servants was turned against the people. And they said, Why have we done this, that we have let Yasharel go from serving us? And he made ready his chariot, and took his people with him. He took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Mitzrayim, and the captains over every one of them. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, the king of Mitzrayim, and he pursued after the children of Yasharel, and the children of Yasharel went out with a high hand. But the Mitzrayim pursued after them all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and the horsemen and his army, and overtook them encamping by the sea, besides Pi-ha-Kiroth, before Baal-Zephon. And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Yasharel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Mitzrayim marched after them, and they were sore afraid. And the children of Yasharel cried out unto Yahweh, and they said unto Moshe, Because there were no graves in Mitzrayim, have you taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore have you dwelt with us, to carry us forth out of Mitzrayim? Is not this the word that we did tell you in Mitzrayim, saying, Let us alone, that we may serve the Mitzrayim? For it had been better for us to serve the Mitzrayim than that we should die in the wilderness. And Moshe said unto the people, Fear not, and stand still, and see the Yeshua of Yahuwah, which he will show you today. For the Mitzrayim whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. Yahuwah shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Wherefore cry you unto me? Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they go forward. But lift up your rod, and stretch out your hand over the sea, and divide it. And the children of Yasharel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And I, behold, I will harden the hearts of the Mitzrayim, and they shall follow them, and I will get me honor upon Pharaoh, and upon all his hosts, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I have gotten me honor upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the angel of Elohim which went before the camp of Yasharel, removed and went before them, and the pillar of cloud went from before their face and stood behind them. And it came to pass, and it came between the camp of Mitzrayim and the camp of Yasharel, and it was a cloud and a darkness to them, but it gave light by night to these, so that the one came not near the other all the night. And Moshe stretched out his hand over the sea, and Yahweh caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Yasharel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Mitzrayim pursued and went in after them in the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to pass that in the morning watch Yahweh looked unto the host of Mitzrayim through the pillar of fire and the cloud, and troubled the host of Mitzrayim, and took off their chariot wheels, that they drove them heavily, so that the Mitzrayim said, Let us flee from the face of Yasharel, for Yahweh fights for them against the Mitzrayim. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Stretch out your hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Mitzrayim, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen. And Moshe stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to his strength when the morning appeared. And the Mitzrayim fled against it, and Yahweh overthrew the Mitzrayim in the midst of the sea. And the waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen and all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. But the children of Yasharel walked upon dry land in the midst of the sea, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. Thus Yahweh saved Yasharel that day out of the hand of Mitzrayim, and Yasharel saw the Mitzrayim dead upon the seashore. And Yasharel saw that great work which Yahweh did upon the Mitzrayim, and the people feared Yahweh and believed Yahweh and his servant Moshe. The Song of Moshe. Adam, did you want me to read it, or did you want to? What happened?
Yeah, let's just keep it a reading.
Okay.
As exciting the other would be, let's just keep it a reading.
Okay. Then sang Moshe and the children of Yasharel this song unto Yahweh, and spoke, and sang, I will sing unto Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea. Yahweh, Yah is my strength and song, and he is become my Yeshua. He is my El, and I will prepare him a habitation, my father's Elohai, and I will exalt him. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host has he cast into the sea. His chosen captains are also drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Your right hand, O Yahweh, is become glorious in power. Your right hand, O Yahweh, has dashed in pieces the enemy. In the greatness of your excellence, in the greatness of your excellence have you overthrown them that rose up against you. You set forth your wrath, which consumed them as stubble. And with a blast of your nostrils the waters were gathered together. The floods stood upright as a heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My lust shall be satisfied upon them.
I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. You blew with your ruach, the sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like unto you, O Yahweh, among the Elohim? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, fearful in praise, doing wonders? You stretch out your right hand, the earth swallowed them. You in your mercy have led forth the people which you have redeemed. You have guided them in your strength unto your holy habitation. The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold of the inhabitants of Peleshteth. The dukes of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab trembling shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them. By the greatness of your arm, they shall be as still as a stone, till your people pass over, O Yahweh, till the people pass over, which you have purchased. You shall bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, O Yahweh, which you have made for you to dwell in the sanctuary, O Yahweh, which your hands have established. Yahweh shall reign forever and forever. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his horsemen into the sea, and Yahweh brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Yasharel went on dry land in the midst of the sea. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aharon, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dancing. And Miriam answered them, Sing ye to Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea. So Moshe brought Yasharel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore, the name of it was called Marah. The people murmured against Moshe, saying, What shall we drink? And he cried unto Yahweh, and Yahweh showed him a tree, which when he had cast it into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he proved them, and said, If you will diligently hearken unto the voice of Yahweh Elohechem, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and guard all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon you, which I have brought upon the Mitzrayim, for I am Yahweh Rapha, Yahweh who heals you. And they came to Elim, and there were 12 wells of water, and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there by the waters. Exodus 16. And they took their journey from Elim, and all the assembly of the children of Yasharel came into the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai. On the 15th day of the second month, after they departed out of the land of Mitzrayim, and the whole assembly of the children of Yasharel murmured against Moshe and Aharon in the wilderness. And the children of Yasharel said unto them, Would Elohim we had died by the hand of Yahweh in the land of Mitzrayim, when we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full, For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then said Yahweh to Moshe, Behold, I will rain bread from the heavens for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them, whether they will walk in my Torah or no. And it shall come to pass on the 16th day when it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moshe and Aharon said unto the children of Yasharel, At evening, when ye shall know that Yahweh has brought you out of the then you shall know that Yahweh has brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim. And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of Yahweh. For he that hears your murmurings against Yahweh, and what ye are that ye murmur against us. And Moshe said, This shall be when Yahweh shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, that Yahweh hears your murmurings which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against Yahweh. And Moshe spoke unto Elharon, Say unto all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, Come near before Yahweh, for he has heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aharon spoke unto the whole assembly of the children of Yasharel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of Yahweh appeared in the cloud. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Yasharel. Speak unto them, saying, At evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh Elohechem. And it came to pass that at evening the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay around about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And the children of Yasharel saw it, and said one to another, It is manna, for they knew not what it was. And Moshe said unto them, This is the bread which Yahweh has given you to eat. This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded. Gather of it each man according to his eating, an omer for every man, according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Yasharel did so, and gathered some more and some less. And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moshe said, Let no man leave it till the morning. Notwithstanding they hearkened not unto Moshe, but some of them left of it until the morning. And it bred worms and stank, and Moshe was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating, and when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the sixth day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the assembly came and told Moshe. And he said unto them, This is that which Yahweh said, Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Shabbat unto Yahweh. Bake that which ye will bake today, and seethe that which ye will seethe, and that which remains over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. And they laid it up till the morning, and as Moshe bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moshe said, Eat that today, for today is a Shabbat unto Yahuwah. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the seventh day, which is the Shabbat, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass, there went out some of the people on the seventh day for to gather, and they found none. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, How long refuse ye to guard my commandments and my Torah? See, for that Yahuwah has given you the Shabbat, therefore he gives you on the sixth day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the seventh day. So the people rested on the seventh day. And the house of Yasharel called the name thereof manna, and it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moshe said, This is the thing which Yahuwah commands. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe said unto Aharon, Take a pot, and fill an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before Yahuwah to be kept for your generations. As Yahuwah commanded Moshe, so Aharon laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Yasharel did eat manna 40 years, until they came into the land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came into the borders of the land of Canaan. Now an omer is the 10th part of an ephah. One moment, sorry. And all the assembly of the children of Yasharel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin after their journeys, according to the commandment of Yahuwah, and pitched in Rephidim. There was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide with Moshe, and say, Give us water that we may drink. And Moshe said unto them, Why chide ye with me? Wherefore do ye tempt Yahuwah? And the people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moshe, and said, Wherefore is it that you have brought us up out of Mitzrayim to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? And Moshe cried unto Yahuwah, saying, What shall I do unto this people, that they be almost ready to stone me? And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Go on before the people, and take with you of the elders of Yasharel your rod, wherewith you smote the river, take in your hand, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock in Horeb, and you shall smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, and that the people may drink. And Moshe did so in the sight of the elders of Yasharel. And he called the name of the place Macha. And Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of Yasharel, and because they tempted Yahuwah, saying, Is Yahuwah among us or not? Then came Amalek and fought with Yasharel in Rephidim. And Moshe said unto Yahusha, choose us out men and go out and fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Elohim in my hand. So Yahusha did as Moshe had said to him, and fought with Amalek, and Moshe and Aharon and Hur went up on the top of the hill. And it came to pass, when Moshe held up his hand, that Yasharel prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moshe's hands were heavy, and they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aharon and Hur stayed up his hands, the one on the one side and the other on the other side, and his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And I apologize, I need to pause for just a moment, if I can, and I can't.
Daddy, I love you.
Or,
It's a George.
no. I'm
Okay, let's see if I can share my screen and pick up. He was at 17, what was it? Justin, did you see he was at 17 what?
I believe he just started at 17-2.
Okay. Okay, so 17:3 or 17:2. Wherefore the people did chide with Moshe, say, give us water that we may drink. And Moshe said unto them, why chide ye with me? Wherefore do ye tempt Yahweh? And the people thirsted there for water, and the people murmured against Moshe and said, wherefore is it that you have brought us up out of Mitzrayim to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? And Moshe cried unto Yahweh, saying, what shall I do unto these people? They be almost ready to stone me. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, go on before the people, and take with you of the elders of Yasharel and your rod, wherewith you smote the river, take in your hand, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock in Horeb, and you shall smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that the people may drink. And Moshe did so in the sight of the elders of Yasharel. And he called the name of the place Makkah and Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of Yasharel, and because they tempted Yahweh, saying, is Yahweh among us or not? Then came Amalek and fought with Yasharel in Rephidim. And Moshe said unto Yahusha, choose us out men, and go out, fight with Amalek tomorrow. I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Elohim in my hand. So Yahusha did as Moshe had said unto him, and fought with Amalek. And Moshe, Aharon, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to pass, when Moshe held up his hand, that Yasharel prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moshe's hands were heavy, and they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aaron, Aharon, and Hur stayed up his hands, but the one on the one side and the other on the other side, and his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Yahusha discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, write this for memorial in the Sefer, and rehearse it in the ears of Yahusha, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under the heavens. And Moshe built an altar and called the name of it Yahweh Niki, Yahweh my banner. For he said, because Yah has sworn that Yahweh will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Exodus 18. When Yitro, the priest of Midian, Moshe's father-in-law, heard of all that Elohim had done for Moshe and for Yasharel his people, and that Yahweh had brought Yasharel out of Mitzrayim, then Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moshe's woman, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of which the name of one was Gershom, for he said, I have been an alien in a strange land, and the name of the other was Eleazar, for Elohai of my father said he was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, came with his sons and with his woman unto Moshe into the wilderness, where he encamped at the mount of Elohim. And he said unto Moshe, I, your father-in-law Yitro, come unto you, and your woman and her 2 sons with her. And Moshe went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obeisance, and kissed him. And they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moshe told his father-in-law all that Yahweh had done unto Pharaoh and unto the Mitzrayim for Yasharel's sake, and all the travail that had come upon them by the way, and how Yahweh delivered them. And Yitro rejoiced for all the goodness which Yahweh had done unto Yasharel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Mitzrayim. And Yitro said, Blessed be Yahweh, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who has delivered the people from under the hand of the Mitzrayim. Now I know that Yahweh is greater than all Elohim, for in the thing wherein they dealt proudly he was above them. And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for Elohim. And Aharon came, and all the elders of Yasharel, to eat bread with Moshe's father-in-law, before Elohim. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moshe sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moshe from morning unto the evening. And when Moshe's father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said, What is this thing that you do to the people? Why sit you yourself alone, and all the people stand by you from morning unto evening? And Moshe said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come unto me to inquire of Elohim. When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another, and I do make them know the statutes of Elohim and his Torah. And Moshe's father-in-law said unto him, The thing that you do is not good. You will surely wear away, both you and this people that is with you. For this thing is too heavy for you. You are not able to perform it yourself alone. Hearken now unto my voice, I will give you counsel, and Elohim shall be with you. Be for the people to Elohim ward, and you may bring the causes unto Elohim. And ye shall teach them the ordinances and the Torah, and shall show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. Moreover, you shall provide out of all the people able men, such as fear Elohim, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, and rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. And let them judge the people at all seasons. And it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto you, but every small matter they shall judge. So it shall be easier for yourself, and they shall bear the burden with you. If you shall do this thing, Elohim command you so, then you shall be able to endure, and all this people shall go to their place in peace. So Moshe hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law, and did all that he had said. And Moshe chose able men out of all Yasharel, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard causes they brought unto Moshe, but every small matter they judged themselves. And Moshe let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. Exodus 19. In the 3rd month, when the children of Yasharel were gone forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness, and there Yasharel camped before the mount. And Moshe went up unto Elohim, and Yahweh called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shall you say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Yasharel, You have seen what I did unto the Mitzrayim, and how I bore you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and guard my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel. And Moshe came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which Yahweh commanded him. And all the people answered together, and said, All that Yahweh has spoken, we will do. And Moshe returned the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Lo, I come unto you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and believe you forever. And Moshe told the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the 3rd day. For the 3rd day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And you shall set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that you not go up unto the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever touches the mount shall surely be put to death. There shall not a hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned, or shot through, whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the shofar sounds long, they shall come up to the mount. And Moshe went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the third day. Come not at your women. And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the shofar exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. And Moshe brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with Elohim. And they stood at the nether part of the mount. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because Yahweh descended upon it in fire. And the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the shofar sounded long and waxed louder and louder, Moshe spoke, and Elohim answered him by a voice. And Yahweh came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mount, and Yahweh called Moshe up to the top of the mount, and Moshe went up. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto El Yahweh to gaze, and many of them perish. And let the priests also which come near to El Yahweh sanctify themselves, lest Yahweh break forth upon them. And Moshe said unto El Yahweh, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai. For you charged us, saying, Set bounds about the mount, and sanctify it. And Yahweh said unto him, Away, get you down, and you shall come up, you, and Aharon with you. But let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto El Yahweh, lest he break forth upon them. So Moshe went down unto the people, and spoke unto them. Exodus 20. And Elohim spoke all these words, saying, I am Yahweh Elohika, which have brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other Elohim before me. You shall not make unto you any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heavens above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down yourself to them, nor serve them, for I, Yahweh Elohika, am an jealous El, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generations of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and guard my commandments. You shall not take the name of Yahweh Elohika in vain, for Yahweh will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain. Remember the day of the Shabbat, to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Shabbat of Yahweh Elohika. In it you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yahweh blessed the day of the Shabbat and hallowed it. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which Yahweh Elohika gives you. You shall not kill. You shall not break wedlock. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not lust after your neighbor's house. You shall not lust after your neighbor's woman, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is your neighbor's. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the shofar and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moshe, Speak with us, and we will hear. But let not Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And Moshe said unto the people, Fear not, for Elohim is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that you sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moshe drew near the thick darkness where Elohim was. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Thus you shall say unto the children of Yisrael, You have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me Elohai of silver, neither shall you make unto you Elohai of gold. An altar of earth you shall make unto me, and shall sacrifice thereon your burnt offerings, and your peace offerings, your sheep, your oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto you, and I will bless you. And if you will make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stone. For if you lift up your tool upon it, you have polluted it. Neither shall you go up by steps unto my altar, that your nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay. Jeremy, you ready to take 21?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please
stop.
Please stand there. Get to 21. Goodness. Sorry. Now these are the judgments which you shall set before them. If you obtain an Ivri servant, 6 years shall he serve, and in the 7th year he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his woman shall go out with him. If his master have given him a woman, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master and my woman and my children, I will not go free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges, shall also bring him to the door or unto the door post, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man surrender his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. If she pleases not her master, who has betrothed him to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed to surrender her unto a strange nation, and he shall have no power, seeing he has dealt deceitfully with her. And if he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another woman, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall not be diminished. And if he do not these 3 unto her, then shall she go out free without money. And if he smites a man so that he dies, he that smites a man so that he dies shall be surely put to death. And if a man lie not in wait, but Elohim deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint you a place whither he shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, you shall take him from my altar, that he may die. And he that smites his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. And he that steals a man and sells him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. If men strive together, and one smite another with a stone or with his fist, and he die not, but keeps his bed, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be innocent, only shall he pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or 2, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished according as the woman's man will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judge determines. And if any mischief follow, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. If a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he smite out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, then he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. And if an ox gore a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall surely be stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten. But the owner of that ox shall be innocent. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in time past, and it has been testified to his owner, and he has not kept him in, but that he has killed a man or a woman, that ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. If there be laid upon him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him. Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good and give the money unto the owner, and the dead beast shall be his. And if the ox of one man hurts the ox of another, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also shall they divide. Or if it be known that the ox has used to push in time past, his owner has not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox. The dead shall be his own. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up and being smitten that he die, there shall be no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of grain or the standing grain or field be consumed therein, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to guard, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief not be found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges to see whether he have put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. For all manner of transgressions whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, that which another challenges to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judge shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man unto his neighbor if a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or a beast to guard, and it die or be hurt or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahweh be between them both, that he not his hand unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which is torn. If a man ought of his neighbor, and if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. If the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be a hired thing, it came for his hire. If a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his woman. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. You shall not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lie with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrifices unto any Elohim, save unto Yahweh only, he shall be utterly destroyed. You shall neither vex a stranger nor oppose him, for ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. And my wrath will wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your women shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to any of my people that is poor by you, you shall not be to him as an usurer. Neither shall you lay upon him usury. If you at all take your neighbor's raiment to pledge, you shall deliver it him by the sun goes down. For that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin. Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass, when he cries unto me, I shall hear him, for I am gracious. You shall not revile the Elohim, nor curse the ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe fruits, or of your liquors. The firstborn of your son shall you give unto me. Likewise shall you do with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. His dam. Ye shall be holy, and ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is tore of beasts in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs. You shall not raise a false report. Put not your hand with the wicked, to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shall you speak in a cause to decline after many to pervert judgment. Neither shall you countenance a poor man in his cause. If you meet your enemy's ox or his ass going astray, you shall surely bring it. Oh dear, what just happened? I'm sorry. There it is. If you meet your enemy's ox or his ass going astray, you shall surely bring it back to him again. If you see the ass of him that hates you lying under his burden, and would forbear to help him, you shall surely help with him. You shall not pervert the judgment of your poor in his cause. Keep far from a false matter. The innocent and righteous slay you not, for I will not justify the wicked. You shall take no gift, for the gift blinds the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. You shall not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. In 6 years you shall sow your land, and shall gather in the fruit thereof. But the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie still, that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner you shall deal with your vineyard and with your olive yard. 6 days you shall do your work, and on the 7th day you shall rest, that your ox and your ass may rest, that the son of your handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you, be guarded, and make no mention of the name of other Elohim, neither let it be heard out of your mouth. 3 times you shall keep a feast unto me in the year. You shall guard the feast of matzah, unleavened bread. You shall eat matzah 7 days, as I command you, in the time appointed in the month of Aviv. For in it you came out of Mitzrayim, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of Katsir, the first fruit of your labors, which you have sown in the field, and the feast of Akfi in gathering, which is in the end of the year, when you have gathered in the labors out of your field. 3 times in the year all your males shall appear before Adonai Yahuwah, and you shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with chametz, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of Yahuwah Eloheka. You shall not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you to guard you in the way, and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if you shall indeed obey his voice, and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto your enemies, and an adversary unto your adversaries. For my angel shall go before you, and bring you unto the Ivarim and the Chittim, and the Perizim, and the Kenanim, and the Chiviim, and the Yevusim, and I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their Elohim, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve Yahweh Elohechem, and he shall bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in your land, and the number of your days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before you, and will destroy all the people to whom you shall come, and I will make all your enemies turn their backs unto you. I will send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Chivi, and the Kenani, and the Chitti from before you. I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, unless the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against you. But by little and little I will drive them out before you, until you be increased and inherit the land. And I will set your bounds from the Red Sea, even unto the sea of the Pelishtim, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. You shall cut no covenant with them, nor with their Elohim. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their Elohim, it will surely be a snare unto you. And he said unto Moshe, Come up unto El Yahuwah, you and Aharon, and Nadav, and Evahu, and the 70 elders of Yasharel, and worship ye afar off. And Moshe alone shall come near El Yahuwah, but they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him. And Moshe came and told the people all the words of Yahuwah, and all the judgments, and all the people answered with one voice, saying, All the words which Yahuwah has said will we do. And Moshe wrote all the words of Yahuwah, and rose early in the morning, and built an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Yasharel. And he set young men of the children of Yasharel, which offered burnt offerings and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto Yahuwah. And Moshe took half of the blood and put it in a basin, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the Sefer of the covenant and read it in the audience of the people, and they said, All that Yahuwah has said we will do, and be obedient. Moshe took the blood and sprinkled it on the people, and said, Behold, the blood of the covenant, which Yahuwah has cut with you concerning these words. Then went up Moshe and Aharon and Nadav and Evahu and 70 of the elders of Yasharel, and they saw the Elohai of Yasharel, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Yasharel he laid not his hand. Also they saw Elohim, and did eat and drink. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, Come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give you sapphire stones, and a Torah, and commandments which I have written, that you may teach them. And Moshe rose up, and his minister Yahusha, and Moshe went up into the mount of Elohim. And he said unto the elders, Tarry ye here for us, until we come again unto you. And behold, Aharon and Hori are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. And Moshe went up into the mount, and a cloud covered the mount, and the glory of Yahweh abode upon Mount Sinai. And the cloud covered it 6 days, and the 7th day he called unto Moshe out of the midst of the cloud. And in the sight of the glory of Yahweh, and the sight of the glory of Yahweh was like devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Yasharel. And Moshe went into the midst of the cloud, and got him up into the mount, and Moshe was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they bring me an offering of every man that gives it willingly with his heart. Ye shall take my offering. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them: gold, silver, and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram's skin dyed red, and badger skin, and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod and the breastplate. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them, according to all that I show you, after the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall it be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold. Within and without shall ye overlay it, and shall make upon it a crown of gold round about. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the 4 corners thereof. And 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings on the other side of it. And you shall make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put the staves in the rings by the sides of the ark, and that the ark may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark, and they shall not be taken from it. You shall put into the ark the testimony which I shall give you. And you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold of beaten work shall you make them, in the 2 ends of the mercy seat. And make 1 cherubim on the one end, and the other on the other end. Even of the mercy seat shall ye make the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Toward the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubim be. And you shall put the mercy seat above the ark, and in the ark you shall put the testimony that I shall give you. And there I will meet with you, and I will commune with you from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim which are upon the ark of the testimony, and of all the things which I will give you in commandment unto the children of Yasharel. You shall also make a table of shittim wood. 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. And you shall make unto it a border of a handbreadth round about, and you shall make a gold crown to the border thereof round about. And you shall make for it 4 rings of gold, and put the 4 rings on the 4 corners that are on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for places for the staves to bear the table. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, that the table be borne with them. And you shall make the dishes thereof, and the spoons thereof, and the covers thereof, and the bowls thereof, to cover withal of pure gold shall you make them. And you shall set upon the table showbread before me always. And you shall make a menorah, 7 branch. You shall make a menorah of pure gold, of beaten work shall the menorah be made. His shaft and his branches, and his bowls and his knops and his flowers shall be of the same. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it, 3 branches of the menorah out of the one side, and 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side. 3 bowls made like unto almonds, with a knop and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, with a knop and a flower, so that the 6 branches that come out of the menorah, so that in the 6 branches that are come out of the menorah, and in the menorah shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knops and their flowers, and there shall be a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the menorah. Their knops and their branches shall be of the same, all of it shall be one beaten work of pure gold. And you shall make the 7 lamps thereof, that they shall light the lamps, and they shall light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. And the tongs thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof, shall be of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold shall he make it, with all the vessels. And look that you make them after their pattern, which was shown you in the mount. Adam,
Thank you, brother.
You want me to stop?
Yeah, we're going to have Justin take over here. Thank you, brother.
Moreover, you shall make it the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet, with cherubim of cunning work shall you make them. And the length of one curtain shall be 8 and 20 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together one to another, and the other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. You shall make the loops of blue upon the edge of one of the curtain from the selvage in the coupling, and likewise shall you make it in the uttermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shall you make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shall you make in the edge of the curtain that is in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another. And you shall make 50 taches of gold, and couple up the curtains together with the taches, and shall be one tabernacle. And you shall make curtains of gold of goat's hair to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall you make it. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And you shall couple with the 5 curtains by themselves, and at the 6 curtains by themselves, and shall double with the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And you shall make 50 loops on the edge of one curtain that is outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which couples the second. And you shall make it 50 taches of brass, and put the taches into the loops, and couple with the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remains of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remains, shall hang over the back side of the tabernacle. And a cubit on one side and a cubit on the other side of that which remains is the length of the curtains of the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle on the side, and on the side to cover it. And you shall make a covering for the tent of ram skins dyed red, and a covering above the badger skins. And you shall make it the boards of the tabernacle of shittim wood standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall there be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shall you make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And you shall make it the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards on the south side southward. And you shall make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side there shall be 20 boards. And the 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward you shall make 6 boards. And 2 boards shall you make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto one ring. Thus shall it be for them both, and they shall be for the 2 corners. And they shall make 8 boards in their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And you shall make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of one side of the tabernacle, and the 5 bars of the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the midst of the board shall reach from one end to end. And you shall overlay the boards with gold, and make it the rings of gold for places for the bars. And you shall overlay the bars with gold. And you shall rear up at the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof which was showed you in the mount. And you shall make a veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen of cunning work, and cherubim shall it be made. Sorry, guys. Exodus chapter 26. Or no, I'm still on it, sorry. You shall hang it upon the 4 pillars of shittim wood overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold upon the 4 sockets of silver. And you shall hang up at the veil under the taches, that you may bring in thither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And you shall put at the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And you shall set at the table without the veil, and at the menorah 7 branches candlestick over against the table on the side of the tabernacle toward the south. And you shall put the table on the north side. And you shall make a hanging for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And you shall make for the hanging 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and their hooks shall be of gold. And you shall cast 5 sockets of brass for them. Exodus chapter 27. And you shall make it an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And you shall make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and you shall overlay with brass. And you shall make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans. All the vessels thereof you shall make of brass. And you shall make it for a grate of network of brass, and upon the net shall you make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. And you shall put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And you shall make staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. Hollow with board shall you make it, as it is showed to you in the mount, so shall they make it. And you shall make it the court of the tabernacle for the south side southward. There shall be hangings for the court of fine twined linen of 100 cubits long for one side. And the 20 pillars thereof and the 20 sockets shall be of brass, and hooks of the pillars and their fillets shall be of silver. And likewise for the north side in the length there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and its 20 pillars and the 20 sockets of brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10 and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3 and their sockets 3. And on the other side shall be hanging 15 cubits, their pillars 3 and their sockets 3. And for the gate of the court shall be a hanging of 20 cubits, of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework, and their pillars shall be 4 and their sockets 4. All the pillars round about the court shall be filleted with silver, their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere, and the height 5 cubits of fine twined linen, and their sockets of brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle, and all the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court shall be of brass. And you shall command the children of Yashrael that they bring you pure olive oil, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. In their tabernacle of the assembly without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before Yahweh. It shall be a statute forever unto their generations on the behalf of the children of Yashrael. Exodus 28. And take unto you Aaron your brother, and his sons with him, from among the children of Yashrael, that he may minister unto me in the priest office, even Aaron, Nadab, Abiyahu, Eleazar, Ithamar, Aaron's sons. And you shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother, for glory and for beauty. And you shall speak unto all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the Ruach Chokmah, that they may maketh Aaron's garments to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest office. And these are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate, an ephod, and a robe, an embroidered coat, a turban, and a belt. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall take it gold, and it blue, and it purple, and it scarlet, and it fine linen. And they shall make it an ephod of gold, of blue, and of purple, of scarlet, and fine twined linen, with cunning work. It shall have the two shoulder pieces thereof joined at the two edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the belt of the ephod which is upon it shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And ye shall take at the two onyx stones, and grave on them the names of the children of Yashrael, 6 of their names on one stone, and at the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth. With the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, shall you have engraved the 2 stones with the names of the children of Yashrael. You shall make them to be set in ouches of gold. And you shall put it the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod for stones of memorial unto the children of Yashrael. And Aaron shall beareth the names before Yahweh upon his 2 shoulders for memorial. And you shall make ouches of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends. Of wreathen work shall you make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. And you shall make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod you shall make it, of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen shall you make it. 4 square it shall be being doubled. A span shall be the length thereof, and a span shall be the breadth thereof. And you shall set in it the setting of stones, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This shall be the first row. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Yashrael, 12 according to their names, like the engravings of a signet. Everyone with his name shall they be according to their 12 tribes. You shall make upon the breastplate chains of the ends of wreathen work of pure gold. And you shall make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold. And you shall put at the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And you shall put at the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate. And at the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains you shall fasten in the 2 ouches, and put on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and you shall put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate and the border thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. And 2 other rings of gold you shall make, and shall put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart thereof, over against the other coupling thereof, above the belt of the ephod. And they shall bind at the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod, which is a lace of blue, that it may be above the belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall beareth the names of the children of Yashrael in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goes in unto the holy place for memorial before Yahweh continually. And ye shall put in the breastplate of judgment at the Urim and at the Tumium, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart, when he goes in before Yahweh. And Aaron shall bear at the judgment of the children of Yashrael upon his heart before Yahweh continually. And ye shall make it the robe of the ephod of all blue, and there shall be a hole in the top of it. In the midst thereof it shall have a binding of woven work round about the whole of it, as it were the whole of a harbergen, that it be not rent. And beneath upon the hem of it ye shall make pomegranate, 8 of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, round about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate upon them of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goes out into the holy place before Yahweh, and when he comes out, that he die not. And you shall make a plate of pure gold, engrave upon it like the engravings of a signet, Kodesh Yahweh, holiness unto Yahweh. And you shall put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the turban. Upon the forefront of the turban it shall be. And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may beareth the iniquity of the holy things, which the children of Yashrael shall hallow in all their holy gifts, and shall be always upon the forehead, that they may be accepted before Yahweh. And you shall embroider the coat of fine linen, and you shall make the turban of fine linen, and you shall make the belt of needlework. And for Aaron's son you shall make coats, and you shall make for them belts, and bonnets you shall make for them, for glory and for beauty. And you shall put them upon Aaron your brother, and at his sons with him, and shall anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest office. And you shall make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness from the loins, even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons, when they come in unto me, and unto the tabernacle of the assembly, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity, and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him. Exodus 29. And this is the thing that ye shall do unto them that hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take 1 young bullock, and 2 rams without blemish, and matzah cakes tempered with oil, and matzah wafers anointed with oil, of wheaten flour shall you make them. Ye shall put them into 1 basket, and bring them in the basket, with the bullock and the 2 rams. And at Aaron and his sons you shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and you shall wash them with water. And you shall take at the garments, and put upon it Aaron the coat, and at the robe of the ephod, and at the ephod, and at the breastplate, and gird him with the belt of the ephod. And you shall put the turban upon his head, and putteth the holy crown upon the turban. Then shall you take the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. And you shall bring it his sons, and put coats upon them. And you shall gird them with belts, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And you shall consecrate Aaron and his sons. And you shall cause the bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the assembly, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. And you shall kill the bullock before Yahweh, by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And you shall take of the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And you shall take at the fat that covers the inwards, and at the caul that is above the liver, and at the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But at the flesh of the bullock, and at his skins, and at his dung, you shall burn with fire without the camp. It is an offering. It is a sin offering. You shall also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And you shall slay the ram, and you shall take his blood, and sprinkle round about the altar. And you shall cut the ram in pieces, and wash inwards of him, and his legs, and put them in unto his pieces, and unto his head. And ye shall burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto Yahweh. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And ye shall take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons, and shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Then shall you kill the ram, and take of his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle with the blood upon the altar round about. And ye shall take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also ye shall take of the ram the fat and the rump, at the fat that covers the inwards, and at the caul above the liver, and at the 2 kidneys, and at the fat that is upon them, and at the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of matzah that is before Yahweh. And you shall put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And you shall receive them on their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before Yahweh. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And you shall take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh, and it the blood upon the altar round about. And ye shall take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also you shall take of the ram the fat and the rump, at the fat that covers the inwards, and at the caul above the liver, and at the 2 kidneys, and at the fat that is upon them, and at the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of matzah that is before Yahweh. And you shall put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And ye shall receive them on their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before Yahweh. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And ye shall take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh, and it shall be your part. And you shall sanctify at the breast of the wave offering, and at the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Yashrael, for it is a heave offering. It shall be a heave offering from the children of Yashrael of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto Yahweh. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days, when he comes into the tabernacle of the assembly to minister in the holy place. And he shall take at the ram of the consecration, and at the seed his flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and at the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And they shall eat those things there wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them, but a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations or of the bread remain unto the morning, then ye shall burn it the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And thus shall ye do unto Aaron and to his sons, according to all things which I have commanded you. 7 days shall ye consecrate them. And ye shall offer every day a bullock for a sin offering for atonement, and ye shall cleanse the altar when you have made an atonement for it. Ye shall anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days ye shall make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be holy. Now this is that which ye shall offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day continually. If the one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at the evening. And with the one lamb, a 1/10 deal of flour, mingled with the 4th part of hin beaten oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine for a drink offering. And if the other lamb you shall offer at evening, and shall do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh, where I will meet you, to speak there unto you. And there I will meet with the children of Yashrael. And the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. And I will sanctify at the tabernacle of the assembly and at the altar. I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell among the children of Yashrael, and I will be their Elohim. And they shall know that I am Yahweh Elohim, that brought them forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, that I may dwell among them. I am Yahweh Elohim. And you shall make an altar to burn incense upon it. Of shittim wood shall you make it. The cubit shall be the length thereof. Oh, sorry, guys. This is Exodus 30. Sorry. And you shall make an altar to burn incense upon. Of shittim wood shall you make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 squares shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof, and the horns thereof shall be of the same. You shall overlay it with pure gold at the top thereof, and at the sides thereof round about it, and the horns thereof. And you shall make unto it a crown of gold round about. And 2 golden rings shall you make to it under the crown of it. By the 2 corners thereof upon the 2 sides of it shall you make it. And they shall be for places for the staves to bear it withal. And you shall make it the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet you. And Aaron shall burn therein sweet incense every morning when he dresses the lamps, and he shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron lights up the lamps at evening, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before Yahweh throughout your generations. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once in a year without the blood of the sin offering of atonements. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto Yahweh. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, when you take the sum of the children of Yashrael after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto Yahweh. When you number them, that there be no plague among them, when you number them. This shall they give. Every one that passes among them that are numbered, half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs. A half shekel shall be the offering of Yahweh. Every one that passes among them that are numbered, from 20 years old and above, shall give an offering unto Yahweh. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel, when they giveth the offering unto Yahweh to make an atonement for your souls. And ye shall take the atonement money of the children of Yashrael, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Yashrael before Yahweh to make an atonement for your souls. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, then shall you also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal. And you shall put it between the tabernacle of the assembly of the altar, and you shall put water therein. For Aaron and his sons shall washeth their hands, and at their feet thereat. When they go into the tabernacle of the assembly, they shall wash with water, that they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister to burnt offering made by fire unto Yahweh. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not. And it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed throughout their generations. Moreover, Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Take also unto you principal spices of pure myrrh, 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon half so much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calmus 250 shekels, and of cassia 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of oil olive a hin. And ye shall make it an oil of holy ointment, an ointment compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be a holy anointing oil. And you shall anoint at the tabernacle of the assembly therewith, at the ark of the testimony, and at the table, and at all the vessels, and at the menorah, and at his vessels, and at the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offerings with all his vessels, and the laver, and at his foot. And ye shall sanctify them, that they may be most holy. Whatsoever touches them shall be holy. And you shall anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall speak unto the children of Yashrael, saying, This shall be a holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. Upon man's flesh shall it not be poured, neither shall you make any other like it, after the composition of it. It is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Whosoever compounds any like it, or whosoever puts any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Take unto you sweet spices, stacte, and oncha, and galbanum, and these sweet spices with pure frankincense, of each shall be a like weight. And ye shall make it a perfume, a confection, after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. And ye shall beat some of it very small, and put of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the assembly, where I will meet with you. It shall be unto you most holy. And as for the perfume which ye shall make, ye shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof. It shall be unto you holy for Yahweh. Whosoever shall make like unto that, to smell thereto, shall even be cut off from his people. Exodus 31. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, See, I have called by the name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hori, of the tribe of Yehudah, and I have filled him with the Ruach Elohim, in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works, to work in gold and in silver and in brass, and in the cutting of stones, to set them, and in carving of timber, to work in all manner of workmanship. And behold, I have given with him Aholiab, the son of Achikama, of the tribe of Dan, and in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted I have put wisdom, that they may make it all that I have commanded you. At the tabernacle of the assembly, and at the ark of the testimony, and at the mercy seat that is thereupon, and at the furniture of the tabernacle, and at the table, and at his furniture, and at the pure menorah, with all his furniture, and at all the altar of incense. And at the altar of burnt offering, with all his furniture, and at the laver, and at his foot. And at the cloths of service, and at the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and at the garments of his sons to minister in the priest's office, and at the anointing oil, and at the sweet incense for the holy place, according to all that I have commanded you, shall they do. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak also unto the children of Yashrael, saying, Truly if my Shabbath ye shall guard, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am Yahweh Mekadishim, Yahweh, who sanctifies you. Ye shall guard it the Shabbath, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defiles it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh it is a Shabbath of rest, holy to Yahweh. Whosoever does any work in the Shabbath, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Yashrael shall guard it the Shabbath, to keep it the Shabbath, throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Yashrael forever. For in 6 days Yahweh made the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day he rested, and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moshe, when he had made an end of communing with him upon the Mount Sinai, 2 sapphires of testimony, sapphire stones, written with the finger of Elohim. Exodus 32. And when the people saw that Moshe delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron, and said unto him, Up, Make us Elohim, which shall go before us. For as for this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we know not what has become of him. And Aaron said unto them, Break off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your women, and of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And all the people broke off at the golden earrings which were in the ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said, These be your Elohim, O Yashriel, which brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim. And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made proclamation, and said, Tomorrow is a feast to Yahweh. And they rose up early on the morrow, and offered burnt offerings, and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink, and they rose up to play. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Go, get you down, for your people, which you brought out of the land of Mitzrayim, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be your Elohim, O Yashriel, which have brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, I have seen it this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and will make of you a great nation. And Moshe hath besought Yahweh Eloheinu, and said, Yahweh, why does your wrath wax hot against your people, which have brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim with a great power, and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Mitzrayim speak and say, For mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against your people. Remember Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yashrael, your servants, to whom you swore by your own self, and said unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give to your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And Yahweh repented of the evil which he had thought to do unto his people. And Moshe turned and went down from the mount, and the two sapphires of testimony were in his hand. The sapphires were written on both their sides, and on one side and on the other were they written. And the sapphires were the work of Elohim, and the writing was the writing of Elohim, graven upon the sapphires. And when Yahusha heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moshe, There is a noise of war in the camp. And he said, It is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh to the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moshe's anger waxed hot. And he cast the sapphires out of his hands, and broke them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which he had made, and burned it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strawed it upon the water, and made the children of Yashrael to drink of it. And Moshe said unto Aaron, What did this people unto you, that you have brought so great a sin upon them? And Aaron said, Let not the anger of my Lord wax hot. You know with the people that they are set on mischief. For they said unto me, Make us Elohim, which shall go before us. For as for this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we know not what has become of him. And I said unto them, Whosoever has any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me. Then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. And when Moshe saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies. Then Moshe stood in the gate of the camp and said, Who is on Yahweh's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of Yashrael, Put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from the gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man at his brother, and every man at his companion, and every man at his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moshe, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. For Moshe had said, Consecrate yourselves today to Yahweh, even every man upon his son, and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moshe said unto the people, Ye have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up unto El Yahweh. Perchance I shall make an atonement for your sin. And Moshe returned unto El Yahweh and said, this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them Elohai of gold. Yet now if you will forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I pray you, out of the zephyr which you have written. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Whosoever has sinned against me, him will I blot out of my zephyr. Therefore now go, lead the people unto the place which I have spoken unto you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I will visit their sin upon them. And Yahweh plagueth the people, because they made it the calf which Aaron had made. Exodus 33. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, Depart and go up hence, you and the people which you have brought up out of the land of Mitzrayim, unto the land which I swore unto Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov, saying, Unto your seed will I give it. And I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanite, and the Amorite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivi, and the Yuvasi, unto the land flowing with milk and honey, where I will not go up in the midst of you, for you are a stiff-necked people, lest I consume you in the way. And when the people heard the evil report, they mourned, and no man did put on him his ornaments. For Yahweh said unto Moshe, say unto the children of Yashrael, you are a stiff-necked people. I will come up into the midst of you in a moment, consume you. Therefore now put off your ornaments from you, that I may know what to do unto you. And the children of Yashrael stripped themselves of the ornaments by the Mount Horeb. And Moshe took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the assembly. And it came to pass that everyone which sought Yahweh went out unto the tabernacle of the assembly, which was without the camp. And it came to pass when Moshe went out unto the tabernacle that all the people rose up, stood every man at his tent door, and looked after Moshe, until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass as Moshe entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle. And Yahweh talked with Moshe. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door, and all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe face to face, as a man speaks unto a friend. And he turned again into the camp, but his servant Yahusha the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moshe said unto Yahweh, see, you say unto me, bring up this people, and you have not let me know if whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now therefore I pray you, if I have found grace in your sight, show me your way, that I may know you, that I may find grace in your sight, and consider that this nation is your people. And he said, my presence shall go with you, and will give you rest. And he said unto them, if your presence go not with me, carry us not up hence. For wherein shall it be known here that I and your people have found grace in your sight? Is it not in that you go with us? So shall we be separated, I and your people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, I will do with this thing also that I have spoken. For you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name. And I said, beseech you, show me your glory. And he said, I will make you all my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim the name of Yahweh before you, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. And he said, you cannot see my face, for there shall be no man see me and live. And Yahweh said, behold, there is a place by me, and you shall stand upon a rock. It shall come to pass when my glory passes by, that I will put you in a cleft of the rock, and will cover you with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away with my hand, and you shall see with my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. Exodus 34. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, hew you 2 sapphire stones, like unto the first, and I will write upon these sapphires the words that were in the first sapphires, which you broke. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present yourself there to me in the top of the mount. And no man shall come up with you, neither let any man be seen through all the mount, neither let the flocks nor the herds feed before the mount. And he hewed 2 sapphire stones like unto the first. And Moshe rose up early in the morning, and went up to Mount Sinai, as Yahweh had commanded him. And he took in his hand 2 sapphire stones. And Yahweh descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name of Yahweh. And Yahweh passed by before him, and proclaimed, Yahweh, Yahweh, El, merciful and gracious, long-suffering, and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, that will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and upon the children's children unto the 3rd and 4th generation. And Moshe made haste, and bowed his head towards the earth, and worshipped. And he said, if now I have found grace in your sight, O Adonai, let my Adonai, I pray you, go among us, for it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for your inheritance. And he said, behold, I cut a covenant before all your people. I will do wonders, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation, and all the people among you where you are shall see it the work of Yahweh, for it is a terrible thing that I will do with you. Guardeth that which I command you this day. Behold, I drive you out before it the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivi, and the Jebusite. Take heed to yourself, lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither you go, lest it be for a snare in the midst of you. But you shall destroy the altars, and break at their images, and cut down their Asherah poles. For you shall worship no other El. For Yahweh, Cana Yahweh is jealous, is my name. He is a jealous El. Lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a-whoring after their Elohim, and do sacrifice unto their Elohim, and one call you and eat of his sacrifice, and take of their daughters unto your sons, and their daughters go a-whoring after their Elohim, and make your sons go a-whoring after their Elohim. You shall make no molten of Elohai. The feast that at the feast of matzah shall you guard. 7 days shall you eat matzah, as I commanded you, in the name of the month of Aviv. For in the month of Aviv you came out of Mitzrayim. All that opens the womb is mine, and every firstling among your cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of your ass you shall redeem with the lamb. And if you redeem him not, then you shall break his neck. And the firstborn of your son shall you redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days you shall work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. In earing time and in harvest you shall rest. And you shall observe the feast of Ketzir, of the first fruits of the wheat harvest, and the feast of Asif, the ingathering at the year's end. Thrice in the year shall all the men's children appeareth before Adonai Yahuwah, the Elohai of Yashrael. For I will cast out the nations before you, and enlargeth your borders. Neither shall any man desireth your land when you shall go up to appeareth before Yahuwah Elohika thrice in the year. And you shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice of leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of Pesach be left until the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of Yahuwah Elohika. You shall not see the kid in his mother's milk. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe, write these words, for after the tenor of these words I have cut a covenant with you, and with Yashrael. And he was there with Yahuwah 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water. And he wrote upon the sapphire the words of the covenant, the 10 Devarim, the commandments. And it came to pass when Moshe came down from Mount Sinai with the two